out here to get some of these fragments looked at with an electron scanning microscope.
Wow. And we had a couple of fragments with like the tubular drill, but in general they're very clean. Like there's just nothing there.
I think probably the first step you're going to do is if you can
moved into one of those periods right now, you're not going to survive it. Like we have this image because of the dinosaur event. After we get out of the bombardment period, then things have time to settle down.
That's incredible.
Here, so this is going to be awesome, man.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back. I love what you've done with the place for sure.
Yeah,
It's different.
it's come a long way.
Yeah.
It has.
Yeah.
We've done a lot to it, for sure. Yeah, a bunch of new vases that I want to show you guys today, so it's going to be exciting.
I can't wait.
The coolest thing about having both you guys on the show at the same time is that we've got the number one short that's ever been on the limit list before. So so major on the short, because everybody loves Russ and your voice and talking about the moon.
The moon, that's what it is.
People love talking about the moon. And then Ben coming back, as this is actually the 1 year anniversary from when we recorded our first episode.
It's literally to the day,
Yeah.
right? It's
Wow. Hey. Congrats,
Yeah,
man.
well, congrats to
Yeah.
you. It's come a long way. I mean, we weren't in this studio. You've grown the channel from zip. It's great, and you've had a fantastic list of guests coming on, and I know you're going to get some pretty epic guests in the near future as well. So.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. The growth has been insane and fun, and like people are just like, hell yeah, I want to come on. Yeah, I think it's just the bases for the most part. People just want to see bases, but whatever, man.
It's worth it if you're out there and you get the invite.
Yeah.
The vases are incredible. It's a super privilege. I mean, I say it all the time. Like you're the guy that I've always wanted to be able to handle complete vases, and you were the guy that made that happen. And you've just got such an incredible collection now. I mean, these are phenomenal artifacts. So, yeah, it is really cool to get to see them as well. And obviously, they make a good backdrop.
Yeah, it's good decor.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, so we'll talk about some of those today. I got some new ones that neither of you guys have seen today. So since the last time we've been here, so that's pretty cool. We'll dive into a couple of those. You guys have some fragments. You want to talk to me about your fragments?
Yeah, we actually came out here to get some of these fragments looked at with an electron scanning microscope. Someone reached out to Ben. Max reached out to him and was like, hey, I have access to this equipment, and I'd like to see some of these faces, look at the tool marks, under this magnification. And so we came down here to do that and brought these pieces. It was a very, very interesting experience.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. I feel like there might have been, I think LAH, the Laboratory of Alternative History, the Russian channel, if you know those guys. I know they've investigated this topic before. I don't know if they used a scanning electron microscope. I might be wrong, but as far as I know, this sort of hasn't been done in the academic world. I'm not sure how much interest there has been in looking at things like tool marks under a scanning electron microscope, particularly these precision fragments. And the nice thing that you can, what we're looking for under an SEM device is a couple of different things. So you can find, like, even at these sort of micron levels, you will see polishing marks and tool marks. And we had a couple of fragments with like the tubular drill, remnants on it. You see that's quite common. I know it's in some of your vessels, vases, the dishes. We saw a dish earlier that has that tubular drill center mark. And so we have a couple of pieces that have like that little piece in there. So, looking down at that, what you want to try and see is like, well, is there any metal or any material still at that micron level wedged inside those marks? And that's because that's what happens as a process of machining. It's going to leave behind little traces of metal. And you can look at it and see, well, okay, and a scanning electron microscope gives you a readout of basically the elemental composition of the material you're looking at. So just looking at like the granodiorite or the limestone or whatever the material is, you're going to get back what is it, silicon and calcium.
Calcium, a little bit of aluminum.
Things like that, the natural composites in the stone. But like metals and charged parts of the stone will show up in the backscatter display on the SEM, so you can sort of zone in on these bright spots and basically look at it and then try and test it and see what it is. And we found, there were a few takeaways from it. I would probably preface this by saying, I mean, first of all, these samples weren't ever really collected, or these weren't something that was picked up with the intent of ever doing this type of work. If you were to collect samples with the intent of looking at them under an SEM, you would probably treat them a little bit differently. Handling them can contaminate them, things like that. But surprisingly, and these are preliminary results. One of the big takeaways was that these were just remarkably clean. There really wasn't any, and we did find a few bits of different metals, which was really interesting. The ones that we found and the ones that we didn't find. But in general, over a few days of looking, and it really is like a needle in a haystack situation. This hasn't been comprehensively looked at just yet, but it's, you're looking at that very small scale. You could spend days looking at like a single piece, just looking around at it and trying to analyze different parts of it. But in general, they're very clean. Like there's just nothing there most of the time. Like you're seeing very clean response. There's no contamination. And the Max, who's he's a physicist, used to teach physics at was it Penn State?
Penn State, yeah.
He left the academic world to pursue his own interests. He has a master's, a PhD. I think his PhD is in ultrasonics. He has an ultrasonic setup and a laboratory at his place. And he thinks that just that lack of any real metal or anything at all in a lot of these grooves might be indication that it wasn't really a mechanical polishing or machining process that was used. It might have been something like ultrasonics, because that's a process we use today. You take very hard stone, things like diamonds and rings, to a jeweler, and you put them through an ultrasonic cleaning process, and it's going to clean and polish that jewelry right up, and it's not like it's mechanically being touched by something. It's a fluid that's doing
it's vibration through the fluid that like just cleans it, washes it basically. And so if the same process was happening, ultrasonic, you have a tool, but the tool itself is just to carry the vibration into the liquid or the slurry that you're using to actually do the work.
Yeah.
Right. So the tool itself, if whatever it's made of, iron, copper, titanium, it isn't actually making contact with the material that you're cutting, because it's the slurry that's doing that, and the slurry is constantly moving, washing through. Right.
Yeah.
The tool itself is just vibrating.
The tool carries the vibration, and it doesn't actually make contact. If you're doing it right. This is the first piece we put under the microscope, and if you see that one you can see there's a curve there. That's part of the original coring out of the block of material to make the vase.
That's the base of it.
That's
right
the
there
bottom, and then that curved line is the remnant of the coring, and so that's the first thing we looked at, was we were following that curve to see, like, is there, because the standard model tells us there was a copper tube with sand and they were grinding.
Yeah.
So we should have found bits of copper tiny bits of copper caught in the middle of the crystalline matrix of the stone itself.
Sure.
And there's nothing.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a big takeaway from all of the pieces that we looked at, and it's just like literally zero copper.
There's no copper
Wow. No.
in any of the samples.
And that's the explanation, right?
Well, it's copper or flint or other materials, but even if it was flint or another type of stone, you would expect to see that as as bits and pieces, little bits wedged into the stone, and maybe a slightly different elemental composition of that stone. We didn't see that, and we didn't see any copper at all.
Wow.
And we did find a few other metals in little spots, and I guess we'll get to that in a little bit. But it was, I think those were the main takeaways. And again, this is preliminary work. Like it was kind of let's test this to see if it is an avenue that's worth pursuing in more detail. I think it definitely is based on the results that we've gotten so far. But it's very preliminary at this point. But those were a couple of key kind of takeaways, I'd say. First of all, just no copper, none whatsoever. And, this sort of cleanliness and lack of contamination of anything on most of these samples, which, might be suggestive of a non-mechanical process. I mean, you talk about ultrasonics, like in Max's ultrasonics rig, he has, he's got this titanium rod that's like this round, and it shapes itself down to about like a 1/2-inch bar, and that's what he's using that in an oil, I think, to do ultrasonic processes on other materials. And you can literally see the bottom of this titanium bar has been worn away. Like that's just from the action and that ultrasonic kind of also working on the bar itself. So I have some pictures of that, but it's like that does work as a process, and it was really interesting not to find anything. I was, we did on one of the pieces a quartz piece that also had a tubular drill cut on the bottom. This is like a rock crystal vessel, and I will say this also that these vessels, we know that they definitely are ancient Egyptian pieces. They've come from private collectors in Egypt and elsewhere that have been sort of given to us for the purposes of this type of investigation, looking at a bit more closely.
Directly from the step pyramid.
Yeah,
right?
a couple. We know that several of them have come from beneath the step pyramid. 100%. Like that's.
So the provenance is undeniable, undisputable that these are ancient, that these
Yes.
were. Yeah, and so
they match all the different. I mean, you can match it up.
100%. These are very similar to the ones that you'll see in this room in my collection. I mean, this is absolutely beautiful. You can see the tapering that's coming up off of the base of the thing. How it's just perfect. The smoothness is almost like it's been polished. I mean, the outside has obviously been polished incredibly well. You can see just a couple of tool marks on the inside, but I wonder, just like, so impeccable provenance. You guys have looked at these under a microscope, and you're seeing very little signs of any material that's been embedded into these.
Right. On most of them were very clean. Again, not comprehensively looked at.
Okay.
It is a needle in a haystack situation at the micron level, even with a piece like that size. Like you could spend days looking at it.
You can, days.
So how much? Right, because you're looking at just one tiny little.
I mean, literally the smallest level of magnification is you're looking at an image that might be, 2 or 3 millimeters across.
Right.
And you can't see a lot from there. You've got to like zoom in, and at the highest level of magnification, I mean, you're down at the, 10 micron kind of scale,
right,
or 50 micron, which is 50 thousandths of a millimeter.
Yeah,
and you can see little objects and parts of it that are just a couple microns. It's very, it's extremely high resolution, and it's So the other, you talk about the machining, so that was also a takeaway. Just looking at the surface, I mean, you do at that level, you will see the polishing marks and the whatever process has been used to actually finish the stone. And that was another takeaway from Max, just saying like how flat and how well done that was. Like at one point we did stick like a copper bar in the SEM, and to the touch, and this copper, it's like a piece like this that's like a 1/2 inch round, and it seemed smooth on top, like it had been cut off, but under that electron microscope, it's just these jagged peaks, where this thing had been cut through.
Where the saw had cut through.
With a saw, and you can compare that to these. These very finely worked surfaces with very fine lines, like just orders of magnitude more precise, and just less variation in it. So these are very fine. So you can feel that to the touch, but it's nice to look at it under that microscope. And Max did comment that this is very well machined. Whatever process was used to do it is extremely well made.
If these fragments have been at the bottom of the step pyramid for since 2650 BC or so, and earlier potentially. So, but they were the place was excavated in the early part of the 20th century. So like 1925, 1927, Jean-Philippe Loyer goes in and finds a bunch of the fragments.
Yeah.
Now there's a whole group of people before him that was excavating.
Exactly.
That we don't know why they didn't find anything, and if they did find stuff, where did it go?
Right.
So that's a whole thing. But I guess my question is, how much of the smoothness and the lack of material that you're seeing, at least on the initial scans, and I get it, there's a lot more work to do and a lot more to look at from additional scans, but how much of the lack of material and the smoothness and of these fragments or these artifacts could be explained by people rubbing on them and handling them over time, potentially thousands of years?
You want to take that, or I can go?
I mean, it could be, but we don't. The first thing I would say is we don't know how old they actually are, right? I mean, if they're really old, then yes, I guess age would polish them as well. But we do see tool marks, and they haven't been completely worn away, but at the same time, they've been buried. So, and then, some of these sections that are in the step pyramid are still being excavated, and some of these fragments are coming from the parts that haven't been excavated yet or have just been excavated.
Yeah, and And in terms of cleaning it, I mean, you are talking, and this is where the small fragments of different metals and materials that we found were quite interesting, because, you know, they were properly, you could see it with the topographical display on the SEM that these are wedged in, you know, between like the components of the rock itself. Like these, it's not like it's a speck of something sitting on there and resting on there that would fall off. You know, these are parts of a tool that's working on that surface that it seems like it's something has, you know, it's taken a tiny sliver or piece of that and it's wedged it into the rock. And that's what we found when we did find a couple of different anomalies. So just, I mean, there was a quartz piece that had a tool mark, and looking in that tool mark, we found traces of a couple of different metals, just in like very odd spots. We found tin, zinc, and iron and titanium. I think that was it, right? Yeah. So, and then there was another piece where we found iron and titanium, which was really interesting. Now, it's a complex thing, right? So iron and titanium I mean, they can exist naturally in rock. You know, typically it's, well, always really, it's in the form of an oxide, so iron oxide or titanium dioxide. You know, that's the material that exists naturally, and you have to refine that to get like the actual base metal out. And we definitely found some sections of this type of stone where you have, you know, iron oxide was in it. Like, so it's probably naturally present in that part of the stone where so you get a return on the spectrograph on the electron microscope. You're seeing Fe and iron and O for oxygen. So you're seeing these spikes of the elemental composition, along with, you know, silica, aluminum, the other parts of the natural makeup of the stone. However, in some places, in these little specks that correlated with what looked like a speck or a shape of material that in some cases might be 5 microns across. One we found was like 40 or 50 microns across. Yeah. That had shape to it. It looked like, and you could see it. And I can show you images of it. It looked like it's something that's sort of actually in the rock. You know, we found just titanium, and that doesn't really exist naturally. So we weren't seeing a return on the oxygen. You're getting titanium, and then you're getting titanium
come on,
and
so many
iron
boosts.
without oxygen.
So many boosts.
I don't know, it could be an alloy.
Some kind of alloy, yeah.
So, you know, really sort of interesting result. Again, bears more investigation. Finding one spot of tin or a couple little spots of tin was interesting. I immediately thought of, well, you know, because it's copper and tin is bronze. And, of course, in the Old Kingdom, 3rd Dynasty, they weren't supposed to have had bronze at that point. But we just found no copper at all. So this is just straight tin. Also, zinc was an interesting one to see show up in a couple of little tiny spots. Like it's, you know, Russ was saying, you know, your mind goes towards batteries.
Yeah, you start thinking about batteries.
Right. So, yeah, I think the results are interesting. I don't know quite what to make of it just yet. I do want to emphasize my key takeaways from this are the cleanliness and the lack of any real evidence for machining. And again, I want to compare it to say a piece of stone that's been worked. Let's get a piece of stone and get a copper bar and try and work it with sand and then look at that and see what should you see if that's the process. I'd like to compare it against other natural bits of stone from that area as well. So you've got this comparative thing to look at. But the real key takeaways for me were how clean they were, the lack of any real evidence, only other than a couple of little spots which I'm not sure what it indicates just yet, and then the lack of copper was the big one as well, like just zero copper the entire time.
And with the zinc and the tin specifically, they were so we were looking at areas where you could see groups of tool marks, like long parallel lines that would be, you know, like very tiny tool marks, something that's completely invisible when you're just looking at the thing. And then the tin,
were parallel.
yeah, they're like, you know, running alongside each other, right? And then there's, at the end of one of those lines, there's this little splinter of bright metal. You can see it on the screen. It looks like it's jammed into the end of the mark. And then you know, we'd focus on that, have the microscope give us a return on it, and it shows up as tin. And you're like, okay, it looks like a fragment of tin got jammed into the end of this tool mark, you know, as the tool was coming off working a stone. Or it hits a harder piece and stops cutting, and the tin breaks off, or something like that, you know. And the same with the titanium. The titanium looked like a squarish bit that had gotten jammed into a natural area full of rougher crystals. Like it had dug a little deeper there and then got caught at the edge of that particular section of material and broke off.
This is the piece that I'll just pause it. And you can see this is, and you can see the scale. I think it's 100 microns at the top there.
And 100 microns is what?
It's 100,000, so it's a 0.1 of a millimeter.
Yeah.
100 microns is 0.1 millimeter?
Yes.
Okay.
So a tenth of a millimeter.
So 1,000 microns is 1 millimeter.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that's the scale with that yellow bar. So that bar represents basically a tenth of a millimeter. So the part we're looking at here, and so you have a couple of displays. And this little crosshair, yellow crosshair, represents where you're sampling the stone. So you're getting this backscatter reading from the electron microscope that gives you these images, and then you can kind of target a beam of electrons to look at getting a return of elemental composition. So what elements in the periodic table make up the material that you're looking at, and it's really this thing here. It's like this almost square-looking piece. It actually lights up and looks differently. It's like it's snapped off. It's embedded in the stone here.
It's jagged on the bottom edge, square on the other three edges, and it looks like it's got a hole through the middle of it.
Yeah, and so when you hit it with this crosshair, you're basically sending a bunch of electrons in it, and it's reflecting back, and it's getting a reading of what it looks like on the O2 table. So you're seeing some silicon. This is the
calcium,
silicon,
a little bit of aluminum,
but we're getting
watch the titanium
is coming back,
yeah,
which is Ti.
Yeah,
and very little in the way of a little tiny bit of oxygen, and it takes a while to build it up, and you can try in different spots. So this is the work. In general, you can all these different peaks on this readout correlate to different elements. So sampling the bit in the middle.
There's no titanium.
There's no
right?
titanium on that bit in the
so
middle.
So it is a hole
it.
through it into the crystalline material of the stone itself.
So this is a typical kind of response you'd get from just that type of diorite. We saw this all day long. Aluminum, silicon, calcium.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the makeup of a little bit of oxygen. That's the makeup of the diorite, I suppose, or whatever it is, a granite that's very similar. The limestone piece maybe looked a little different.
Yeah, the limestone, it had some magnesium and yeah.
Just explain to people, and hopefully, Ryan, we can get a shot of a couple of these fragments, but just how beautiful these actually are, and the polish that's involved on these fragments. I mean, these are very similar to a lot of the precision pieces that I have there. There you go.
So that's
the polish is amazing. You can tell how big this piece here would be based on the kind of the curvature of it.
Oh, with the one you had there,
It's a big piece, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
You're talking about a huge piece of stone right here, and very thin, and the tapering is like perfect. I mean, it gets more thin around the edge just a bit, and it kind of gets a bit thicker where it needs to be thicker. It's got tool marks. It's just absolutely stunning. It's incredible to see something directly from the step pyramid that has this level of polish, and just like symmetry and just perfection of arc and work. So it makes me feel better about a lot of this stuff that I have here. I mean, it's very similar.
Yeah, it is, and I do like these samples because they show you a lot of interesting aspects of that's gone into the shaping and design, I guess, and machining of these vessels. This one in particular, I like. It's very thin, but like you said, the tapering is really important. Like, that's difficult to achieve. Like this going from thick to thin to thin to thin, and it'd be great to if you have even the calipers to measure this little spot in between here. I'm guessing it's a couple of millimeters.
Here we go, folks.
Yeah,
this is what this is all about, right
I
here.
did want to measure this actually. The thinness of this piece, which it's translucent. So what do you do? Clamp this over.
That we did in Danville with the duns, except it's not on a mounted.
Let's see. It's right-handed tool, of course. This in what, millimeters, inches?
You can change it.
No.
I'm not sure what it's set to now, but you just squeeze the part on the top and it opens up.
No, I'm just saying, what's the readout here? Okay, it's inches, so yeah, 0.128 inches. Is there a way to set this to metric so I can?
It's one of those buttons on the bottom.
Mode. Let's see, data. Inch. Mode.
No, let me take a look.
So 0.1, I can't do that in my head. Oh, there you go. So yeah, so 3.2 millimeters. So that is That's about what I was expecting. I thought this was
Why?
somewhere between 3 and 4 millimeters.
I got
thick.
stuck
so,
in
yeah,
the box,
So
man.
it tapers from a thicker piece that might be 5 or 6, and it just tapers down on an edge to the finest part of it, which is right beneath the lip of this piece. And you're also seeing the curvature of it with this.
That's the thinnest fragment we've got, right?
This
Like
is the thinnest fragment. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
And this other one is similar. The tapering is more pronounced on this. Here you go. This one.
The two samples we left with Max are the ones that had the most anomalies in them, and he's going to do a more comprehensive, study of them. And so we'll get back in touch with him. I guess he'll let us know once he's done more stuff. And
Yeah.
because some of these we found no metal.
Yeah,
Like
nothing.
nothing.
Most of them are nothing.
Yeah, like
Right.
this one. This one in particular, like it just had nothing. This one too with the core drill in it. The first one we looked at. Obviously, we didn't comprehensively scan the entire piece, but there was just nothing. Cruising back and forth across the piece in a little bit randomly.
Ryan, do 0.115. See what that comes out to. Inches.
0.115, 2.9, so like almost
Less
3.
than just under 3
Just under
millimeters.
3
Yeah, which is like the thin wall base is like it's
Yeah.
2 millimeters
2
at the
millimeters.
thinnest point and 4 in the rest of it. So
Crazy. Yeah,
it's right there.
And it's quite remarkable. I mean, and that's, you can see that machining prowess, and Russell's piece, I know you talked about that, the crack. Like, we thought that's a crack in that thing, but it's looking at it under the microscope, it's actually not. It's a natural vein or a weakness in the material. It's not, it hasn't been glued back together, but they somehow machined this piece anyway.
Yeah.
And evidently, it held. Like, that's...
I thought, this looks like a continuous break all the way across. But when we looked under the microscope, it's not completely continuous, right? But it is a fracture that goes through the material. And so I had thought, it was broken, and what, did they glue it back together in antiquity? Because, obviously this came from beneath the step period. It wasn't glued back together in modern times. So when we looked at it, no, we found this under the microscope, and it looked like a deep canyon, but broken up because parts of it were whole. But then in the canyon, it's like almost pure silica. It's like quartz growth in there. So this fracture, which is a weakness in the stone, they managed to make this enormous bowl or whatever this originally was so thin, even with that kind of weakness in the material, and didn't break it.
Right.
It's astonishing.
And they must have finished the process because it's completely polished.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was broken after the process, of making it, because it's not broken along the weakness.
Yeah, when I put a black light up to a couple of mine that have been repaired, you can see it shows where the glue is. And I put it up to this one. There's no glue at all.
There's no glue.
glue. No, so that's incredible.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's interesting, and like we said, I would like to compare it to machined pieces of stone that have been machined with different, like I say, modern machining, and primitive machining. It's like there's not a lot of conclusions we can draw about this just yet. It's very interesting. I think it's a direction to go in. I don't want to, I'm not jumping to conclusions about what this means, but it is kind of interesting, the fact that you see titanium, because titanium's like wasn't used outside of laboratories until like the 1930s, and it was discovered even
1790 or something like that. Yeah, 1790, and not until 1930 or something like that was it made in large amount.
So it wasn't used to cut stone in our past until
like the industrial age, basically. We started using it in the 20th century. Like it's outside of just like laboratory experiments to try and figure it out. It's so it's if you
there
just
should not be titanium jammed in.
Right. Yeah, there should. Well,
that's kind of the punchline.
There shouldn't be iron. There shouldn't be other materials either. If you just go with so let's say it's third dynasty. Even though you go to Saqqara, you go to the museum, they tell you that most of these vessels were probably recovered from earlier tombs, and they're already heirlooms because Joseph had collected them. But let's pin it at like kind of that early part of the Old Kingdom. I mean, just there's no iron. I don't know about if there was tin or not. So they probably had they had copper about that, and that's about it. Like, you shouldn't be seeing some of these other things in that period, and that's always been my the aspect of these that I've looked at, along with the precision and the machining. It's like this doesn't match up with what should be the known capabilities of that civilization at that time. And yet we have other artifacts that do match those primitive capabilities. This is my whole Tale of Two Industries thing. I think you can see the result of those relatively primitive tools and techniques throughout dynastic Egypt. But alongside that exists some of these out-of-place artifacts like these that display just astonishing precision machining. And this is why the vases are so important, is because they do go way back in time. Like, they're pinning some of these machining and precise sort of manufacturing techniques to a very early period of time. You see similar techniques in other artifacts, the boxes, the statues, some slabs, things like that. But we know that these vessels go way back in time, to pre-dynastic times, up to like 10,000+ years ago. Like I often use Toshka as an example, as a site it's now underwater since the dam, the Aswan Dam was created. Some people get worked up about Toshka when I talk about it. I primarily use it as an outlier of an example in terms of dates. You can go to the Nubian Museum in Aswan and look at it, and you'll find pictures of a lot of those excavations in that area, including Toshka, that I think definitely show stone vessels. I mean, 100% there are stone vessels mixed in with these very primitive burials and, poorly sort of made pottery vessels. And some of those pottery vessels and stone vessels you can see in museums. There's lots of sites that show that. They're 100%, and this isn't controversial at all, stone vessels like these are known to be pre-dynastic. And then, they kind of go into the first, second, third, fourth dynasty and kind of stop after that, right? Everything after that switches over to alabaster with very few examples. And all that alabaster work is handmade. You can tell it's handmade. My personal opinion is I think it's something that Imhotep created as a method to try and imitate the stone vessels as best they could in a much softer stone, which is alabaster. He was a genius. He figured that out. That's actually literally what they say as well at that museum. They're like, hey, yeah, he was trying to figure out how they did this, and he came up with his method for alabaster construction, and then most of the vessels you see after that are alabaster. Beautiful, but handmade.
And for anyone who's ever there in the Nubian Museum, it's off to the right in the annex, not in the main body. We looked multiple times. We're like, where? We know this Toshka exhibit is in here somewhere, and we didn't see. And then finally, we're like, let's check over here.
You thought they pulled it, probably.
Yeah, we thought it was gone. But then you go back into this annex section, like where it says basically that this is a temporary exhibit. So you think it's just whatever they have. But when we went in there, and there's a whole section on that area that was flooded with multiple photographs and all these details about the archaeological excavations that were done in preparation for that area to go underwater. And that's where we found the photos and lots of other ones showing what looks like, I mean, obviously you can't 100% tell because you're looking at old photographs, but you can see like very primitive, like a burial, very primitive pottery and ceramic work or whatever. And then there's this beautiful dark stone vase in there with this primitive, all these other primitive artifacts. And you're like, wow, and this is supposed to be 13,000 years old.
Yeah, I've seen the image of the body curled up inside the tomb, and then it's got a couple of rounds, what looks like faces next to the body.
Yeah, there's a lot of different photos in there.
That's the photo that's in the museum that you guys have referred to in the past.
And when we found that photo, there's a bunch of others around it where you see again, like I said, you can't 100% tell because it doesn't tell you like stone vases plus like clay vases. They just tell you like this was dug, it's burial number 8, right? That's exactly what you see. But it does in some of them. Some of the photos you're like, yes, that is that looks like a stone vase.
Okay. So which out of those do you think is like the most convincing in that image? Or is there a better image, or is that kind of
There's better images.
There's better images,
Okay.
I do have it in my slide deck, but I'll see what I can do here to find it.
And it's worth pointing out that you guys are aware that Hugh Newman announced at Cosmic Summit this year as a part of his presentation, and we just talked about it a couple episodes ago, was those stone plates that were found at Karahan Tepe that are 12,000 years old at a minimum. 12,000 years old.
Honestly, you also see artifacts like that from Turkey, like that are at least
Yeah.
10,000 years old. There's an obsidian, like a part of an obsidian bracelet that's 100% been turned and machined.
And obsidian is glassy.
Right.
Yeah,
Not going to be an easy material to turn.
Right.
Yeah, it's
gonna
normally
wanna
it's
Oh,
flake.
come on,
Yeah,
man.
it's like most obsidian artifacts are made like arrowheads with flaking. Yeah, he's got it pulled up here.
Yeah, there you go. And so at 100%, I mean, there's been a tribological analysis done on this piece, and it's you don't get that result with obsidian with flaking. I mean,
Yeah.
it had to have been turned, and probably turned at a high rate of speed. There's also there's like almost vases and vessels from Turkey, the same thing. Yeah, that's 10,000 years old. Yeah.
So this 1300 BC lathe date is getting more and more ridiculous the more time goes on. I gotta give you a big shout out, Ben, for being kind of the person who spearheaded the revolution there with the lathe and kind of questioning when that actually was first used. You've done amazing work, and I think at this point everybody, even in the academic community, is kind of like, oh yeah, there's probably lathes before 1300 BC. So
Yeah.
they're slowly changing their minds thanks to your work.
The goalposts have shifted a
Yeah.
little bit when it comes to the discussion at times. Thank you. I can't take the credit for doing the work. I mean, Alex and Nick Sierra, you know, and Adam Young. I mean, he was the one who really drove this in the first place. I feel I've been privileged enough to be able to document it, and you know, as I tell those guys all the time, is look, if you had done this without me and you just published the results, I would have made videos and content about it anyway. But I was lucky enough to kind of be invited in to be part of it, and you know, and I guess push it out. Just ancient technology, I guess that's become my patch that I play in a lot of the time. And yeah, it was a privilege to be part of it. But yeah, those guys that did the work and the analysis, fantastic. And yeah, I give the credit to them. I know it's come out on my channel and stuff. And the part that I've enjoyed probably the most out of all of this is, I think it's the return from the grassroots nature of this investigation, kind of open source investigation, right? We put it out there. A lot of people became interested. Mark Vist popped out as a cryptographer from I think he's Danish, and he did his work that was just, I think, mind-bending, finding the radial traversal pattern in these things, finding the significant ratios, potentially finding the base unit value, particularly in that original vase. Max popped up, got a PhD and access to scanning electron microscopes. That's all happened because we've been sharing these results and data out there into the public, and you find particular interested people. I mean, you, as a result of those videos, I think this whole room might have come to be. So,
Yeah, that's right.
it's great. I love that aspect of it. So happy to be part of it.
Yep. Cool. I guess I'm kind of curious, like, what's next, in terms of art. So just continuing to look, I think the what is it? Electron microscope?
Scanning electron microscope.
Yeah.
Scanning electron microscope. SEM.
SEM.
Yeah. So that's kind of the probably the next steps as it relates to this project and continuing to.
It would be great to get samples that are then protected, like from contamination. We'll have to see about that. Obviously, you just don't go take stuff, right?
Yeah.
But it's possible maybe to get some very small fragments with permission, and then get them looked at and have them be protected so that nobody's handling it. It doesn't get cleaned, it doesn't get washed or rinsed or anything, and then take it and look at it and see like what's on this without any basically trying to look at it exactly as it was from beneath the step pyramid or whatever. That would be awesome.
Comparing, so doing the comparison work to
comparison to rough stone of the same material. I mean, Ben, do we know where they got this stuff? I mean, where did they get this?
Yeah, so various different spots with quarries. Yeah, I don't know. That's one of the big questions about that in the pre-dynastic time, is like there was such an array of semi-exotic stone types that came from this area. It almost, there's a whole problem around trade. Like, you find things like, there's a lapis lazuli tube that's in a pre-dynastic section in the Egyptian Museum next to bone and bead ornaments, with the gold, the gold tip on it. I've actually found another one. I think there was another one I found in the a pre-dynastic section in the British Museum. But it's like there's no source for lapis in Egypt. The closest source for lapis, as far as we know, is Afghanistan. So where are these stone types coming from? How are they getting their hands on such high quality pieces of stone? A lot of the times You know, these aren't made from blocks of stone that you just find laying around on the surface. There's a quarrying process involved with it. So, just there's all sorts of issues with that. But I would like to compare it to natural parts of the stone and then worked stone to see like what does it actually look like when it's machined with, a copper tube, or it's like a modern lathe, and I think you'd still see those metal fragments there.
Yeah.
But it's something I'd like to get into. And plus, I'm not an expert in scanning electron microscopy, but it's some I need. I want to learn more about it and see what we can glean from the elemental composition. It's just an interesting avenue. I think with the vase scan project in general, I think a continuing goal is to expand the data set of analysis. You've done a huge part in that. But ultimately the goal is to get into museums, and there's been a bit of progress with Egyptian institutions working with museums that are interested in this process. That they're looking at getting access to start scanning and doing some analysis work on those vessels. There are museums, a lot of them are already scanning artifacts, but usually just with LiDAR for things like 3D online displays to get these models. It'd be nice to scan them with things like structured light, so you have a little more depth to it, and then the scans could be analyzed. I think it works really well from a digital preservation perspective as well, so you could, you're quite literally digitally preserving that item forever, should something ever happen to it. With that process, I think it is beneficial for the museums as well to do that. And
if you can get like a LiDAR point cloud plus the photogrammetry, like the texture, the imagery for it as well, and then you've like really preserved it, the higher resolution too. So
let's talk about museums for a second, because there's a couple of comments on museums. One is that I've had a couple of people comment on my collection that are like, that should be a museum, and I'm pissed off because that should be a museum. And it's like, that's fine. I think ultimately it would be cool to actually put these into a museum and have a lot of people, go check them out. But what I'm interested in is figuring out how they were made. First off, how were these things made? Which is obviously what we're all kind of working on here. But then like, which ones are real and which ones aren't real? Because even in a museum, like which ones are modern and which ones are ancient? Because even in a museum, you're going to have stuff that's potentially modern. And I just learned this because just from like comment sections on YouTube or whatever. There's I think it's the Cairo Museum. There's one of these artifacts that has the gold handles and it's round and it's sitting on a tip and it's like perfectly balanced. And I went and looked it up and it's like I'm using it as an example of, hey, here's a museum piece that's really freaking precise and it looks incredible, and it's just like a lot of what we have in this room. And the comment was, well, it's from its provenance is 1924, and it doesn't have archaeological context. It was donated by the owner in 1924 to the Cairo Museum. And so for me it's like, well, what is it then? if museums pieces aren't good enough from 1924, then what's good enough? And it's almost like what you guys have here, which is directly from the step pyramid, is even better than what we can find in museums. So I mean, to see that stuff kind of get analyzed. I mean, museums are great, and we got to go to museums, and we got to try to kind of work with them. But then, like, understanding of the pieces that we're looking at from museums, what's their history? Where did they come from? Was a private collection in 1924 or in 1880 or whenever it was donated? What was the technology? Was anybody making these at that point in time that could have been faked?
So, and that's a good point. I didn't know that. I think I know that. That actually explains some things. If it's that big round one with the gold hand. I know the one. It's one of my favorite pieces. They keep moving and they keep hiding it. Like I had to go find it, and it's like
yo, Stash, what up, bro? How are you, man?
Just walked into
how are you, brother?
Shelf somewhere now, and maybe it's because there isn't provenance attached to it. And when I say we want to get into museums, it is primarily, well, A, to expand the data set, but B, to like get access to vessels with like impeccable provenance, the ones that have been, okay, Jean-Philippe Loyer found this thing, came from his collection during his excavations at Saqqara. That's pretty impeccable. Like if those types of artifacts that, like, Flinders Petrie found this thing or whatever, those are the ones you want to look at just to address the provenance issue. I personally, for the same reasons you mentioned, technologically speaking, I don't think it's such a big issue with provenance. I mean, I know people that don't like the results, they're going to question provenance, and I think it's legitimate to ask the question.
Dude, the hurricane destroyed North Carolina and South Carolina and Tennessee. Holy crap, man.
Because I know there's I think the OG values go back to about the 1980s. I mean, some of yours I know go back to the 1960s. It's like, who is doing this level of precision machining in that time? And even in the 1980s, it's questionable that you would be able to do that. I mean, we know that today I'm sure it's possible. It would be insanely expensive. It would take a lot of machine time with a very sophisticated machine, with an expert operator. You probably burn through a bunch of tooltips trying to do it because of this very hard material. And I'm not sure you're going to get a return on the investment if you're just trying to sell this as a fake artifact on an antiquities market. That idea gets compounded when you go back to the 1980s or the 1960s, because these things weren't really worth anything back then, not relative to today, certainly. I mean, people have always been interested in statuary, artifacts with writing on them.
So sad.
And these vessels are like they're plain, they don't have decoration on them. I mean, sure, they've had a value, but it hasn't been significant. I don't think you'd ever be able to do it for the price to make a money in the 80s or in the 60s on an antiquities market, unless someone's insisting, well, it's a 50-year
so far away from the ocean
in the 80s, in the hope that this would happen at some point in the future when they get analysed, and I put a video out and somehow drive the price up of these things all around the world. I should have bought one. I never did.
Terrible grifter.
Terrible grifter. Yeah, I'm very bad at it. So yeah,
you got to work on that, baby.
Or a terrible Metallica. What was it?
Oh, a roadie from Metallica. Terrible roadie from Metallica. Yeah.
It's just terrible in general.
Yeah. We got a roadie from Metallica to tell you all about.
What was that from?
Andrew Schultz, I was on the Flagrant podcast, and it's like, well, he asked me before the podcast. He's like, well, what do you call yourself? And I'm like, well, I'm a YouTuber or an independent researcher or whatever. He's like, that's boring. I'm like, kind of, you're the comedian. You figure it out. He did. Made me laugh. He's like, yeah, everything you know about history is wrong. We've got a roadie from Metallica. So, can you tell? I like it. Yeah. That shows, I guess. But yeah, I don't see it as big of as the provenance issue as a big of a deal as some people do. There's also the form matching, right? So a lot of how stuff does get dated, and this is a known archaeological technique, is by matching form and stone type and even wear and things like that to known design types during it. It's contextual dating, and that happens a lot. And these artifacts we're looking at and that we have looked at match all of those things. They match the form. Like there's replicas. They look not replicas, but they look exactly the same. They show wear. They're the right stone type. They match on all these other levels. You're just not always going to have provenance. It's the nature of antiquities, right?
This is another reason why I think in some cases finding out where this stone comes from can be important. Some of the time, like we were saying earlier,
confirmed, accurate.
It's not really known.
That's what I found too.
Where's the quarry?
A few hundred to a few thousand to tens of thousands.
Has a signature that there's diorite all over the world, but you can figure out exactly where this came from if you have the right data. And so like one of the things we did last time we were in Egypt, we were trying to find out where did they get the basalt, because they've used this basalt stone in a lot of the Old Kingdom sites as paving, as blocks for walls, and the question is like, where did it come from? So there's at least one supposed quarry way out in the desert, and we went out to try to find it and look at it, and it was very interesting to see, like, okay, so this may be the source of some of the basalt that they have at some of the sites. And being out there and looking at the material, because where the basalt itself is way up on a plateau, and it's been crumbling down into the desert for millions of years. So we're looking at the blocks and seeing the quality and the kind of the texture, the nature of the stone. And then a couple of weeks later, we're back on the site with basalt, and you start to recognize, like, oh yeah, this does kind of look like what we were seeing out there. Right? It's similar. Now, obviously, that's not a scientific identification, but it would be interesting to know, like, what, some of these that might be are, supposed to be 6,000 to 7,000 years old, and yet the source for the stone is really, really far away, like way outside of Egypt. And then you have to start thinking about trade routes. Who brought this block of material to Egypt so that they can make this jar out of it? You know, some of that is interesting. I would like to know where these stone types came from.
Yeah, they all have a story.
Yeah.
It's all unique story.
Exactly.
It's like you could rack your brain. I have to just try to kind of like push that part of it aside because it's so cool. They all have, all, you know, different stone, different places, different history, and I'm never going to know it.
And they are all different. Yeah, like as Russ said, you know, not all granites created equally. I know it's one of the takeaways that Chris Dunn made with his book. I mean, originally he had talked about potential piezoelectric capability, like properties of Aswanian granite in his theories around the pyramid, and he had to back off on that because he found out that particular type of Aswanian granite actually has a very low quartz content relative to other types of granite. It's like 15% or something, whereas some other types of granite have way more quartz content. So yeah, it's not all stone is created equally. I mean, these two pieces here, they're both salt and pepper diorite, but you can pretty clearly see it's a different composition and type of stone. Who knows where they came from? I don't know. It's an endless question about, you know, where these materials came from.
But like, what if we find out that, for example, I know this is wild speculation here, but one of that, you only can get that from Peru.
Right.
Yeah. You know, and then you're like, okay, hold on a second.
Yeah.
How did they make even if it's only 4,000 BC, how did they get a Peruvian piece of diorite?
Yeah. You know. That's what I was talking about with the different stone types, particularly in these vessels. I mean, there's hundreds of stone types. It's like there seems to be some indication that there might have been a system of trade going on whenever these things were sourced.
Yeah.
I don't think that was necessarily the first and second dynasty of the Old Kingdom, or even the few thousand years before that. I don't know how to explain it. But
so when were they?
Well, okay. This is a long answer. I mean, so my window of possibility that I put this in. So I think you have the same problem just by saying, okay, these vessels are pre-dynastic. Okay, I think you run into the same problem that you do when you look at them in the context of, well, they're dynastic or they're early dynastic, in that you're finding them in these primitive burials. You're finding them in the possession of a people who buried their dead in a fetal position in a shallow grave. They were making, hand-made pottery that's rough. They had bone and beads. There is no indication that they had any capability to do this type of stonework at that time. We're just talking back to like 15,000 years ago. Everything else that we know about them suggests they didn't have the capability to finish extremely hard stone like this, get it thin, all the aspects that we see about the vases. Same thing's true in the early dynastic period. Like, they say, really what people think of as Old Kingdom Egypt really started in the third dynasty. It's the third and fourth dynasty, the most famous, but because before that, there's no real building, there's no statuary. It's the first and second dynasty. And I know this was like, Barakat had to try to explain it in one of the bits of literature about on one of your vases. It's like, it's really interesting because we've dated this vase to the first and second dynasty to note that this seems to have been the only advanced form of stonework happening during that period. I'm like, well, is that really the case? If they could make these vessels, they're probably going to do statues, they're probably going to do other stonework. We just don't see it. So I think there's a disparity between that, so that this opens it up. Okay, so if there's a pre-dynastic time in that archaic age, and these vessels were found in these burials, is it possible that those people found them also? They somehow found a cache of them? And I think that if you're a primitive people and you're in the business of making pottery and clay pots to carry water or whatever else around, and you're probably using stone tools to do work with wood and all the rest of it, you find one of these things, you're going to immediately recognize the value it represents, its intrinsic value. You'd be like, this is an artifact that gods must have made this because it's hard stone. I can't understand how it got in this form. It becomes immediately precious. It filters up through the social structure. It's going to get collected by the people with social power in that organization, and they're probably going to say, it's precious to me, bury it with me.
Yeah.
See the same thing happen throughout time. Still happens today. And that's where we find it. So now it's like, how far back, when could these have possibly been made? These or any of the other artifacts? Now we're into this like unknown part of history. We get into really prehistory, and you get into these pre-Diluvian times. We have a real hard time tracing back evidence of humanity and human civilizations prior to the Younger Dryas. Certainly we find fossil remains and we can find very primitive peoples, but nothing with the capability of making this sort of thing. I do think that if they did exist, I think there's, we see echoes of it through these other civilizations, perhaps inherited items, but most of it's been wiped out from the cataclysm. We just got to keep looking. Got to look in the Sahara. We've got to look underwater off the coastal shelves, things like that. But just a long-winded answer to your question about when did this happen. My window of possibility is like anywhere up to nearly 1 million years ago for me, for Homo sapiens. Like in the fossil record, 300,000 years old human beings, based on teeth morphology studies and DNA studies looking at when we diverged from a common ancestor with the Neanderthals. Those are all in the 700,000, 800,000, 900,000 year range. Hard evidence is around 300,000 years, but we could have existed for up to nearly 1 million years old as a species. We know climatically on the planet in those periods of time, there's plenty of warm, temperate times. There was never any snowball Earth time. The reality is the planet, there's very few periods of time in the last, 500 million years or so at least 65 million years that the planet's been as cold as it is right now. So, we could have existed at some point, and then that's just, if that civilization gets lost to time. And cyclically, in terms of precession, if you look at alignments, we could, it's hard to say what cycle. If we say, well, the Sphinx is lined up at Leo, and that is a certain time on the precessional dating. All of these precessional dating tools are really cool, but I think they suffer from an issue of what cycle are we talking about? Because
it's a circle. Yeah.
It's a circle. It's a 26,000 year cycle. So when did this happen in that 26,000?
12,000 years ago, or 36,000 years ago, or you can keep going back. Which cycle was it in?
So I don't know. Another element that goes into this, I think, is a possibility is that where the last humans left. We don't really know how intelligent Neanderthals were, Denisovans. I mean, we're working with a pinky bone with those guys. Right?
And some tools, right? Some like arrowheads, maybe, and
But we don't even know, right?
Right.
A lot of times when you go back that far, the cultures are named after a particular tool type, and it's just a horizon of like artifacts. And there's almost no fragments of the people themselves left.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, who knows what they could have been capable of,
Yeah.
I guess is the point. And they go back, we go back 800,000-ish years, give or take.
It's what it suggests.
It's a long time.
Yeah, Neanderthals have bigger brains than us. We thought that they couldn't talk for the longest time. Now we realize they probably could talk, and they had lovely singing voices. I mean, we don't know. Denisovans, we don't know. And it's just, I'm not saying that's what it is either. Like, I'm just saying, I think we should be open-minded to these possibilities. And when you combine the extension of the human timeline with the evidence for these massive cataclysms, particularly the Younger Dryas, although by no means that's not the only thing that's happened in the last 100,000 years even. I think it's entirely possible that a civilization that had the capability to make these things for whatever purpose could have existed any time and built by humans in that period. Now, I don't know where to land on it. My intuition says I don't think it was one that was just destroyed by the Younger Dryas. So if you call it Atlantis or whatever, this thing that was just destroyed by cataclysm, the civilization that sank. And I'm not convinced that was the Younger Dryas. So was it 15,000 years ago? I don't know. Maybe it was the Bowling Alarod or the Elder Dryas cataclysms. I think the time spans could be greater than that.
Yeah, there's impact proxies in mammoth material going back 30, like George's tusk.
Yeah.
Has magnetic spherules jammed in it from 30-something thousand years ago. So it's well, there may have been, and I know you've had Randall on, he talks about this, there may have been, it's not like we have this image because of the dinosaur event, the KT boundary, that you have like one massive thing comes in, boom, changes everything. But it's more likely that you get periods of increased bombardment because we're going through the huge, massive clock system that is the solar system. Now we move slowly into a period where now we're just passing more frequently past large amounts of material. And so you can have 1,000 years where it's just more likely that stuff's going to come in and blow up in the atmosphere above you and wipe out a whole bunch of stuff, And that would cause massive fluctuations in climate during that period. And then after we get out of the bombardment period, then things have time to settle down. But stuff has gone extinct. You've moved, sometimes whole coastlines. And so, yes, if you had a technological civilization like ours during a period like that, if we moved into one of those periods right now where, say, every couple of years something large exploded, doesn't even have to hit the ground, just blows up in the atmosphere, an airburst, it is going to like destroy civilization, it over time. You're not going to survive it. And you just go back to being primitive because you lose your infrastructure, you lose your power grid, you lose, everything else. So, yeah. And then if there's large enough geological movements of things like enormous floods, massive tidal waves and things like that, you lose all your coastal cities, and they're buried under 20 meters of stuff, and there's just nothing left, right? And it would have to be an accident of geology for it to be exposed again later. The whole place has to dry out, it becomes a desert, and then the desert gets some floods, and then it cuts a cliff, and then, wow, look, there's a city sticking out of the cliff, right? And that might not happen for 2 or 3 million years or 50 million years.
Or you're up in a high mountain, like, say, the Andes.
Yeah, right.
Right.
I mean, what did the Egyptian priests say to Solon? How many floods have they witnessed?
Yeah, they're like the Greeks are young. They remember one destruction. We remember 6.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So if they were significantly older, and that could explain why the tool marks are not as pronounced and why you're not seeing the remnants of the tool within the grooves, right? Is that fair? Like all the rubbing over time, the handling over thousands and thousands.
Potentially,
of years.
I know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
This is why I think it's interesting to do some comparative work, and I probably need to talk to someone who knows a bit more about looking. I don't know if anyone really does look for that sort of evidence in tool marks. So I don't know at the micro. Can you really, if that bit is if something is wedged into that stone as a result of machining, pressing really hard, it's taking this tiniest, like 5-micron size sliver of, whatever metal it is, and wedging it in that stone, is that going to get dislodged by handling or with sand?
I would wonder about oxidation over time and just
that too.
General degradation, right?
Yeah, and metals oxidize, they disappear.
Yeah.
One of the things that I was warned about from one of the from Fayez Bearcat actually was that he looks at all of these things, and he's got 100 different ways of telling whether or not they're authentic, and of course the provenance factors, all of it. But everything, he doesn't sell anything that he thinks is not genuine and authentic. Of course, he's not going to buy it in the first place. And so one of the things for him is the tool marks, and if the tool marks are very pronounced, and if you can rub your finger over the tool marks and kind of feel like you can feel it, you can feel the rib of the tool marks, then it's probably more modern. But his point is if you can rub your finger on it and it's smooth and the tool marks have kind of been worn away,
worn down,
then it's much more likely that it has a lot of age to it. And so that's the kind of stuff that he'll stick to. A lot of other things like in dimensions and like the spinning thing and all of it, but
it's like he's looking for quality. That's yeah. If it isn't as good, then it's modern, right? I find that awesome. Like no, the really good stuff is when it's the old stuff.
Yeah.
And I get
that
the wear.
Seems like it's backwards.
Right. Yeah.
I get the wear thing, and that is certainly possible. I'd love to talk to someone who maybe knows more about it. Somebody like it, you'd probably know. But no doubt they've been extensively handled, and maybe it is just a case. Maybe we're not seeing.
But this spent $4,000 beneath the step dollars. 4,000 years beneath the step pyramid, not being handled by people or out in the desert being blown by sand. Right? It's sitting down there in a basically stasis. It isn't being rubbed by anything.
Right. So the tool marks, if it was 4,000 years old, the tool marks would probably still be pretty pronounced. But if it was 20,000 years old, the tool marks could be well worn down by now.
Yeah.
This one. So I want to bring out a couple of artifacts that you guys have not seen yet. So just wanted to show you guys and get your initial take on it and your initial impression first. So this one, I did do a little bit of a video on this, like a little short on this one, and this one is within the X and Y axis of the lid are within.
This is insane.
It's 15 1/millionths of an inch the difference between the X and Y axis of the lip. 15 more minutes. So it's like 4/10,000ths of a millimeter.
I mean, yeah. There's a couple things that jump out to me immediately on this. I mean, it's a unique shape. I mean, it's like a flattened version of the oblate shape that we see. It looks and feels incredibly smooth, and I'm sure it is extremely precise. But get this,
the depth of
the cut underneath this lip, like that's trying to machine this out. Like and I'm sure with the scan, and you said it's super accurate. I'm trying to look at it. I mean, it's a tiniest of radiuses that's been machined, and this isn't a separate piece. I mean, I can feel. I mean, it's not some people think that these are like collars that go into it. It's not. This is the same thing. Like that. That's incredible. Like just this bit alone. Like trying to show this to a machinist and explain how you do this, how you cut this angle on the Russ. Check that out. You got to see it. That's a phenomenal piece of stone.
Oh my God.
This was Danny Jones' favorite piece right here.
Oh, it's up there for mine as well.
You see this? That there's a curve this way.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's a curve that way on the lug handles, like a
both of them
inverse curve.
Yeah. Like there's a huge radius here.
Well, that would be an interesting thing to measure, right? To see does that radius fit like the radial traversal pattern?
Yeah.
Does this thing reflect the same?
True.
This is the analysis. But that, I mean, to me, it's that angle under that lip.
Sits perfectly flat, of course.
This is such a privilege, people.
Spin for years. It'll.
I imagine it would.
Yeah. I mean.
Okay, and it's very deep this way.
Yeah, it's
right.
thin.
So it's not like there's just a little hollow in here. They made a thin wall all the way around.
Oh, here we
There
go.
you go.
yeah.
There's the
Oh
report.
man,
Yeah.
yeah, we definitely want to talk about it.
Yeah, look at that.
And
look at the
it's
profile.
you can see how it's been machined underneath because it's light. Like it doesn't. There's not a lot of mass to it.
Yeah, so this is the measured variances. It's 126.718 millimeters on both the X and the Y axis. So you have to go out to the 10,000th. You have to go out 4 spaces past the decimal to see where it varies from. That's millimeters. That's millimeters. It's insane.
It's the same. I mean,
It's the same.
It's the same.
Yeah. I mean,
So it's within. It's a thousandth. It's a micron.
you see where it says measured.
71837179.
There you go.
So it's 4,000. Like
Right.
four micron.
Right.
4 micron.
4 microns.
There's a new bar, people.
Yeah.
But you
You
see
do
this,
that with your grinding.
but
No,
you know,
it's 0.4 microns, isn't it? I think it's 0.4.
Is this millimeters? This
Yeah.
measurement?
Yeah.
So it's 1 micron's a thousandth of a millimeter.
Yeah, so 0.4 microns.
Well, no. If it's the third, is it the third
It's
digit
the
or fourth digit?
Fourth digit.
Okay, so 0.4 microns.
Yeah.
Holy crap! All right.
Yeah, dude.
So it's less than a micron.
Right.
difference. Oh
Less
my Lord.
than a half of a micron.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because the 8 is the micron.
Yeah.
So the 718, that's 718 microns.
It's freaking crazy. So clearly a lathe was used to manufacture this. Right? I mean, look at those freaking lines.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a perfect circle. It's got the lines going in circular all around it. This was turned. I mean, there's no question about that.
Yeah, and this is in the scales in millimeters, I assume. 0.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so blue is within 0.2 of a millimeter. Red is within half a millimeter, and that's so you're talking. What are we in thous? It's so it's like it's 25. It's 25 microns in a 25 microns in a thousandth of an inch.
I don't know.
I think that's about right. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, that's remarkable. Like, good again. This is the power of this sort of data. I think it's we were talking about this the other day. I'm a big fan of experimental Egyptology. I think people should be trying to recreate these things. I don't have problems with people that are trying to do it. I think it's a problem when you go into it with a preconceived notion in mind, but still, these are the, it's an axiom of Chris Dunn's that I quote constantly in my work, which is that if you are proposing, you know how these things were done, and you have a process that you say this is how it was done, and you want to try and prove that by doing it, then you have to include the most difficult aspects of that problem. You can't just attack something piecemeal, because I've seen a lot of people that, and to my knowledge, like that, it actually addressing the most difficult aspects of these types of artifacts in stone, I've not seen anybody do. I've seen, can you lap a piece of stone flat? Yes, you can. You can sit there and lap it with 3 lapping blocks and do it. Can you take a block of stone and carve an inside corner on the outside and a 3-angle corner? Yeah, I've seen people do that. The problem is that people do 1 or 2 of those things, and then they just say, see, it can be done, and then the whole problem is solved. You have to address things like the precision that we see in artifacts like this. You have to address things like the relative geometry and proportion of scale in single piece artifacts like the boxes. Like it's, when you get to a point where you literally can't fix mistakes by removing more material because you've got surfaces that are precise relative to each other. I mean, all of these are evidently things that were achieved, and they were achieved multiple times in the past, and those are the aspects of the problem that I think we need to address. And the more we uncover the depth of that sophistication and things like this, I think it continually shifts the discussion away from this idea that these were made with rocks and sand and bits of and sticks, basically. That's been the big benefit of like shifting the goalpost. That whole discussion and the work, these scan results and the Vase Scan project. It's been entertaining to watch those goalposts be shifted, because it used to be saying, oh no, they just did it by hand, they rubbed and they tried really hard, and they got there in the end. And that's now shifted to, well, no, clearly it was done on a lathe, but it was a wooden lathe. They didn't have the wheel, but they made lathes and they made vessels. Easy, like you can do it. And it's like, okay, then please attempt. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Still haven't seen anything.
There's next time we go to Egypt, we should get a really high quality. We go to that place where they make the alabaster.
Yeah.
Let's just get a really high quality one.
Vase.
One of the best ones, because they make them by hand, and they'll sit there and show you their process.
Yeah, I do. I've wanted one in a while. I want a handmade one, and I want a machined.
A machined one. Yeah.
Because they do it both.
They make them modern. Yeah, modern ones, machined and handmade, and we'll get them both, and we can get them scanned.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And see what the results are.
Yeah, that's been an intent for a while. Ooh.
Oh my God.
A couple more, yeah. And then we'll move on past the vases maybe after this, but just want to get your reaction. You haven't seen this one either,
Sure,
right?
we can move on past the vases.
Yeah, I'm going to be here for a minute. This is the one that I've been wanting. I knew Matt was hiding this one from me earlier.
I have been.
I was asking for it. He's like, no.
Oh my God.
Because I've heard about this one.
Yeah, this one's pretty special too.
Wow.
Yeah. You could probably make a supercut of us going, wow, in this video. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Dude. Yeah, this one has. I believe so. I mean, we talked about it,
But the other thing I was going to say earlier, like anyone who's worked with vector style graphics or, CAD stuff, and you have a design, is familiar with how you can sort of grab the whole thing and just squish it, It's like, and that's what this reminded me of. It's like, it's one of these, but they've just sort of flattened it out and maybe widened the lip a little bit. But it's you can see it's the same
shape,
basic concept. Now, I mean, I guess you could make an argument like, well, of course, all vases are the same basic concept, but it really is astonishing how the design is. You can see it. It's like they have this one thing, and you can stretch it, you can squash it, you can widen it, you can narrow it, and you don't have to change a whole lot. And then you just get the machine to make it for you. The fact that this one has radiuses going in towards the center of the vessel on the lug handles is interesting, because you were saying it's lathe. Well, you're not going to do that by turning it on a lathe. You would have to have the thing mounted over here and a tool doing this, or something. You can't spin that vessel and get that
result,
that curve going in the other direction.
Yeah, the tool itself has to be spinning, right?
Right. Yeah. But on a lathe, it's usually the work that's turning.
Right.
And you're not going to get that result by turning the work.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah,
like
and it would have to be mounted you know, on the outside. The
Right.
center of turn is going to be far outside of the tool itself, of the work itself.
When you look at the bag shape one up there, the Brescia
Yeah.
calcite limestone, and then you look at that little like silver dollar looking one that's
Yeah.
like flat.
Right.
Those were pretty clearly like put onto something that was turning. Like those, like, so it's one thing to just turn the artifact itself and spin it and cut it or whatever, but then like the reverse cuts, like you're talking
Yeah.
about on the handles
Yeah.
and the bag shape and the other smaller one, it looks like those have been like placed onto something that's turning and then had the material removed from the outside because of that inverted kind of circle thing that you see on
Yeah.
those. Yeah. So it's interesting what, I mean, you can speculate on what tool they have, but yeah, here's the certificate from this artifact. Thank you, Ron. I don't need the paper. Yeah, so this one goes back to 1962 that you're looking at, Ben. And,
Yeah.
this Germain family had a couple of these and acquired in 62, so we know everything about where it's been since then.
Since then.
Since then, yeah. And it's there's a receipt, I think, on this one from 1975, maybe something like that. Yeah, 75. So this was the sale that's in that provenance from 75. They blacked out the bottom because he bought two in this purchase, and so this is just for the one. I think I have the other one on the bottom actually from his purchase as well. So, but anyway, that's it's got good solid provenance that goes back deep into the 20th century. So
Yeah, and good. I mean,
and it looks like these shards. I mean, when you look at like the again, when you look at like the symmetry, and it's the same polish, it's the same tool marks. Like
Yeah.
yeah, that's phenomenal. That vase. That's like a smaller version of the one
Doesn't
that's
have
in the
gold,
museum.
though. It's very sad.
Yeah.
right.
Well, I think in a lot of cases, gold was probably added by the dynastic
added,
Egyptians.
yeah.
As I think. You know,
I was looking at
the
this one again.
The
and
holes.
The holes that go through here, if you look through, it looks like it actually goes through the material of the vase itself, because it kind of goes.
Oh, it cuts into the side.
Yeah, like look at where it starts.
Oh, it's on the inside kind of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the holes on those, they cut the hole in from each side.
Each side, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's not like one continuous hole. They meet in the middle, and usually
Yeah.
it's like a V shape or like a slight angle.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just a slight angle to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. The holes are interesting. There's a lot of vessels that don't have holes in the lug handles.
Right.
I mean, they're lug handles. I'm not sure they're ever really intended to be handles. I do get the sense that, pardon me, that
This is the front.
the holes may have been, at least the holes through the handles might have been added by the dynastic Egyptians at some point.
Yeah, the holes are
As a purpose
So you
to,
could put
to
strings
string them
through
up
it,
and
yeah.
hang them up or whatever, or use them. Yeah, because they certainly don't seem to reflect the same sort of precision you see in the rest of the artifact.
Last time we were here looking at these with you, you told us that a lot of these, the handles are shifted towards one side very
Right.
slightly.
Right.
Like you can
Yeah.
see it on this one. This distance is shorter than this distance, so they're closer to this side than this side, and so that implies a front and a back.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
On every one of them.
It's like
really
some kind of
shifted.
offset. So if these were mounted somewhere, like if you slid it in, locked it in, it's like a
Yeah, like a cam lock.
Yeah.
Or whatever, right?
Yeah, this is a big one.
They don't really work as handles. Oh my god.
And this actually demonstrates, that is cool. This demonstrates another thing that I've always had an issue with calling them lug handles, is like a lot of them have this pronounced slope here.
Yeah.
Like they're not. I mean, they don't. It's not really conducive to. You'd want it upside down. You want more of an angle if you're actually going to use these to hold it. Particularly if you've got something in it that's already heavy enough. But that slope doesn't make it super conducive to being an actual handle to hold it up. Like this. But yeah, this is cool.
That one's amazing.
It
yeah.
is.
It's really cool. And that's the one that's measuring out in whole royal fingers.
Ah, yes.
So, yeah, I haven't done a ton of work on that in the last bunch of months, but that was one of the last ones that I looked at, and it's measuring out in whole royal fingers on essentially every measurement. So there's 6 ways to measure these things, and you can measure the lip, the mouth, the width, the height, and then the lug handle kind of distance. And
Yep.
it's all, every one of them is to within just a couple of hundredths of an inch
of the finger.
perfect royal finger. Yeah, and that one, we have images of that from the 1970s, I think, or 1980s. That one and it has really good provenance. It goes back past that, is my recollection. But
Yeah, I know. I know you have one as well that was on. It's been in displays in museums in the past. I think is it.
oh yeah, sure. Yeah, that one on top, the one that
that Miano went and
yeah.
said this is a vase with provenance.
Yeah, this is an example of
A real vase.
A real vase. So,
Yeah, that one's on the wall.
this yeah, I love I mean, you can see the age, the patina of age on this thing with the little
Right.
bits of damage around the collar like this, and it's a heavy object.
It's heavy. That thing's massive.
Yeah.
You can kill somebody with it.
Yeah, you could.
Pretty crazy. Yeah, man, vases are cool. Thank you for
Yes,
the work.
they are.
You guys are both kind of. I mean, how can you not be interested in this topic?
Yeah. How
right?
can you? Yeah.
It's like the coolest thing happening. I mean, and like owning a piece of history that can like, I don't even call it owning. It's like caretaking for a piece of history. It's like preserving these things so that they don't get lost and beat up and broken. And it's like that's why I feel like I'm able to like at least protect and care for these things. Ultimately, get them into a museum maybe one day.
Yeah.
But,
Well, look,
Yeah, just don't bury yourself with them.
no, yeah. No, people.
I mean, you have the opportunity to do an epic troll on future archaeologists.
I was thinking the same thing. You will confuse future archaeologists, man. Build yourself a little mausoleum.
That's fantastic.
Or just just like have a bunch of clay ones and just be like,
right. I'm gonna make a pyramid of like I don't even know, bricks in my backyard or something. It's gonna be great.
But this, this other thing, this is so heavy. Can you imagine? Your mom hands this to you as a kid and says, go down the mountain and get this full of milk. And you're like,
Kid's not making it back,
it's
man.
not full yet. It's already,
Right.
It's got to be for something else. Yeah.
Not super practical.
Yeah, no.
They're phenomenal, yeah. And look, it's not like you're sharing them with the world. Like you're letting people like me document them, and you're putting it out there, and we're getting scan results. You're doing more with them than museums are. Like, for sure. These guys, I mean, you can maybe look at a museum catalogue and they'll show you a picture of it, and they'll have a little bit of writing up about it. But man, there's actual research happening on these vessels. Like they're getting scanned, getting analysed. You're letting people come and look at them and touch them, which is a super privilege. And you just, museum, unless you've got all the credentials in the world and you're hired by a university or whatever, they're not going to let any, regular people do that. Or just independent researchers certainly do that. It's very difficult. There's a few exceptions, like the Petrie Museum. If you go through the hoops and hurdles and get yourself a research appointment, you can try and do that. But I think you're setting an example for what proper stewardship in this day and age is for these sort of artifacts.
Yeah.
Let's analyze them. Let's learn about them while we can. That's great.
Yeah, for sure. My wife thought I was crazy, and still pretty much does. But yeah, I think she gets it a little bit more now. And again, how Graham Hancock's coming on the show. I got to think the vases have something to do.
Yeah, he's gonna love it.
You coming on the show for the first time with 0 subscribers, 0 channel, but you got some vases.
Yo, what up, Toadski?
Oh, no, I was.
Oh, really? Are you serious?
But I mean, I feel like that, it all
That's
kind of
terrible.
and clicked really well, and it's now a reason why people want to come down here and have a chat. It's a once in a lifetime. It's a freaking cool.
It's an opportunity.
Israel wants
If
more
you're interested
badly.
in this and you get I mean, like I said, it is a huge draw. It's phenomenal. I always, I love the chance to hold it. And still, really, but this is really the only complete artifacts that I've found. Adam's vase.
Israel really wants us more.
Yeah, it's these private collections are the ones that, if that's what we can work with right now and analyze, that's what we're doing. Hopefully, we can stir the pot and push it into more institutional organizations and museums that do have access to them. Maybe they.
It's spicy in the release. Yeah, it's gonna be really bad.
It's getting more and more popular. I'd love to. I keep reaching out, and if
Really
there are
sad,
museums
bro.
out there that are interested or willing to work with, we can certainly connect with the people to do scanning and all the rest of it. I mean, it can.
How are you, man?
Happen.
I wonder if you could do some kind of deal. Like you find a museum that has some that you want scanned. You say, okay, so I have this enormous private collection, and I can you guys can show it for a while as private.
How are you, buddy?
Or whatever. In return for scanning some of your vases for provenance, you guys can show my collection for a month or whatever.
That'd be cool.
I mean that could work.
I mean,
yeah.
You have one of the better. I mean, this is now easily one of the best collections.
Yeah.
Anyway. it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love natural history museums and science museums and stuff. And the best, like for example, mineral collections that I've ever seen in my life. They always say like, you know, on loan from some private collector, and then there's just this gorgeous sets of like mineral collections. You know, there's massive, geodes and everything of amethyst. They come from private collectors, but they're on display for a limited amount of time at the museum. Like, it would be cool to be able to do that with your collection too, to show it around the world. In return for them letting us scan one of their Egyptian vases.
I like it. That's a good strategy. Cool, man. Yeah. Any final closing thoughts on vases from you guys? Or?
Can I have one?
No.
Asked and answered. Yeah, very good.
Gonna try every time.
You can have a 3D print of one though.
Right.
Yeah, we'll get you some prints. Yeah.
Right.
That was a reaction. I'm sorry. Let me contemplate that for just a second.
No.
No. Yeah. No. Still no. Still no. But the 3D printing thing is an interesting topic. Are you still getting a ton of requests for like people to buy these 3D printed
Yeah.
parts?
I mean, it's people want to print them. I mean,
Got the ability to do it, to sell them, and to like easily stand up a website, and it's like it's just would be another
Attack
thing to
on
do,
Iran.
another business. And
It's so crazy.
I'm open to it. People on my side have requested it.
It's like they definitely want a war in Iran.
And do like a documentary on them. I mentioned to you guys last night.
yeah.
So there's going to be, I think, some interest. My concern is keeping up with the demand.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I get endless requests for people to buy it. Like, can I buy a 3D printed version? I'm like, in my opinion, it's not my data to sell. Like, these aren't my vases. You know, Adam's vase is the original one. Yours, the thin walled one, the other one. Adam and you have both been generous enough to share like the STLs for people that want to print them themselves, and there's lots of people that do. But I get tons of requests from people that just want to be able to, they don't have access to a 3D printer or whatever, or they just want to buy one. And I can tell you what, they were a big hit at the Cosmic Summit when we were giving them away. People love them. I mean, you were kind enough to print like a copy of your collection essentially for me, and I have it on my shelf there. It's phenomenal. It's a great thing to have. I mean, people even ask me to sign the damn thing.
Yeah.
So it's very strange. Okay.
That's cool.
Little do you know, my handwriting is terrible.
Right, especially on a round face.
BBK.
That's what I should do. Yeah, like I'm smudging it because I'm left-handed. There you go. But I do get the request a lot. I mean, yeah, sure. I don't know.
It's just another thing to do, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
I think ultimately I'll probably cave and do it, but it's just a question of like, okay, when am I going to have the courage to actually turn on a website and like let the orders kind of start?
Come in.
Because then you almost have to start. I think I'm going to have to hire somebody.
You probably would.
Yeah.
But anyways, so let's close out the vase topic if possible. And because there's one more question that I didn't think to ask you guys, and one thing that I don't know that it's been talked about a lot, and it is how, in what order the vases were made, like how they were made, but what was the process of them being made? And I know there's a lot of debate and discussion on, do you turn it first and cut the outside first? At what point do you core it? At what point do you hollow out the walls? At what point do you polish it? At what point does the material between the handles come out? Have you guys thought much about a step-by-step kind of a process for how these would be made?
Yeah, and it is something that I have discussed with Chris Dunn and machinists who would, I think have a better idea than me about how this was done. And from my understanding, I think probably the first step you're going to do is if you can take that block of, say it's a raw block of stone that's been quarried or whatever that you're going to make a vase out of. I think that the first thing you would do is you would run a tube drill down. The first step is probably that initial tube drill.
That defines your center.
That defines your center.
Then you got to balance it before you can spin it.
Yeah. So you get
There's that ball in the bottom of the step pyramid that.
right.
It seems like a raw, like they were going to make it into a vase. It's roughly, it's a huge ball of like granite, basically, or granodiorite. It's extremely heavy. And this is one of the things we question, like if these vases were made by these people, why are they storing an incomplete one a raw one down here, you know, and it's like somebody took the trouble to lug this incredibly heavy ball of, it's not a vase, a big ball of material down here, because it was probably part of the rest of them wherever they found them, or at least they found a bunch of them. But yeah, it looks like Ben said, you'd have your piece, you core it out, now you have your center, and then you're going to want to, if you're going to spin it, you're going to want to
No,
start
wait,
kind of
is that
shaping
what
it
really
out and
Dick
make it
Cheney said?
roughly balanced, otherwise you get it on there and get it going, and it's going to tear your machine.
How is Dick Cheney relevant at all?
I probably do.
Is he really
and it
in the
just did
government
make
still?
me think of something else that's in the Cairo Museum as well, which is
I can send it to you too.
which contradicts a bit of this, and whether or not that. So I do also. There are examples of handmade hard stone vessels that you'll find in the museum. You can see where they've been clearly grinding out a center. It's not like this defined tool mark. You can see where they've been grinding away, and it's a rough thing. But they also do have like a
Yeah,
what looks
true.
like the outside of a vessel. It's sort of roughly circular, and it is pretty well polished. But it's literally just like it's snapped off at the end. There's no holes. It's just like they haven't. It's possible that it wasn't ever a vase. It could have been a piece that was snapped off something else. That this top part of it, but it's like, you know, it's this polished exterior. Like we do the tops of head jets, for example. Like you see these other circular shapes of statues, like the crown, like the double crown, the perchents and the head jets.
True.
The head jets like a bowling pin looking crown, and at Luxor Temple, for example, you can find that rounded shape that's been snapped off at the end. Maybe it could have been something like that, but it's in the vase room along with these other handmade vessels, and it's definitely a polished exterior, but it's like the top of it's been snapped off. I'm trying to find a picture of it here if I've got one. But yeah, I think for at least these precision ones where we see the tool marks and the marks of the tube drills, to me it makes sense. And I think machinists that I've spoken to about it agree that the tube drill, defining that center with the tube drill is the first thing. You balance it, and then you might start either, this is what a famous quote from Flinders Petrie says, the principle of rotating the tool was abandoned in favor of rotating the work. So he thinks that, particularly in the smaller ones, you're not rotating a tool on it. You're getting the work like in a lathe, and you're spinning it, and then it's a fixed tool point that's working on it. And you need that center defined. So to me, it's like that process. Probably the first thing is, you do that core drill. You start shaping the outside. Get the outside to where you roughly want it. You would leave that ball nose or whatever it is, that protuberance that's probably, because I don't think you can machine those. You can't turn it and create those lug handles. You need to leave that material all the way around the vessel, and then you might start doing the inside. You might start getting in there and curling out that inside relative to the outside, keeping that thickness where you want it. It's an interesting question once you get down to like the very thin-walled vases, because, and this was an idea that I think Chuck and some other people suggested on the trips. A geologist friend of ours, Chuck, he's awesome, and that they might have even like filled the inside with something to keep that vase solid. So as you're machining it down to this like very thin, you might want to like pack something into the center to keep it solid, so you're not getting as much vibration as you would otherwise getting it relatively thin. That might be a method that's involved, but yeah, I think that's the process, and then the polishing would probably happen at the end. I think
What?
once it's been shaped.
Yeah, I remember when Chuck was telling us that. He's like, if you want to get it really thin, you fill it with some kind of material that'll harden, that you can then you can get out by heating it or something, and then you can turn it. You can wear the outside.
Oh, wow,
as
really?
you want without worrying about it breaking, and then you can get the stuff out of the middle.
Yeah, when you're hollowing out the
I love how the
walls from
Twitch
inside,
app, when I open it,
that's gotta be
recommends me
perfect as
cam
far as
girls
make sure
instead
that
of the
this
people
doesn't
that I follow.
Yeah.
that the piece
That's
doesn't
like
break.
really
So it seems you want to do that.
a great
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if
new
you do
feature with the
if
new
you do
Twitch
it-
app.
If you do it
Directly
last,
to cam girls.
if you do it first and you continue to work on it, then you got a better chance of breaking it, I think.
Yeah.
See it.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so
That's interesting, right? Like this is in the museum.
what are we looking at?
So this is in the museum. It's in a section.
It's been broken off there
It's
at the
been
top.
broken off at the top. This is in the Egyptian
That's
Museum in
polished.
Cairo. This is polished on the outside. It's obviously had some damage, but it looks kind of like the exterior of a vase, right? A no lug handle circular vase, but it's
No inside.
no inside.
Okay. So it hasn't been it has been cored, or it hasn't?
No, it hasn't. This is stone. See, this is snapped off on top, so it's
solid stone.
yeah.
So it looks like they're getting the outside shape before they core it. Then, at least on this one.
Or as I said, it's a possibility that this was never a vase and it was attached to something else via this.
Okay.
You know, it could be the pommel of a
four-poster
statue.
Is
Or
there,
from a four-poster bed, or the bottom of one of those daggers, or it's I don't know.
How big is it? What's the?
It's like yay big.
Okay,
It's
Yeah, man.
It's not a small like would go on top of a.
is there room on the top in
It's
the
crazy.
material
It's
to
like
make
a lip.
it's like we don't matter at all. We don't matter at all
to the surface here, you can see.
to Twitch.
There's a bit more like it's snapped off, like there's
It's
more
like even if we
material.
tried to make a union,
My thought was that
unless we have like the
polished
cam girls on our
walls
side.
probably after they polish the outside because of just.
I mean, I don't
how
mind
easy it
joining
would
with the
be
cam girls in the
to polish
union, but
walls and then continue to work on a
And
base,
polishing
on a,
it.
on a ba- yeah, to try to get the wall thickness exactly right. It's tricky. You got a chance. You got a good chance of breaking it.
I think that's true. Yeah, regardless, but somehow they managed it.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever process they did, I think that's one of the, I talk about it a lot, but it's one of the most astonishing aspects of it, like these large crystal inclusions in this stone, and it gets down to like, you know, as Petrie described it, the
Me too.
stoutness of thin card, you know, and it's diorite and translucent.
me too. I'm glad.
Like
Like
how
that.
do you stop that from being brittle and shattering?
Thanks,
'Cause,
bro.
Yeah, any drill, you start spinning that thing and put a tool on you really have a good chance of shattering.
You found me
They
stash
evidently could do it.
skateboarding through rich houses of
Yeah,
Miami,
that's why I think it's
Miami
interesting.
Beach, South Beach.
I see what you're saying, but at the same time, I understand what Chuck was saying. Chuck has done a lot of stone.
Oh,
cutting.
really?
He's a jeweler.
No way.
Cuts gems. He's also made
Really?
artifacts just with regular stone. And he in his opinion, and I kind of see what
On
he's
the
saying,
app?
that you do the inside first while you still have all this thick material on the outside, because you're not worried about breaking it while you're making the interior. And then when you mount it and you're spinning it to make the outside, now you have a much stronger fixed tool. It doesn't have to go in and bend.
Yeah.
The tool is, so it's going to be more precise. And
Thanks
you
for being
can
here.
carefully work that material off the outside and get it thinner and thinner and thinner. And you can see what you're doing as well. If it's being lathe, which is hard to say with some of these, with the way the lugs are, they've got this outside curve on them and stuff. I mean, it's like, I just don't know if lathing is what
I
happened.
went
at
for a
all.
2-hour walk
Me,
today. It was
yeah.
really nice.
It could be some process we don't understand.
Yeah.
I mean, this
In the
is,
sun.
These are handmade. This is like you can see them attempting to replicate or make handmade bits of.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Of stone. So this is hard stone, but you can see how it's been roughly ground out in the center. There's no room for collars
Really
or
out of shape,
ribs
though.
or anything like that. Some of these do have inset collars with the necks and the tops. I think these are all examples of later replication. I mean, but they've obviously worked on the outside of the stone here as well. Like they've got it into that, that shape. And
Tomorrow I might do weightlifting stream number 250. 250. Might do that tomorrow.
In the museum as examples of the process, but it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Could one
to
of
me.
those
Tomorrow
have been
afternoon,
turned
maybe.
into this? Like if it was
Maybe.
up, if it came up like into more of a ball like on that last picture, it looks like you could almost flatten it and create something like this.
Possibly. I mean, I don't know. You can't. I don't
Your walk's
think you
important.
go from one of
Thanks.
these blanks
Thanks.
To like this, like that's
4K? No
This
way.
is the one with all the corundum in it.
Yeah, go back to
1080 is pretty good.
This one here.
there's no room for handles on those.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
I
no
guess
lug handles.
No room for handles. Right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to buy a new phone though
but
pretty
they're already
soon.
polished, so it's
Well, look at the.
you're not gonna
defect in
polish
this
like
one.
that if you tend to wear a bunch more material off there to leave room for
I
handles.
think I'm
This
gonna have to
one
buy
is
like a
not
professional
round,
phone.
see the
Yeah.
divot
4K,
stone.
insane.
I mean, it is that nice, porphyry or diorite with the big crystal inclusions that's been polished.
Yeah.
But the center's
But
been
they
made.
limit
It almost
the,
looks like that thing's hollow, too. I can't
The
tell.
bitrate upload. I'm like maxed out at like 8,000,
They
8,500
make those,
This one's
bitrate upload.
what are they called?
This is like a ring.
Yeah, they're rings. Yeah.
Mace heads. Mace heads
Oh, yeah,
too.
like a
Yeah,
mace.
the mace heads. Right,
Right,
the
it's all
diorite
related to
heads that are
bitrate, too.
freedomized, They're like flattened out.
As you know.
I don't think.
No, so you're just
they have holes in the
polishing
center
it
or
with the blood of your enemies.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. I've been paying a lot more attention to the other stuff that isn't it isn't necessarily high precision lately. I've been looking for like this sort of stuff where your alabaster pieces.
Yeah.
This is handmade.
I'm going to have to get a
Beautiful,
4K
but
phone
clearly
camera,
handmade
though.
From a softer piece of stone. Although you do see some really remarkable machining in other stone. Like you do see some stuff in alabaster like this, which is like
How?
yeah, right. This is like a how thing.
Yeah.
And why?
Why?
I'm going to have to get a new drone
You got some of
sometime,
the really
too.
tiny ones, the thumbnail
I
size.
do,
Yeah.
The limitations of the Spark are showing itself.
Well, I don't know.
There's also sets where there's two.
The fact that it's only 2-axis gimbal, not a horizontal gimbal.
They do that.
Right.
Short battery life. It's overheating, and the app isn't working with my Samsung S20 FE phone.
Day 3, Day 2 Museum. This has, I do like this picture of Carl.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know.
You see that? Flint blade.
That's flint.
First step is to get a new
that's
phone.
Mastery and flint napping right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have the. So this is like the little,
Yeah, the little bitty
little
ones.
tiny, little itty bitty ones.
Look at this.
I mean,
They're, you know,
Gotta get a new phone before a new drone.
This is like,
If I can
green
get
tourmaline or
this
something.
new phone working, I can
it
keep
actually,
the drone
lights up,
going.
It's like a bright, vivid green under a light.
And the handles go bottom left to top right. On you can tell they're slanted a little bit
yeah.
Yeah.
on that one. And
Or if I just spent the money on the phone on the drone.
not most of them, but on a lot of them, they do slant bottom left to top right on both sides. So people ask, like, well, if you extended the lines out, where would they meet?
Then what I'm gonna do with my
They're
drone?
both going top left to bottom right. They never meet.
They never meet.
I can't afford
It's got
a
bit of light on it.
new drone anyways right now.
Yeah.
It's like a, not jade, but like green tourmaline might be the material.
All the
I mean,
accessories, all
you have
the
other stuff
extra
which is really
batteries and
from a
shit.
machining perspective, stuff like this quartz crystal gourd, or little vase, like a long-necked vase, like a gourd. You also see these made from obsidian. Of course, it's next to flint knap stuff.
Sure.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah. And then they have some really nice, smaller pieces like this.
Yeah, those are nice.
Like it's like here's a replica, right?
That's
here's
painted.
an original. Yeah, it's been painted and
Yeah.
chipped. It might. I don't know if it's pottery or something. It might be pottery. That one.
Proudly displayed next to the.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
see like this in the background
Right.
next to these things.
Right.
Yeah, and this one's flat.
This
right?
one's
That's
the
why it's in
flat.
this stand. It's like a flattened.
It's like the one that you have over
Uh-huh.
here.
Yeah.
And then this one, there's a couple like this that are like almost, I think, bang on for the OG, the Adams vase, the first vessel, and a lot of yours actually have that similar shape.
Same shape. Yeah.
You see the same shape, and I keep comparing it to the same shape types that we see in the museum. I think I have more photos on this one. So yeah, and then this is the later
Yeah.
iterations of alabaster work, clearly handmade, still beautiful, but not the same thing.
Yeah, that's the big one.
This is the big one.
That's the
right?
big one you can kind of stand next to, put your
Yeah,
hands on.
You can see.
Wow. Looks like a perfect circle.
It's good.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the interesting part that to me is like I think I have a picture of the inside here. Yeah, so this is the big one. Wow. So it's pretty funny. You go to the museum, right? They have these perspex lids on top of them because these bigger ones, like back when you could smoke in the museum.
People think they're ashtray.
Yeah,
people
they had to
had
put
cigarettes.
perspex lids on it because people would throw their trash and their cigarettes in the vases. I'm like, no, that's actually a priceless artifact, so not an ashtray, but okay. But it's actually interesting because you can see some of the process here. So this has obviously not been tube drilled out because it's so large, but if you look in closely, what do you see at the bottom there?
It's a little lopsided. You mean?
Well, it's lopsided, but you can see the marks from how they did hollow this thing out.
Yeah.
Right.
You see the tube drills.
Yep.
Right? You can see that there's at least 4 clear tubular drills,
Yeah. Circular marks. On
circular
both.
marks that have been used. So it's like we know, and you can see it in the vases, in the plates, and everything. You know that the tubular drill was used in the process of manufacturing these things large and small.
And that would have been a pretty big tube drill.
That would have been a deep
Yeah.
tube drill, and it's run out right into it.
Well, 4 tube drills. It looks
But,
like, right?
yeah, so it's probably it's repetitive. And
My YouTube stuff
same
recommended 4K.
box,
Thanks,
so
bro.
this is
Yeah.
what's interesting. This is how I connect. You can connect the vessels and the vases and the technology, used
Especially
to
for the
create them
future.
to the pyramids.
For the future, it looks better on a 4K
You
TV
can
too.
find tubular drills, the evidence for it, all over the Great Pyramid. In the box in the Great Pyramid, like that box was carved out with the use of tubular drills.
Yeah,
In fact,
the
if you
DJI is
look
only
at spots of the box
1080p
in the
too.
King's Chamber, you can
Spark.
see where a tube drill's run off course.
But I think the Mini
a
2 is
powerful tool,
4K.
and it's run into the wall, and it's like, and when they flattened it out, they didn't get it deep enough to polish out the mark of that tube drill. But you know,
With the
it's-
3-axis
it must have ran, of
gimbal,
course, and
the
it's a
3-axis
powerful
gimbal
tool
is so
because, again, you'll just-
massive.
if this is a
The
grinding
horizontal
methodology, you
stability,
would be making that
like-
mistake for probably 20 hours of worth of work.
Felix
to realize,
Bavila goes,
okay,
"Oh,
of
thanks,
course I
man."
should back out and
Yeah.
start and hit this
On the
again.
background of their 4K TVs.
So this is the same technologies used in statues. You see tube drill marks and powerful cuts.
Yeah.
In statues, you see it in pyramids.
Thanks,
There's a lot
brother.
of tube drills in pyramids, and you see it in these vessels. So that's why I think these vases are so important. They're like a smoking gun to that story of history, because you can connect them to other elements of what we would call, dynastic Egyptian artifacts and architecture. But these we know go back.
Yeah, blessedly I have a 4K TV and I can see the difference.
So it's like, okay.
And YouTube reduces the quality too.
These are small enough where you
YouTube
bury
reduces
them.
the
That's
quality
only
of the
reason
video
that
big
we
time.
do put them into that time frame, 'cause we
Especially
found
with
them in burials.
dark shades and
Statues,
dark, like,
boxes, pyramids, you can't bury them.
darkness.
Yeah, someone can come along later on, write their name on it, which is what happens, and that's how they get dated, right? The big statues, wherever, it's like Ramses puts his name on them. Apparently
Aw,
they must have
thanks,
had
brother.
them, like,
Thanks,
sort of-
man.
It's kind of
Thanks, buddy. You're the man, dude.
I think the technological story on these statues tells.
Yo,
tells
speaking of the man, what up,
and,
Sailor
It
Curse?
does include things like Kafra and Throne, which is
What up,
a
my
phenomenal
homies?
statue. It's from diorite. Was found
Thanks,
in
man.
the Valley Temple.
Yeah, my Spark was overheating in that
But
video,
getting
man.
Close to it, you can see the hieroglyphs don't.
It starts to do wacky
They
stuff.
don't reflect the same polish or sophistication that the statues do. Like you can clearly see, they could.
The New
polish
Jersey, yeah,
nails
it's
and
true, man.
cuticles and all these different
It's
little
true.
aspects of the face. But you get to the hieroglyphs and these aren't polished. You can see the tool.
The
marks,
New
you can see it's
Jersey.
been hammered. With a chisel, they've been added later to add his name to it.
Well
It
said.
doesn't reflect the same technology that's used to make the statue itself, and then of course you're getting close, and in between the feet here you see things like overcuts. Like this is a circular saw overcut, made into diorite. And again, this.
But
would
there's
take
no
hours to do
snookies
manually,
in China.
But if it's a powerful tool that's cutting the stone, this happens relatively quickly. There's the remnants of what is a tube drill mark. You see this quite commonly in the really good statues between the ankles and the feet. You'll see a tube drill where they've used it to remove that material, and then they come in and they shape it with whatever other tools involved. There you go. It's a better shot.
What's up, bros?
And they've hollowed that out in there. And so I think there's a technological connection between these precision hardstone vessels that predate dynastic Egypt and other precision-made artifacts like boxes, statues, even the pyramids. Because we find tube drills all over the Great Pyramid. It's super interesting, and people don't realize it, but there's a number of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen one.
I can show you some.
We find tube drills also on kind of artifacts that are just not understood. No one really knows what they're like. The Hotep, this massive white calcite object that's in front of Abu Ghraib. These huge tube drills into that.
Lateral
so it's
movement,
connected
thanks,
there.
man.
And then there's the other. What are those things called?
The lateral movement, yeah.
Those crystal bowls.
The crystal,
But when it
and
turns,
they
there's no
also have
gimbal
tube
on
drills.
the
So it's like
like turning.
Yeah, so with pyramids, with the very ancient constructions, with the vases, and then with these.
So you see it's
artifacts
blurry.
that
That's
look
why I
like-
always
and
have to
they're made of
stop.
stone, but they look like pieces of machinery.
You can't do a continuous
You know,
360 degree
some-
without it
some kind of
not being
function.
blurry because it doesn't have a gimbal on that axis.
No one really knows what it was, but it's got tube drills.
Ceremony.
Which is really the Achilles heel of the drone and the 1080p.
There's
and
a
the
lot of
10-minute
connections.
flight
I do go
time.
through them in my. I think I have this. One of my recent videos, the out of place artifacts, sort of connections and opportunities. And one of the things we talk about in that is this.
So I bought 2 extra batteries. I have 3 batteries for the Spark, which is why I'm able to get as much footage.
An area below this to the right called Mahmud's Hole, which is where the Caliph Al-Mamun apparently, I think it was 1100? I don't know what the date.
But I didn't want to risk
600 or 400, yeah, somewhere in there. It's 80.
get you a deluxe
Supposedly
2-hour
he
drone
found
with. Oh, that'd be
he just
insane.
Miraculously found the junction between the descending and the
should start
ascending
a-
passage, like 400 or something.
A donation on my Twitch.
But that aside, that's where you get.
You know what I
in.
want? I
Back
also want an
in
underwater drone.
2015, you could get up here and there is stairs and you can see there's a railing. And this is where the descending passage comes out.
But yeah, I didn't want to do a third flight at Longview Caves because all my Yangshan Quarry footage was on that SD card in the drone. So I didn't want to risk losing that footage
all of the chambers, and
if I had an issue with the third flight. You know what I mean? And I already had 2 flights from 2 optimal vantage points, so I was pretty happy. How much a good drone cost? My Spark in 2018, 2019 was like 550 Canadian dollars. And then I bought 2 extra batteries with $75 each. They came with a remote control. You can get the Mini 2. This would probably be the best one for entry. That's entry level. That's under 1,000. Mavic 2 Pro, I think, is the from DJI. It's like the dream one, but that was like $1,500 or something.
And if you look closely at this granite block,
the Mini 2 is really good.
3 big tubular drill holes.
Mini 2 is like $600 with a remote.
A bit of light on it. You've got one where the stone's been broken, and you can see the inside of that cut, and it's the same thing.
It has like 25-minute flight time or something like that.
With the Petrie's core number 7 and all of the tube drills we find.
And it's small.
And what this would have been the result of
the Mini 2 is pretty ugly though.
See these deep striations and grooves.
The Spark is really a pretty drone.
Yeah, it's a long tube drill.
Spark is very pretty drone.
Right, is the same images on the
Yeah,
left.
so this is an image of that broken piece. That's crazy. So looking inside that tube drill, and then there's two holes behind it. They're full of sand and debris.
Yeah, the Mini 2.
To me, it's like, why can't we clear those out? And latex mold these out. Like, let's get a latex mold. We would find out if that's a spiral. I suspect it is. You know, we can back up some of the research that's happened on things like Petrie's core number 7, and who knows what's in front of this? Like where this block was smacked up, was broken off. There could have been something in front of it. I mean, you don't put these holes there for no reason. There was probably another block that, in fact, there's good evidence that there was another block on the other side. It's not there anymore, but these holes were here, so I suspect this is part of some mechanism that might have involved the doorway to the pyramid, right? And
it overheated.
The example of tube drills.
Like I think that was the issue. The Spark was overheating.
Remember that it's important to remember that's the descending passage that is connected to this, because at the bottom of
the motors were super hot, like burned my hand when I touched them.
Let's see. Next slide, please. Yeah, let's play this. So you go
So I mean, imagine if I go to like Egypt or something with the drone.
Subterranean chamber at the bottom, and in the center or over to the left of it, there's a big pit. And this digs down. We don't really know
it would
exactly
overheat.
how far it goes, but sitting right there on the ledge is a big chunk of granite. This granite probably came from the doorway.
It's just been tumbled all the way
It's tumbled.
down.
They've kicked it all the way down here, and sitting on this ledge is this piece of granite. There's another piece actually without tube drills in it that's nearby. But if you get close up to this, you climb down in there and you get a close look up at this piece of granite. What do you find? Another couple tube drills. You can actually see it on the left image here. There's two tube drills, one going this way, one going another direction. And when you get the light just right, again, you see those striations. It's a tubular drill, same technology.
Those were exciting pictures to take. Because you get this huge chunk of granite, and you're kind of balanced on this narrow ledge, and there's another steep drop next to you, and you're trying to get the light in there and take the photo without falling off.
Yeah, guys, I'm all out of footage. I'm all out of megalith footage. I'm gonna do
So this might be, as do the ones at the gates. This might be a piece of the block that was on the other side.
Longview Caves stone analysis up close in the white box.
You know, this is
the sandstone. But I'm out of footage, man.
Very, very rarely seen. Russ, you can talk about it. But it's called.
That was my trip.
Right. So there's you can see the descending passageway here on the image to the left. That goes. You can see the line of the ground level, or actually where the bottom of the base of the pyramid is.
I'm glad to post it, move on to the next thing in my life.
Where the grotto is, that little shape with the U, because there's a primordial.
Buddy, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking exactly.
And there's a passage that's masonry above it that connects from the bottom of the Grand Gallery, goes down through into the grotto, then down through the bedrock and connects down.
I went to Miamisburg Mound, and I have a
according to the
Next,
people that
dude, next
documented this
August,
chamber, this grotto.
we should do Serpent
Inside the
Mound
grotto, there's a granite
and
block, weighs about 6-7
Miamisburg
meters,
Mound.
and it has 2 drills in it. And most likely, this was a block that was kicked down from the King's Chamber.
Miamisburg Mound is like a 60 to 80 foot high midden.
Entryway area was kicked down to the bottom of the grand
I look at
gallery, and
12-second
shot
video
in
of it
down the well shaft. It was actually
from my
documented
camera
to be
phone, but
wedged and stuck in the top of the well shaft for decades until somebody busted it loose, and it fell down into the
yeah.
grotto, and it purportedly also has 2 drills in it. So,
Yeah, and that's why I climbed this, because I wanted to find this block, because we're trying to document all these tube drills. But this grotto part, this opening here, as you can see if you look at this diagram, the well shaft itself, as it goes through the grotto,
Thanks,
is
man.
encased
It is
with
time for
rocks.
another trip, but
And
where?
that's right before you get up to the bottom of the grand gallery. Well, now there's a huge hole broken through that.
Going back to Mazenot Rock and Bon
where
Echo Park
presumably somebody shoved this granite block through.
would be amazing.
But
The
open
petroglyphs
area
that the
of
Native
grotto,
Americans wrote on the wall,
It's showing you there, like you
on
see
the rock
upper
wall,
part,
on the
it's-
granite.
There's kind of a faint circle just above the block.
It's not really that
That's
impressive
really
though.
what you can get into now. It's a pocket inside of this, of what looks like a cut chamber in the bedrock.
I could do that in like a
chamber
day
itself has
though.
been mostly filled up with this
A day trip from my
like
house.
an aggregate material of sand and gravel and pieces of flint. So it's like, when we
But I can't fly my drone
preparing a
yet.
site or
Because
to
it's
make
not
a
working on my
slab to
phone.
make a building, you a lot of times you'll put a pad down, and the pad is basically an aggregate that is very carefully tested. The engineers are like, you need this much. They'll check the soil, they'll check the ground, they'll either say you need to dig down, and you're going to fill it with this much material, and it needs to be this type or whatever, and then we can pour the slab on top of that, and you'll have a good foundation. That's the kind of stuff that what you see in here is like they were. It's almost like they were.
We gotta visit
they
Baron
found
Badcock in Philly
some
and check out the
faults
Sphinx.
and problems in the bedrock that they're going to put the pyramid
Check
on.
out
and they were
the
going in and
Egyptian
trying to repair
Sphinx
it,
there.
by filling it with this aggregate material.
Go to New York.
And it didn't quite work.
Go to the
because climbing up
Metropolitan.
through this,
I
through the well shaft at the bottom, you have
don't
to
know.
start
I don't know
at
if it's
the
on
bottom, 'cause at the
display.
top, there's a grate, a metal grate that
Okay.
blocks
I think
the
it's there.
entrance that goes into
Remember we
the,
watched the
to the
video.
bottom of
They
the
moved it,
gallery.
like they moved it
So
from
you
one
basically
department to the
go
next or something.
down the ascending passage into the descending passage, climb that all the way down, and then you can sort of scoot
Forget
through
what-
and get into the bottom of the well shaft.
Yeah, I
and
don't
you
know.
have to literally like face crawl.
I thought it was at the
through
university,
trash and
like University of
material and
Pennsylvania,
you stand
UPenn or
up.
something.
There's bats.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
exciting
Yeah.
because you're trapped in this vertical hole trying to sort of chimney climb, and the bats are,
Watching you.
Yeah, it's great.
Yo, this video is crazy.
Yeah,
That they're showing here. This
climbing
guy
with a candle and a
climbed,
three-piece suit. He's like, "Ah, it's easy.
crawled
It's just drill
up
this."
the
Great.
the well
That's
shaft in the Great Pyramid
Part of the legend, right?
He's a lead dude.
to this
Well, if a
fucking
bat, if a bat
space.
flew into Petrie's hair and he
Like
screamed,
it's
he's not going
fucked.
to get kicked out of Egypt forever for being somewhere he's not supposed to be.
That's true. Yeah,
Big Egypt exhibit that comes around yearly. Oh, nice.
But anyway, it was
Oh, it
fun.
might
I
be.
climbed all the way up,
Yeah, dude.
and there is a couple of diagrams that show this, but there are two huge
That'd be a
vertical
great trip.
faults that this
New York,
that this
Philly,
well shaft passes
Ohio,
through on
Serpent
the way
Mound.
to the grotto.
I have video and pictures.
Ohio would be too
Yeah,
far
that
though.
are natural
Maybe not.
open like faults in
Go
the
to
bedrock
East
itself.
Palestine,
And they have
Ohio.
Stalactites, they have cave formations. I mean, they're not very wide, like maybe
See the ground zero of the
wider.
toxic
But I'm
chemical
crawling
waste.
up and then I look,
The
like, I'm
railway,
passing through this
fucking
open area, and in
get
the
cancer
second one, the one
ourselves.
that's closer to the surface, somebody.
Oh,
at some
depends.
point
Yeah, that's fucking.
passed by
That's
to
a
fill it with
fucking
this
shit
aggregate
drive,
material,
bro.
like they're trying to repair this broken section in there.
I drove to Pittsburgh once. Really
it was
shit.
very interesting, the whole climb. And I didn't find the block, right? I walked all the way, I crawled all around inside this grotto. And
Fucking
didn't
Bob
find the
Marley
block, and I think now
died in
it's
Pittsburgh.
buried right next
I'm
to
sorry.
the
That's really sad.
was
It's not, I'm
crawling
sorry,
all over
Bob, but like that's how much
you can find
Pittsburgh
some very
sucks.
old pictures of parts of it, and it's documented as having two drills, is why I kind of included it in here.
I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, we get hopefully, it gets documented in the modern times. But yeah, and it's.
I didn't. I was not a big fan of
It's
Pittsburgh.
very interesting,
especially after
and
driving
in
all
fact,
through that
aggregate
bullshit.
Is a whole other interesting topic.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll come back to that because I just want to round it out with showing you an example of more. It's the more tube drills. What I mentioned earlier.
It was in Pittsburgh, I think. Fucking what's his name is in Pittsburgh. You never been there?
So yeah, this is like.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. City, I guess.
If you look inside the wall of this box,
This is in the King's Chamber.
This is in the King's Chamber. This is in the wall.
Nothing
of the
special.
box, and you get the light underneath that thing, and it's very.
Like they had no like restaurant, like no. You know, you go every city. They kind of have like a famous thing of restaurant, like whatever. Pittsburgh has like nothing, man. The restaurant was pretty bad. We went to.
But yeah,
I mean, it was just like a couple we went to, but
tubular drill as well as saw cuts and other.
like, I can say nice things about every U.S. city. Pittsburgh has like a nice waterfront, kind of.
Right, so it's a connection in my mind to the vases, to the time frame of the vases, and just the technology used to create them.
So that tube drill was inside of the sarcophagus within the King's Chamber.
Yes. So in the inside wall.
Yeah.
Because you got to think about how do you cut that out? How do you hollow that out from a single block of granite?
Right.
It's the same way we'd probably do it with wood today. Is you either drill or you would tube drill.
Yeah.
It's the most.
The geography is cool. It's like in a valley.
Remove that material.
I don't know if it's like in the West Appalachians, but it's like you gotta go through like over mountains and shit to get to it in the valley, in the river valley.
You've got to like shave down the edges and make your finished surfaces, but just that bulk removal, material removal process. That's a tube drill. Like in a lot of, it's like the function of tube drills. They're not decorative. They're either a lot of times they've probably been used for door hinges. A lot of times they're inset into something. So maybe there was something that was like a metal piece that was stuck in there, or it's used as a bulk material removal in areas where you can't make straight cuts to remove other material.
You have a picture of the one with the plunge cuts that probably had the latch.
Man, I got a new strain of weed called papaya.
That shows
Smells so good.
See, they plunged it out.
When you vape it
Now
like
these are small. Right?
that's where the true smell comes from.
So yeah, this is like
Really
they
nice.
go and they go right up to. I mean, we found recently
Papaya.
what's probably the biggest one we've ever seen. In fact, it's the next slide. So these are about half-inch tube drills. In the lip of a box, there's actually two little cutout sections where they were cutting material out with the small tube drills overlapping. Like they're not trying to. This is just material removal. And then they do get quite large.
Yeah,
so
that one is.
This one is insane.
Wow.
So top right, this is what I previously had thought was the biggest one. It's like probably like 9-10 inches in diameter. It's in a quarried block, so again you see this a lot where you see half a hole. It's because somebody's come along and they look for I think the quarriers and the recyclers of stone. They look for blocks of stone with.
And listen to this, my ex-girlfriend, who we ended on bad terms. I usually end on bad terms. We're always angry at me. She wrote me like 4 years ago. Wrote me like an angry message. But anyways, she wrote to me because I bought her son a Squire Stratocaster clone and an amp. And like all the cables to play electric guitar when he was like 14, 4 years ago. And now she messaged me with photos of him that she was living in Portugal when I bought it for him. I went to Lisbon. 2020. Anyways, she messaged me with photos saying that he is now playing in Spain and passed the first year of the professional acoustic classical guitar, of course, in Spain. And he's like playing, and he's like on stage and shit. Warms my heart.
Over the span of this thing,
so nice.
a gigantic hole in this thing.
Thanks, brother. Thanks, dude. Yeah, man.
In diameter. Yeah.
Because I mean, I didn't buy it because like he had the interest for a guitar, but like single mom in Lisbon didn't really have that much extra. They couldn't afford like a $500 guitar, right? But I could at that time.
It's a huge game.
So I bought him a $500 guitar and a $100 guitar. Guitar was $150. Amp was 100.
Yeah.
Euros.
And there's granite spans. There's like beams spanning.
Cables.
Yeah. And it's, you know, this to me is a good indicator. Like, I think in places like Karnak and
Yeah,
Luxor,
man.
I think their history is a lot
Thanks,
longer and
brother.
more complicated than
That's
we get
cool.
told. Like, we get told there's a new king.
It was just nice. It was
But you go
it was
to the
both
center of them,
because I didn't
you can
reply to her.
find
She wrote
strong
such a
evidence
nasty
that this,
message
you
to
know,
me,
this place has
right?
been
Like
rebuilt.
I'm just
Like,
like,
there's a
fuck you,
granite
like you
wall,
suck.
the obelisks and the
I didn't say
statues,
that,
and there's
but
granite, you know, there's megalithic work that's exactly.
so
like
just to get like a nice combo message
stuff.
that her son is,
And even at Karnak in particular,
and they
there's
appreciate it,
where they pulled up floor tiles, they'll
and
find
that
lower
she's like
layers of
happy with me.
commonplaces, and you know, where clearly something else was here.
You know,
fell down, got knocked
it was
down,
nice.
and rebuilt it.
It was a nice
And
nice
they've been
day.
trying to replicate
It was a nice
They built
message.
things from sandstone in the center, but maybe this was something that was still standing, made from granite. So I think these sites have been around for a long time. And,
And like I knew he was gonna find his way to get a guitar, right? But like to get it early too,
it's all over the place.
because I know how important that is, right? To start playing early, especially guitar.
it's,
So I got him the exact same one I have. Well, I have a real Strat. He has a Squire Strat, which is like a little cheaper materials. But we both have like the Mustang amp with like all the sound effects and shit.
Statues are like one of my favorite topics too. Yeah, the giant statues.
Yeah, it's incredible.
You know,
What? How did they build the pyramids? How did they build the Great Pyramid? Like what? Like
this is
what?
your question.
I've heard the one that I heard recently that I just watched a video on was the ramp theory, the internal ramp theory. You
Yeah,
guys
the
are obviously
ramp that goes
familiar.
around.
Yeah.
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 So that one kind of made some sense to me. But what do you guys think?
Yeah, I remember one of the things she
Well, I mean,
wrote in her
A big part of it depends on what.
her like rude message to me was, I only think about myself. And I mean, like, independent of our relationship, me and her, like, I had just spent fucking $500 on a guitar for someone else. I didn't bring that up, but like, that definitely went through my mind.
So he's very familiar with, you know, lifting very.
Because I didn't have any money after I spent all that 500. I had like no money
Bolted it or whatever. You know, and we talked about this endlessly with him, like
until my next
how do you do
paycheck.
this?
But
You know, and he said, well, first of all, no crane in the world can boom out that far. Like once you get the levels up high, you're not going to be able to boom. The center of the pyramid's way out there. Because you got the base of your crane.
all that matters is the kids have Marcus Austin. Yeah,
You're not gonna
thanks.
put a 2-ton
Thanks,
block
a
on
white
there and boom it
goose.
way it's gonna, you know, it's gonna
Thanks.
fail. So
Okay, yeah, all that matters is yeah, that's true.
in modern times, we tend
That's
to
true.
like you have the job, and if
Thanks,
you have
brothers.
unlimited
It's
funding,
nice of you.
you know, which happens sometimes. Basically, like you need to build this dam. It's in a very difficult place to work because.
Well, I mean,
it's
the
in
message I did write to her was
you
that
basically have to build
I had
the
found
machinery
someone
you need to
else.
build to make
We were
that
doing like a long
work.
distance relationship,
Then you dismantle everything.
and then I met someone here that
Right,
was
so the
much
tools are
better
one-time
for
use.
me, who was my current girlfriend.
But if you're so,
I-
I,
so
think
I
a lot
just,
of the
like,
ramp stuff, and we do see this.
I wrote to her. I said I found someone else,
You're
and
looking
just
at
much better
dynastic,
with
like,
me
moving
and my
work,
future.
You see remnants of mud
And
brick
she
ramps
replied like
that are still up
really
against
rude,
the,
hateful
the
messages
pylons
to me.
the sandstone pylons, because that's how they got those
That's
sandstone
fine.
blocks up there, and that the ramps have never been fully dismantled. Right.
Whatever. She needed to make me the enemy to get
So,
over
yeah,
me, I
it's-
guess. Whatever. It's fine.
It's on the inside of the temple.
Yeah, I can
itself.
show you a
Yeah.
picture of
Yeah.
it. I'll
Yeah.
keep talking. I'll look at it.
But it's like.
Not to sound like a jerk,
I
but
think, you know, when you're asking how, like a lot of people are trying to figure out how do you build this structure with the lowest level of technology possible.
yeah, I'm really blessed guy. I'm a lucky guy, man.
So yeah, once you start
I'm really
talking
blessed.
about building giant ramps, either a long straight one or one that circles around, this is about using manpower to drag blocks up high, you know. But if you have tools, you don't need ramps, you know. So I just don't know. I tend to think like,
Yeah, I mean, it's a significant logistical challenge. I mean, so the individual blocks in the Great Pyramid, on the outside at least, the superstructure, you're talking.
Man, and I knew that
even
like
some
child
cases,
since he was,
3 to
I don't
5
know,
tons
8
maximum kind of deal. But
in Brazil,
the inside, like the granite structures, on
and
the
he would
inside, there
be
is
like a little kid running
2,500
around
tons of granite
our
that's been
music
put into the
group,
central
our
granite structure
Maracatu
of the
music
Great
group.
Pyramid.
yeah.
And it's made up of
And he
70
was
to
like
80 ton
a little
granite
kid,
beams
and now he's like a
that are in
man.
the center of the pyramid,
And
and they're
they're
like
high.
150 feet off the ground level.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane.
And some of them, like the beams that go across the ceiling, you're not getting those around the corners of any ramp that goes.
Yeah.
they're too long. You're not gonna.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the ceiling beams are massive. Like,
Yeah.
they're huge.
they span the width of the chamber.
And there's stacks of them. I mean, there's like 7
Yeah,
chambers,
there's
so-
7. There's a bunch of sets.
If it was flat,
I'm
if
going
they
to load the
put,
vape
like,
and use the washroom. I'll be back in like a
20
minute.
layers or whatever of it.
I
And
will
so
be
you're
back.
looking at like the base of a pyramid that's totally flat.
Oh, I'll be
You've
back.
got,
Thank you.
You've got the first 20 levels of blocks or whatever, and you've
Yeah.
got this internal ramp that we can't see today because it's on the inside of the pyramid and we just haven't found it yet.
As they're building it, they're
that's the
building this
theory.
ramp.
As they're building it, they're building the ramp on the inside of it, and so it'll just pop up out of the latest level that you have, and that's where they're bringing the stones up. They're kind of dragging the stones up, and then at the corner, they've got something to turn them, and then it goes up to the next level. And the thing on this theory was that the Grand Gallery was used only to lift those 70 massive granite blocks up that you're talking about. They were lifted up through the Grand Gallery and then placed above the sarcophagus. Of the
I've
King's
heard
Chamber.
that theory, and it's an interesting one. I mean, there's a lot to the Grand Gallery that suggests it was functional, right? One of the mysterious parts about it is the notches. You know, as you go up, it's like these notch things. So you do look at it and think, okay, was there something moving up and down this? I don't know that explains why it's corbelled. If you're just using it as a pulley system, I don't know that you need to corbel it. I think there's other explanations for those notches, like Chris Dunn talks about these potentially being the holders for frameworks to hold Helmholtz resonators. It's an interesting theory. Even if you're using it to pull those blocks up to that level, you still then have to lift those 80-ton beams up way above the Grand Gallery, because that structure extends far. I mean, the King's Chamber starts at the top of the Grand Gallery, and it goes way up from there. So you've still got a logistical challenge of like lifting them up much further, because like I said, even just in the King's Chamber, what is it, like 15 feet tall or even more? You've got beams there, but then you've got sort of 6 more chambers above it that all have beams of similar sizes, making them up. I do think that was, I mean, like, I don't know how they built it, but I feel like that was probably, they were building it up from the base, and they probably had to have a platform. They probably built that structure up to the top, and then they must have built the rest of it around it. In fact, that's, it's one of the reasons why this idea that they often call it relieving chambers is the term they give to those chambers above the King's Chamber. And it actually is nonsense, because at the very top of the King's Chamber, there's 2 big chevron-shaped limestone blocks in the ceiling, and those don't actually rest on that granite structure at all. They rest on the surrounding masonry, the limestone, that's packed in around the King's Chamber. So in effect, you actually got a granite structure that is freestanding inside the pyramid. Like the weight of the pyramid is not pressing on that structure at all. It's actually held up, and the void, that space is supported by the surrounding masonry. So
Yeah, the chevrons distribute the weight above the King's Chamber off to the masonry on the sides.
Okay.
yeah, not onto the King's Chamber.
Yeah.
So there'll probably be some pressure this way.
Yeah.
But this is an interesting idea to me, because it's like, well, they needed that thing to be free, because maybe there was some resonance, or it's
Yeah,
vibrating,
they wanted it to
doing
ring.
something.
Yeah.
Wanted it to ring. I don't know, but it's a look. I mean, there's lots of theories.
It's interesting too, because they thought they were relieving chambers, because they're like, oh, okay, they're trying to. This is to get distribute the weight off the top of this flat ceiling.
Thank God for AI. AI is definitely
So what are they for?
Right.
Yeah,
the
right.
person
So
of
now
the
you're
year.
like, okay, so it isn't for relieving.
AI has been
we still have
hilarious this year. Oh my God.
this strange looking.
In our
step
chat alone, AI has
all made
been
out of granite, which
just
has been
on fire.
Incredibly difficult,
Insane.
because it's beams.
Yeah.
They have to go all
I
the way
made
down
my
to the
friggin'
chamber, and then you have to
first
go
happy
all the
hardcore
way
mix,
to the
achieved my
chamber.
dream of becoming a happy hardcore
why?
producer.
Would
It's
you
not-
do it that
It's
way?
not really a relieving chamber. It's
No.
might not really be a king's
All
chamber.
thanks to
It
AI.
might really be a queen's chamber.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just all misnomers.
Yeah,
Exactly. No king or queen,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
or relieving.
Right.
Baron made his YouTube video song with AI.
Yeah, I used to call it like upper chamber, lower chamber, subterranean. But it's like
Toad
people
may
know
have
people
used
know,
AI
you know,
in
the
his
title
new
saying the so-called
cover.
King's Chamber.
Yeah.
It's whatever. We call it the King's Chamber. But and it's interesting too. Those chambers above it. I mean, the ceiling. Like, so we're in those. I've never been up there. I'd love to. I know they're up there at the moment. Actually, they're doing stuff. Like, they've been doing stuff. They're looking for that void.
Yeah, they had a set of several ladders duct taped together, laying on the side of the Grand Gallery.
Yeah, they were on the
like, can we get that stand up and go up there? And no,
you can't. Yeah. And in fact, the last couple of years, I've seen like a power cord running up.
Yeah,
because the access to those areas is through the top left corner of the Grand Gallery, way up in the air. It'd be sketchy. I mean, it would be frightening to.
Dude, I heard that Z's when he
top,
was alive was on
very
Fit.
Top, at the top of the Grand Gallery, there's a
4chan.org/fit.
And that goes into
I only got to Fit
just
in like
above the ceiling
2020 or
of the
something.
So that shows you, like, okay, if they're using the Grand
I was
Gallery,
never a
they're
Fit
talking about
head.
to move those stones up there. Well, you still have to pick them.
Can you imagine
the
Z's on
way
Fit?
to get- and those are the beams.
Fucking
You know,
troll
which you already
posting.
have the problems of how are the beams going around the corners on your interior ramp.
Yeah. And
I'm not saying that's not how they did it. I guess you could stand the beam up, rotate it this way, and then set it back down. But
that's 80 tons, 70
Yeah.
tons. Yeah, I mean. So what's interesting about those chambers too is, as I was saying, when you're in there, like looking at the ceiling, they've been maybe made flat, like they're like the blocks in the Grand Gallery. But when you're standing on the top of those beams, on the other side, they're not. There's scoop marks.
yeah,
Those beams have been shaped, but not flat. And I like the theory. Some people have suggested that they have been tuned.
they're tuning them. Yeah,
They're tuning. Like, because they've been worked. They have these scoop marks, same scoop marks you find in Aswan, other places. That similar technology has been used to shape them, I think. But why? That's an interesting question to me. Are they tuning this space somehow by removing this material and making it that way? Because it doesn't. You don't have to do that. I mean, if it's evidently doesn't need to be flat. It's not flat. But yeah, the upper side of those, as you're standing on them in the next chamber up, it's like they're definitely scooped out. And I don't know, it's a giant mystery.
Yeah.
Could speculate all day about it.
Yeah,
I
for
think.
sure.
the block is it the block that goes over the entrance when you're coming in to the King's Chamber? That thing is enormous.
Oh yeah, the one big
Yes.
cubic, like the huge one above that spans the entrance.
It spans the entrance. It's massive. And then of course when you're in there and you look up and you see those beams and some of them are cracked like all the way through, that's a little scary.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they put those little bits of plaster.
Yeah,
on
that's
them.
right. They've
They're
got-
holding them together
yeah.
with that bit of plaster.
So a little bit of plaster with a couple of screws to make sure it
So,
doesn't.
what could possibly go wrong? Yeah.
I figure it's been standing for this long. I mean, it's
Yeah.
Well, that's the King's just so full of mysteries. Like the Petrie documented it that room has expanded. Like there's been right. The box is damaged. The granite looks blackened if you're ever in there and you're walking up the Grand Gallery. Look on as it changes to granite. Like there's a passage as you duck down to go in. There's a passage off to the right that's a Cavilia's tunnel. There's a gate there. I've never been in there. I was fascinated by it. But it's sort of a cut tunnel that Cavilia cut that goes in behind the wall of the King's Chamber. I think he was looking for that to see if there was another chamber behind it because there's one block in there that's not non-load bearing. That looks like it could have been a door or something. But you can see the granite as it goes in here, and it's the color changes. So it goes from this pink granite to, as you come out towards the Grand Gallery, it's like changes to this dark blackened granite. It's almost like it's been burned or something, right? And then Petrie documented that whole room has expanded like an inch, as if there was like an overpressure event of some sort, or something made it like go out.
And if you had
it's 2,500 tons sitting on that structure.
right, and an earthquake would pull things in, right? It wouldn't.
Well, it would shift. An earthquake might shift it in one way or the other. I don't think it really explains an expansion in pretty much every direction, which is what Petrie had found.
That
Right,
earthquake
right.
would result in, like, you would see that blocks have been separated a little bit in their joints, and it's like, no, it's strange.
Yeah.
The other thing, and you might have noticed this when Ben was showing the entrance, you saw those chevrons, right? So those are the same principle. Those huge chevron blocks above the entrance are sort of distributing the weight of the pyramid above that off of the top of the descending passage, and the whole doorway mechanism there, whatever that was. But also, all of the blocks in that it's like an entire separate structure. The passages, the ascending descending passage, the Grand Gallery itself, and the air shafts, if we can call them that. Those are separate structures.
I fucking
that
love this ancient
move
Egypt
through
shit,
the,
man.
the core
Like, I just
masonry,
love this
and those
shit.
blocks are
It just
tilted.
drives me crazy.
So if you look at that picture, the blocks that make up the structure of the descending passage are angled at the same angle as the passage itself. So you're laying out these flat courses and stacking them up. But wherever you've got the air shafts coming up from the Queen's Chamber, coming up from the King's Chamber, where the Grand Gallery is,
Gotta go to
and these
Egypt, man.
descending-
We gotta get to
descending
Egypt.
passages, you have these diagonal structures of blocks, right, that are tilted at the same angle.
Yeah,
Like, see
these
how
are
the
these are
blocks
going
all-
down here.
We're looking down, and the blocks are at the same angle,
Yeah,
going
you can,
downward.
You can see on the right, like there's an upright block, and see
Yeah.
how the angle changes, and the blocks, because this whole thing's angled down in.
Wow.
Angled down in, yeah. So that whole passage is surrounded by blocks that are at the same angle as the passage. So then they have to be keyed into the core masonry. You don't want this whole assembly sliding down into your, or like sliding towards your whatever the chamber is at the bottom. Same thing with the air shafts that go up. They're all those blocks are tilted. It's like they would take a long block, cut a square trough in the top of it, and then flip that over onto another block, and that makes the shaft. And then they tilt that whole thing and set it into the core masonry, and it has to be keyed in to keep it from sliding down. And then that has to go up through the structure of the pyramid until it exits out. Yeah, there you can see
And,
how it all
and
tilts
one
down.
mistake, and the bottom of it is just going to collapse.
Yeah.
And you're going to be like at the top of this thing with like 4 rows left, and you're going to go, shit. We got to go back like
Exactly.
45 years
Right.
and fix this.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
we see that in the other pyramids too, right? It's a design
Yeah.
philosophy that seems to be. And then this is Russ standing in front of that chevron entrance, and you can just see all that masonry is tilted.
Yeah, you see the core masonry in the back. The layers are horizontal, but all the masonry that makes up the structure of the passage itself is tilted downward.
Same in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's wild.
It's cool.
Both of us just want to thank you so much for hosting us here. It's always
Indeed.
a pleasure.
Yeah.
And of course, your collection is,
phenomenal.
yeah, it's blowing the mind.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
No, it's awesome to have you guys here and to be talking about some really cool stuff with you guys. Normally, this building is mostly 99.5% business meetings, so talking about.
Hey, this is serious business.
This is serious.
Serious
business.
business.
That's true. We're figuring out serious shit right here. No, I appreciate you guys being here, man. Yeah, let's talk some Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah, so we've gone once. We're going again.
Yeah.
We're setting up another Turkey trip.
Next year.
Yeah, next year.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
Hopefully
hopefully.
April 2025.
We got a basic itinerary worked out. This time we're going to try to get to the Cappadocia region to see the underground cities, Jericho,
And
the Phrygian Valley, which has some other structures, and also cart routes. I really am fascinated by cart routes. But yeah, Göbekli Tepe and Karahan, and there's quite a few other sites. It's funny, you see different numbers. Like archaeologists will say there's as many as 12. If you talk to the locals, there's say 60 different Tepe-like sites. So I don't know what the actual number is, but they have been doing a lot of like the satellite kind of surveys, and then ground surveys as well, and air surveys looking for signs of these kinds of sites, because they're obviously they are revolutionary in terms of of human development and the development of architecture at all, right? I think it's always good to remember that before information started coming out about Göbekli Tepe itself from Klaus Schmidt, that Göbekli Tepe is 6,000 years older than any other type of construction like that. Right, so it just it doubled the timeline of this kind of construction. At minimum, yeah. At minimum, yeah. This is the dating that we get from the material around the megaliths, and also some from the so there's these rough cobblestone walls, and they had some plaster. The floor areas of the enclosures had some plaster, and they were dating that material, and they get the earliest date, putting it at that time. So it's like. This is basically the latest possible time that it could have been constructed, but it was probably built before that, more than likely. And it's interesting because there is a culture type in that area that's been long known, like it's called the PPN, which stands for pre-pottery Neolithic people, right? So the PPNA, that's the earliest version of them, and then PPNB, they came later. Right, and then there's like even later PPNC type of people that come more into modern times. But the earliest parts of Göbekli Tepe that they've dated connect to the PPNA people, so the earliest version of this cultural type, okay? And they've had plenty of known sites, and there's a large area. If you look at a map, you can see it on Wikipedia. There's a big circle in this whole area where these people are associated with, and you know the tepe areas in there. But previous to discovering the tepe sites, those people were not known to build anything megalithic at all. Yeah, here it is on there. That's the
Crescent.
Yeah, the crescent of the PPN people. That's a Neolithic B, right? But what's interesting, again, is if you look at their sites, they did build the cobblestone type of construction. In other words, this is rough blocks, small, like easily picked up by a single person. They're not shaped, they're not cut. They might have been broken, you know, strategically broken to fit, but they aren't worked or finished stones. They're not making blocks. It's just rough stones that they've kind of maybe shaped a little bit or broken, or they just happen to be the right shape, and then they build these rough stone walls out of them. So you see these in the bottom layers of Jericho, which is associated with PP and A and B people. And at Göbekli Tepe, we see them, these cobblestone walls that go between the pillars and make the round areas. But they don't look like the pillars at all. And nowhere else in any of the other PPN sites do we see any megalithic work. Only at the Tepe sites, right? So in other words, previous to the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, no one considered that the pre-pottery Neolithic people were doing any kind of megalithic work at all.
No.
But because so there's a picture, you can see the cobblestone. That is definitely, it looks like PPN construction. But the megaliths sort of stand out. They look very different, right? Anyone looking at it, you're like, it doesn't really look the same. And also, one of the things that we were pointing out when we were talking about this at Cosmic Summit is that if you build a cobble wall like that, and you just build a round enclosure, the wall itself will be pretty strong if you've completely made a round structure out of it. But if you break the wall up by standing tall megaliths in between, you've actually weakened the entire thing, right? Because you can see between these two megaliths in the back here, that section of wall is now weaker because it can slide back and forth on these megaliths. It'll tend to fall inward easier. Okay, so it's like you either use the megaliths or you build the walls, but building them both doesn't make a lot of sense. And when you're looking at other PPN sites, it makes more sense when you see that these people did build this way, but they didn't do megaliths. So it could be a good indication that the megaliths themselves are actually much older, and the pre-pottery Neolithic people discovered these sites and inhabited them for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Maybe even repaired them.
Yeah,
right? Because
it's possible that the megaliths were lying down on the ground, you know, that the sites were already old. Yeah.
Just because, I mean, I don't know if we see it at Göbekli Tepe, but certainly at Karahan Tepe, there's actually pieces of broken pieces of T-pillars have been used in the cobblestone wall.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
so it's a great example. Like, okay, this thing might have already been fallen over and in pieces, and then whoever built that wall took that piece and used it as a block in the cobblestone wall.
Yeah, and that piece of T-pillar in the wall is the only one with a finished surface. All the cobbles around it are rough stone, right? So it's like, yes, they found these fragments and they used them to build their walls. And that's the other thing, is like every other site, again, with the PPN people, they were down by the water sources. They built in the valleys. They were next to the rivers. You know, Göbekli Tepe is way up high on top of a ridge line, on the very top of one of the highest hills in the area. There's not water up there.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
So there's evidence of cement being used as well.
A type of like a sort of mortar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that used to place the pillars, or what is that used for?
It was like plastered on the cobblestone walls. It's gone now for the most part, and then in some cases it looks like they put it across the floors of the enclosures. I don't know if they used it to glue the pillars in. I'm not really clear on that, but they did dig sockets. The first thing that they had to do with these sites, it's amazing. Like, it's the same with the pyramids. The site prep is something you don't really think about a lot. But first you have to come in, clear away all the stuff and expose the bedrock, and then you need to dig down and make a flat, smooth, circular area. And they had a little curb inset, right? So that would have held water even without the walls. It could have held a pool of water that might have been like a reflecting pool. If it's under the stars, and you've got these standing pillars or whatever. You can stand at the edge and you look down at night.
Sorry.
And you would see the night sky reflected in the pool of water with the pillars standing up. It would have been beautiful, right? If you had a couple of inches of water in there, it acts like a mirror.
Yeah.
But then they left a pedestal, 2 pedestals in the middle, and then they set these pillars into them, into these deep sockets.
And they cut the sockets.
Yeah. It's really amazing.
Incredible.
Yeah, I thought, I mean, when I first went there, I remember looking at the ground. I'm like, did they just cement? I felt like modern cement. It looked like modern cement.
Yeah.
And I thought, is that cement? I'm like, no, actually figured out later. No, that's bedrock.
Yeah.
Like, they went down and they flattened the bedrock. They got to clear all of the looser material, the dirt and everything else, and then get to bedrock, flatten it, and cut your sockets and set your pillars in there.
Tube drills?
No, so
Just kidding. How'd they do it? How do they fly?
I mean, there's a logistical challenge involved in some of this. I mean, some of these pillars are 20 or 30 tons and quite tall. I mean, the biggest ones and best ones are in the museum. You can go to places, there's pillars in quarries that still are rough cut that are probably in that 20 to 30 ton range, both at Karahan and behind Göbekli Tepe, I believe. And so there's a logistical challenge, but they don't seem to, I mean, I wouldn't say they reflect any degree of precision. I mean, it is advanced stonework. It's high relief carving. I haven't seen any evidence. Of course, you can't get into Göbekli Tepe to look. You're sort of stuck on the
Gamer
walkway.
folklore. What is
of
up? What's up?
specific
How are you,
tool marks
man?
Like that, but it's limestone. It's not
Beast
super
gamer
hard.
folklore. How are you?
But it's
It's like alabaster marble, basically.
It's harder
probably a
than
little
that, I
harder
think,
than that. Yeah.
Limestone?
Yeah. So some forms of limestone can be almost as hard.
Incredibly hard, yeah.
Yeah, very hard limestone. Yeah, it's a big degree of shift in.
I don't know if I'm based or
types
not,
of,
but
limestone.
I'm in Canada.
The three on the
I know that
Some
much.
of it gets much harder.
Yeah.
It's got
I'm in Canada, my friend.
There's certainly limestones that are that soft.
Yeah.
And you do see variations. Like even in Egypt, you see variations.
Yeah.
Of some of the later limestone.
I'm happy to be in Canada, man.
It's just, you can
Yeah, dude. I did the 3-month
other parts that's,
teach in China bit.
It's like it's literally vitrified from people.
I plan to be there for a year.
It's, it's really hard. But yeah, I don't think it necessarily reflects the same degree of technology we see in places like Egypt. But it's what's interesting about that is that it's a.
Oh my
100%.
gosh.
In my mind, it's like a different.
I realized I'm not very good at
You see
teaching
multiple phases
children,
of building here. And the one that's dated
and
to the
I
oldest
didn't
dates
really want to
for
live in China
Göbekli Tepe, the settlement of it is the pre-pottery
for a
Neolithic
long
dates, which
time.
matches the cobblestone walls.
because it wasn't
And
going
all
to
the
bring
other
me
sites, yeah.
the
all
life
these
that
other
I
sites,
want.
and it's also where the sediment and the midden stops. So you sort of the carbon dating.
Like the
material
pay was very good though.
that gives
The
us
pay was
some
very good. I was
firm
paid
dates, which is what,
$4,000 Canadian a month after taxes. That's what it would take home.
Looks like those cobblestone walls
But
were a later modification.
man,
It's
I had like
potentially
over
in a
200
And we just had no
fucking
clue how
3
old,
to
if you
7-year-olds.
like that idea, you think it's legitimate. and
Because
maybe,
I taught
the
24
megalithic
hours
stuff came
a
before that.
week.
We just have no idea when that could have happened. I mean,
Yeah,
Martin
but I
Sweat,
paid
who
off
wrote about it,
a
done
credit
some really
card, couple
interesting,
credit cards.
Statistical
Came out with like
analysis.
5,000.
His
Paid
work's
off a
really
couple credit
fascinating on
cards.
Göbekli Tepe, looking at all of
Anyways.
the drawings and the glyphs and correlating them to
Just so you know, like
constellations and specific periods of time that suggest
it still
that
wasn't
they were
enough to
observing
bring me the
sky
life
before
that I
the final
that I would
days for
want.
many thousands of years.
Yeah, a lot of children. I
So we
taught
don't really
24
know.
hours a week,
It's a
45-minute
to me, it's like,
classes,
we know
10
when
to
the-
12
we
students
kind of
per
have these dates for
class,
when a
age
Neolithic
3
people
to
were
8
on
years
the site,
old.
and we're using it no doubt. And, probably lived
So
there
that's
for
got to be over
thousands of years.
200. I'm like
built
doing
a
the
giant
math. I'm like, was that
Yeah,
really
that's the
over
other thing, it is
200
knitted.
students?
When you first
Like,
get up there and you're looking at the site, Kyle,
It must
both
have been.
realize, like this hill, you're on top
Yeah.
of this stone hill, but then there's another hill on top of it, and that hill is a huge pile of midden,
Thanks,
which
brother.
is just refuse material from occupation, right? And that's the material that the archaeologists have been digging out of the enclosure.
it's not for me.
So it seems like one probable thing that happened is that the enclosures.
I mean,
were
I'm
already
not
there,
meant
and they
to-
were who knows how old, and they had already fallen into disrepair.
Like,
And
I'm
then
going to be
people
40
then
next
people
summer.
discovered the site and then began to
fucking
occupy
40
it,
years
and they
old
occupied it for a long time.
In next summer,
Thousands of
and
years.
I realized I
And they
don't want to
created the
be
midden.
teaching English in
And they
China.
used it for celebrations,
at the age of 40.
for, rituals,
Harvest festivals.
harvest festivals, feasting. But they didn't build the site, but they did a lot of work on it. They put a lot of time and work.
So right now I'm just like
in
working
their
to
own-
pay off
with
my
their own
debt.
ability. You know,
and
similar
it's
to
really
maybe
like
you see with
small-minded.
the
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Right.
in South
It's
America.
like
they seem to be repairing.
it's like
these
I'm
much more
aiming like
ancient,
pretty
much more
low, right?
high-quality megalithic sites.
Yeah, revering.
And it's
Yeah, revering
like
it
I'm
looks like it
sacrificing
exactly.
who I want to be.
Pre-pottery
Yeah,
megalithic
you know?
people,
It's like I'm sacrificing who I want to
Yeah.
be
so how is it that
in my
they're
life
finding stone plates
for
at
like
Garage
to
that
just
they're
pay off
talking
my
about
debt.
pre-pottery?
I was gonna ask.
Because
about
every
that.
time
I
I get it, like I think of a job, I'm like, oh,
but yeah, if they were
this would be great to pay off my debt.
pottery is
or
in,
whatever,
you know,
right?
they
And
weren't
it's
fire
like-
and clay, right? They were doing
It's
those
like I can't
ceramics.
keep doing this
Right.
forever. I'm gonna be
Or
fucking
hardened
like
clay or
40. I
anything
need to
like that.
like
Yeah,
build my
it's-
It's
career.
like the hunter-gatherer thing,
Yeah.
right? We're just
Yeah.
gonna
I
change
can't.
the
Is this
definition
them?
of- Now it's hunter-gatherer and
I just
megalithic
can't
stone
be a,
cutter. Soon pre-pottery is gonna
Really?
be-
This is Caroline.
yeah, these
a
are the
drifter,
pre-pottery and ancient
a
stone cutter
vagabond, a
people.
nomad. I can't forever. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's great about it. Is like, okay, so they hadn't figured out how to make pots.
I mean,
yet,
you can
they
make a
were
life
already
teaching
standing
English
up
in
megalithics.
China, but that wasn't really my bag. You
Standing
know,
up megaliths,
I
Carving
really
them,
didn't.
right.
Wasn't.
transporting them.
massive limestone megaliths
Yeah.
and granite and basalt.
Oh
I mean,
wow,
we see
insane.
this is the crazy
That's
thing in
hard.
Turkey,
That's so
much
hardcore.
in Turkey. I mean, I was showing
a good
you earlier
idea.
The pictures of like that obsidian bracelet, and there's an obsidian vase.
That's a great idea.
That has those channels in it. You know, there's a place called Zanaki Tepe that's pretty obviously megalithic. And matches
Ironically
Peruvian
enough,
and
I had
Egyptian
written
architecture.
a
And a lot of this stuff is dated in the
scientific
Neolithic
article
time period, 10,000 years ago, and you know more. So
against mining
yeah,
in northern
it's-
Ontario, a
that's-
site.
I hadn't seen it
But I'm not
before.
against
that's a
mining
first
in
to get
total.
this done.
Like this is just like an area that was only like 1.5% of endemic land remaining of this like old growth
Yeah.
forest,
Yeah.
which
It's in
happened to
that
be my
same-
research site.
Yeah, Neolithic. I mean, Neolithic actually shifted.
And they wanted to make it like a gold mine there.
Yeah.
In just northeast at Wolf Lake.
I haven't seen
Wolf
anybody
Lake
confirm those
Forest
claims
Reserve.
except for Hugh Newman
Actually,
and
Jane
he's
Goodall.
at his Cosmic Summit
Yes, the
presentation,
same
and
one that
then
like
on
speaks with
mushrooms
monkeys in
and
Africa.
physics.
She made a like a 5-10 second
I know,
20-second
we were there, unfortunately,
spiel
just
about
after the
Wolf
flooding
Lake
and the
once.
earthquake.
Anyways.
And the museums were closed because they got flooded. And
I'm not against
immediately
mining,
artifacts
but-
out. So next time we get there, hopefully we'll get into museums and check out some of these artifacts.
Yeah.
But the other thing is like, you know, now I'm gonna bring up.
I don't know if it's my
So
passion,
Turkey
right?
has cart ruts like Malta. Okay, and then I don't know if you have you ever looked into this topic at all?
I have. Yep,
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's what is cutting ruts in stone?
Right.
You know,
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
right.
Honestly, now like
Is it a cart?
Right. Or
How is a cart?
Where were they filtering glacier
my experience is in like hazardous waste, but I don't want to be a garbage man.
That's the problem. It's
Yeah,
like
right.
if you look at some.
But
of
man,
the,
you can
That was a joke.
yeah, no,
you can lurk.
taking
You don't
it
have to
seriously.
try to resolve my life issues if you don't want to.
there's a place called Clapham Junction.
And teaching
in Malta,
kids, yeah.
which is named after one of the biggest
Garbage man is all right.
railroad
Yeah,
switching stations.
but it's not my. It's just like it's not
UK,
my
I
like.
think, is
It's
what
not who I
named
want to
after.
be. It's not my
Because when
passion.
you look down at it, it looks like an enormous number of tracks that are going all over the place.
20-year
So
retirement.
there's some Maltese, and you can see they're deep.
Yep.
Right.
Those are deep.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wait, where is this? Misra Al Gabir. Clapham Junction. Okay, yeah. So you see that, like, what kind of cart is making
Yeah,
those
so
junction
honestly,
pieces?
in
We
terms of
found
work,
a couple of sets of these
I might
in Austin.
do Uber Eats again
This is Turkey.
if we're actually going to talk about
Malta.
me
No, this is
working.
Malta.
Malta. Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Malta.
That's what
You
it's
found
going to
them
be.
where? I'm sorry, Wes.
In outside of Austin,
Then I would
in
probably get a
Texas,
new car
there are cart ruts. Yeah, a couple of sets that are very clear.
And
We went
just try to
found
find
them
a
and
job.
They're on riverbeds, and it just.
But I
like
don't need to
long,
work right now
curving-
for
it-
the-
you
for
know,
the
it
small
looks exactly
little
the
bit.
same as what you would expect if somebody with a two-wheeled, narrow-tired vehicle went through some mud.
If I would have
It
did
looks
it
just
in New
like
York
it,
City,
except it's in
I
stone.
would have retired last year. For now, I'm sure yes.
So there's sets of this stuff in Turkey as well.
So, what's the traditional explanation for how that was? How they
Oh wow,
were
insane
cart ruts?
stash.
I mean, it's just a mystery.
That's
right?
crazy.
Yeah,
They
it's-
fall off into the ocean, and so the theory might be that they were made when the ocean was
Lower,
which-
yeah.
So you're talking sea level was 400 years
Yeah.
lower.
There's the Turkey ones. This is what we want to go see in the Phrygian Valley.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah,
in the
so we're
dirt, right?
home.
That's in the stone.
Yeah, that's stone.
I miss
Yeah,
Canadian
like
water.
somebody just peeled out and
I miss
they-
Canadian water a
Right.
lot.
But
That's crazy.
notice the car tracks
Like a
next
lot,
to
a
them,
lot.
Yeah, there's
where
a
people
road
have been
next to it.
driving modern vehicles and not
Okay.
making ruts in the stone.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, I'm fascinated by this cart rut thing and that I guess there's a couple of possibilities. The standard explanation is for the ones in Malta. I don't know about the ones in Turkey. But the ones in Malta, they're like, okay, they were using single axle, two-wheeled carts pulled by a single animal, you know, and they went over the same track so many times in the same area that the wheels were just steadily digging down into the stone. I don't buy it.
I don't buy that either.
Yeah, I just can't. I can't
Why,
buy it.
Seems crazy.
Driving this off into the ocean then? Because
Right,
that's
yeah.
the thing. Graham showed it in Ancient
Yeah,
Apocalypse,
they
right?
cross
in
the
Malta,
bay.
they
Oh, wow,
literally-
insane.
They go under. Yeah, they cross the bay.
Yeah,
They go
and
underwater.
go up on other
From what?
islands that come out of the water. It's-
Sudbury?
Some of them go directly off
I hear ya.
cliffs.
Sudbury's from a meteor, right?
It's
Yeah,
Like a
it's-
meteor impact.
yeah.
That's what makes Sudbury metals so
Yeah, we need to get out.
valuable.
There's a lot of interesting stuff in Malta.
Is this
Hyperion,
natural from the earth?
Right, so
Or is it
there's a
from?
lot of megalithic.
Because I know there's a lithium mine being up
construction
in
Malta that looks
Ontario.
similar to
Become even more
Tepe stuff.
controversially,
I wouldn't
Toad.
say there's T-pillars, but there's lots
Yeah,
of
Goose. Anyways, I
circular
wrote
megalithic
a
temples built out of roughly hewn stone.
I led a research paper against gold mine in
I mean, if you imagine the sea level,
James Bay
400 feet
Lowlands.
lower
Interesting.
in Malta,
It would have been much larger.
Well,
Yeah.
Africa would have connected to Italy.
Early 21st
You know,
century.
look
That's
at a
like
walk
now.
From Africa to Sicily. And
Lithium
to-
project.
Yeah,
Nickel. Yeah.
Yeah.
but the oldest structures on Malta are
Norange
supposed to be
resources.
5,000 BC ish.
Yeah.
So no one. Was
Yeah,
supposed to
I
have
mean,
been
I don't know,
there when
man.
The sea level was,
Right.
you know,
Right.
no one was supposed to have been there at Göbekli Tepe.
As like an
times.
environmental biologist, this like drives
But I
me.
am fascinated by
I
the
can't- I
cartwheels
can't
and the
open
fact that
a-
you find them
Like a
Here in
gold
Turkey.
mine
associated
or a
with their
lithium
Q.
mine.
You know, I don't
I
know
don't
if they're
know.
associated with Tepe. It's kind of far from the Tepe.
I gotta be more
There could be some out
open-minded.
there that no one has located yet.
No pun
What's the
intended.
wildest explanation theory as
That
to-
somebody was driving mechanical vehicles through
Should
mud.
go as far as
before
Ottawa, Sudbury.
it turned into stone.
Oh wow, insane.
What's the second wildest?
City. Yeah, that's
Second-
true. You're right.
second wildest. I don't know.
What's one that makes
I
sense
think
to
the
you?
wildest.
You're
one
right,
Is
like-
that the tracks
I know
were made
Bob
with
Ray.
before the material had turned into stone.
Bob
All of
Ray,
this is sedimentary
the
material.
Okay.
politician
So, at
in
some
the
point, it was not
1990s, the
So you can
liberal
imagine
party
it's laid
leader,
down under shallow seas,
actually
okay,
was
or it's
arrested
near the
at
beach, and then the water recedes
Temagami
or whatever.
Road,
People make tracks with
where we
vehicles,
actually canoed
the water
around
comes
there
back,
into
gets
our
buried again
research
under other
sites in
stuff.
Temagami.
That eventually turns into stone.
And he was
Then the
arrested,
whole area
and now
dries
he's
out, and
working with
erosion
First
slowly
Nations
wears
in
the
Northern
material down, and then
Ontario
spoils the tracks.
for like
That's-
selling
That's
minerals
wild,
and
'cause that
mines
was
and
like
shit.
millions of years ago.
Yeah,
But then you
So
have
even
somebody
he
driving
changes his mind, right?
vehicles millions of years ago.
Crazy
The
environmentalist.
same way you get dinosaur footprints
Yeah.
in stone. Or
So it's like the Mars.
Go to Northern Ontario and just open
Right.
up a new
Yeah.
mine. Fuck it.
And it's funny because they
And
usually
retired
come
waterfowl on the Great
in
Lakes.
groups. There's never just one set. You know, you
Yeah,
find an
but
area
yeah,
that's got
okay,
lots of
y-
tracks.
yeah.
Like lots of people were driving vehicles through the mud in that area at one point.
Oh, wow,
and they just
insane.
got preserved for whatever reason.
Yeah, he's total lefty.
Spaced apart.
Yeah.
don't know.
So they're not necessarily.
I mean, I don't.
Interesting
I can't say
proposition,
every
Goose.
set that I've seen
Interesting
that I know of,
proposition for
they're-
sure.
There's two tracks.
Yeah, the tracks.
Okay,
don't-
well,
it's
what
never a
about-
single track.
Okay,
They
let's
don't-
talk.
They don't get closer and farther
There's a
away
big
from each other.
uranium deposit in
They're not always the tracks. The
it's in
individual
northern
tracks are
Saskatchewan,
not
right?
always the same width. Like those are wide.
What is it?
Some of them are
As
very
uranyl
like,
acetate,
you know,
or
a
is it
couple
just
inches,
a
which is
uranium?
interesting because if you think of a cartwheel, and they were usually pretty tall, like
Yeah.
a wheel
So
like
what
this.
would
right?
like?
And if you have to put that
What would
wheel in
you
a track
take?
that's
You just
this deep
mine
in
the
stone,
ore?
and then it goes around any kind
And
of
then would you
turn,
like
it's gonna
smelt
catch
the
you.
ore, or would you send it to
They won't be able to go around
Sudbury to
so
smelt
the
it?
track
Would you
should be
would you just
widened.
sell the ore?
around the turn, but they don't. You know.
Yeah.
I'm
So-
open to your.
So an explanation could be.
You're
that
really
this was
warming
some-
me up on that idea now.
A million years ago by
It
some
could.
Uranium City. It's been abandoned. Really?
Absolutely could be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
it could be a rover.
Yeah.
It's an Earth rover.
That's freaking crazy.
Another thing that's interesting. Now look at this. See how this set that he's showing. This is good. The one on the right.
Uranium City. Just started and figured it out.
Straddling the northern shores of Lake Athabasca and sitting only 30 miles from the Northwest Territory lies Uranium City. Only 40 years ago, Uranium City was a bustling town with thousands of inhabitants. Today, it's a ghost town. How did what was once a prosperous town in the middle of the Arctic end up as a ghost town where the few remaining residents are fighting to keep it alive. In 1981, the city reached its zenith, where according to Statistics Canada, the population reached a bit over 2,500 inhabitants. Some journalists and amateur historians have provided their own estimates, which range between
totally
5 and
abandoned
10,000 for the height of Uranium City.
Oh my god.
The discrepancy between these estimates and Statistics Canada could be explained through a number of factors. First, the number of individuals still living in tents, which was a common practice for mining towns at this time. Auto mine, Faye's Varna mine, and El Dorado mine.
Interesting, man.
In total, Uranium City had 52 mines in its general area. These mines serviced both the U.S. military and
yeah, dude, this rabbit hole, man.
Prior to the foundation of
because there's a lot of uranium in the northern Saskatchewan, man. We should do like a development northern Canada development program.
Many of
I
these
can
10
apply for
cities suffered
grants,
from
make
the
a
same
company,
problem
apply for
as
grants.
mining towns in northern Ontario, which were set up in a similar fashion. These problems were namely the lack of basic services like healthcare and reliable schooling
I might
for its
toad.
population.
I might do it.
To further bolster and encourage a movement away from tent cities to the permanent
Yeah, this is
settlement
pretty
of
boring. I'm
Uranium
gonna change it though.
Royal
I'll read up
visit
on it.
Tents, First Nation, and airports in decades. Today, residents and visitors are advised to not eat the fish caught at creeks that are adjacent to mining operations due to exposure. The community still has a primary school, a post office, and a small lodge, which according to Google
Hope everybody's enjoying the summit so far. I certainly have been. And thank you to everybody here. You guys have come to the summit. Everybody also on the live stream, you've made it happen, so thank you. And so, yeah, where we're going to start is really just talking about these out-of-place artifacts. I'm going to focus primarily on Egypt. Egypt has the vast majority of these types of things. It's the most intact in terms of ancient sites and monuments, but by no means is this just an Egypt-only phenomenon. We find these out-of-place artifacts, things that I describe as artifacts that don't really fit with everything else that we see that comes from these ancient and relative to us primitive civilizations. They're Bronze Age civilizations, or even older than that, Neolithic type of civilizations. Typically made from very hard types of stone. They display degrees of sophistication, of design, or just in sheer scale. It seems to be out of place relative to everything else that we find on these sites. As I said, these things do exist all around the world. You find them in Peru, South America, obviously Turkey. In fact, recently I've become aware of
a series of like obsidian artifacts that are dated essentially back to the Neolithic period that come from Turkey, these machined obsidian rings. You also find vases and things that come from Turkey. And obsidian is one of those stones, you know, you can't, it's typically shaped by flaking and striking, like it's used for blades and knives. The South American people use them as weapons, but there's actually these machined, smooth surfaced rings that have been clearly turned, and they date back to like 10,000 BC out of Turkey. But we'll focus on Egypt for this presentation, because as I said, it has the vast majority of these types of artifacts. I'm pretty careful about what I term an out-of-place artifact. Some people might think, well, it's all sort of magical, mystical stuff. It's really not. I'm very careful about what I say that the dynastic Egyptians, that's ancient Egyptian civilization as we know it, I term them the dynastic Egyptians. I'm very careful about saying what they couldn't do. I do want to emphasize that was an incredible ancient civilization, right? It stretched for 3,000 years, longer than our own sort of modern civilization. They did tremendous work. They were capable of an awful lot. But still, there are a number of aspects of artifacts and sites and things that we can see that were really well and truly beyond their capabilities and beyond the evidence that we see in the archaeological record. So when I talk about these things, they typically fall into one of a couple of different categories. The first one is machining. So on a lot of these sites and on these artifacts themselves, in the architecture, the stone blocks, and on pieces, large and small, we can find evidence for sophisticated machining. Very powerful tools that have carved into, very hard stone. Things like granite, basalt, diorite, porphyry, schist, all of these really hard types of stones. It's not a mystery why a lot of stone carvers today, and throughout history, have liked to use stones like marble. It's soft. Like relative to these stones, marble's a 3, maybe a 4 on the Mohs scale of hardness. Copper is a 3. A lot of the stones that we see these machining marks made into are things like diorite or granite, which can be a 6 or a 7. In fact, we have some artifacts with high degrees of things like corundum in them, which is up to like a 9 on the Mohs scale, diamond being a 10. So very challenging material to work in. If you're trying to make a sculpture, you typically don't choose granite to do it. It just makes it insanely difficult. In fact, I recently watched a fun YouTube video about a guy who found a giant granite boulder and made like a bathtub out of it, like an outdoor bathtub. And if you want to get an indication of how hard it is to work in granite, go watch that video. He's using modern tools, but man, it took him forever. And just the dust and the work that goes into it, it's astonishing. So it's not really material you would immediately choose to use, but if you want something to last forever, you'd pick it. So here you can see all sorts of evidence machining on different artifacts, giant saws that have just cut through this granite. You see what I like to call that Wolverine slash that's in some of the basalt that's to the east of the Great Pyramid on the basalt pavement. Evidence for circular saws, tubular drills. And one of the things that's interesting, Johanna mentioned going to Egypt. Across the few tours that we've run, we get some really interesting people that come with us. In one case, sort of top left here, you see that faceted bull nose. Right, and this was actually pointed out to. I'd seen this box. This is on a box, the granite box that's at Elephantine Island. It's a really impressive piece. But I'd sort of seen the box and never really noticed this. And we had a guy with this name of Almer Allen, who's like a world-famous stone sculptor. He's been doing it for 40 years. He's New York Times, like his pieces sell for fortunes. Interesting guy, came along, and he has worked with stone and metal for his whole life, like 40 years. Developed carpal tunnel from using hand tools so much. He went to machine tools where he's grinding and using his hands. Still couldn't do that. So these days he works with like robotics, CNC machines, controlled sculpting. So he's an expert in all these types of machining and working in his materials. And he looked at this and said, there's no way this is something that's done by hand. This is actually an unfinished portion of the bullnose that runs around this box and down its edge. Right, and all the rest of the bull nose, it's smooth, it's semicircular, it's smooth. This is the value of unfinished work. When you see unfinished work and you can see tool marks that haven't been polished out or ground out, it gives you an indication of what tool is used to make them. It's called witness marks. So a lot of machinists and engineers will know this. You can look at artifacts and you see the witness marks of the tools that made them. And this is the witness mark from something that they were shaping this bull nose to give it that roughly circular, semicircular shape. and it left these facets. This is not something you do with a chisel. You wouldn't get this result. It's granite. There's some other tool that used it. Another guy that came with us just on the most recent trip earlier this year, bottom right here, that big circular saw cut, you can see this is a slab of granite you find on a place called Aberrawash. It's a really interesting piece. It's been featured in some of Chris Dunn's books. Obviously you can see that curved nature of the saw that cut that piece, but what you can't really see from the photo, it's not evident, it's also concave. It has a curve this way as well. And if anyone here is familiar or they like riding mountain bikes, you probably recognize this name, but on that tour I happen to have Chris King along with us. Chris King, if you want to drop a couple of grand on a set of mountain bike wheels, he's your man. But he makes precision mountain biking gear, hubs, wheels, rims for carbon fiber. He's a precision machinist. He's been working, with these machines, and he took a magnifying glass and he's running his hand over that, and he just thinks these types of things, it's just the smoking gun evidence for sophisticated tools being used. He is 100% certain that these were done with rotating tools. And of course, this isn't something we find in the archaeological record, but we see it all over the place. So that's one category. Another one is precision. So we see machining. Also, precision is an indication of sophistication, of something that isn't really doable by hand. And there are a number of categories of precision. Symmetry is a type of precision. Top center image here, that big face of so-called Ramses. Everything's a face of Ramses because his name is probably somewhere on the statue. This is quite a famous image that Chris Dunn did. It's called a reverse transparency overlay, where he took a dead straight-on picture of the face, and then he copied it. He flipped one image, on the horizontal, on the vertical axis, and then made them both 50% transparent. You overlay them. So if you look closely, you can see Chris Dunn on both sides of that picture, right? And it lets you line up and look. As long as you do it on that center line, you can overlay left side of the face to the right side, and there's just no discernible difference. Like, this face is perfectly symmetrical. We see this on a number of these statues, not all of them, but on a number of them. And again, this isn't something that's reflected in human anatomy. Nobody has a perfectly symmetrical face. One nostril is bigger than the other. We have different sized eyeballs, stuff like that. And it's not something that would really be the result of hand tools or hand carving, right? This seems to be an indication of design. In fact, the most efficient way to design this, you might actually only have to design half the face, and then you can just mirror it and map it over to the other side. You would probably do this in modern applications and programs today. Obviously, the vases, the jars, have been a really strong indicator of precision. People knew about these for a long time. You see top left here, one of my favorite examples.
It does feel good to be home.
Museum. It's actually a large vessel bag, that big. And it looks like it's just standing on this tiny tip, just the tiniest of tip. It's so well balanced and so well made, yet it's made from a very hard form of granite. Large crystalline inclusions in the stone, just perfectly polished, but perfectly balanced. Actually, I have this wonderful clip from Magical Egypt. John Anthony West, rest in peace. He's in the Cairo Museum, and I think it was somewhere in maybe the 90s. And he was talking about the vases. And he was saying, I hope that at some point in the future, someone will be able to look at these vases and apply some modern technology to them, and maybe we'll start to learn more about that. And that's exactly what's been going on over the last
really
year or
bad.
so. Because
I feel like I'm getting worse, guys.
And in fact, this vase
Like, that was
here
really
on
terrible.
The top right, with all of the circles, the diagram, that's what we've termed the spinner vase. And I think you guys all have, well, many of you will have the replica of that spinner vase. I could spend an hour talking about the VaseCam project, but one of the best indications of not only precision, we'll talk a bit about that, how they've looking at things like concentricity and roundness. We're talking like single-digit thousandths of an inch, just remarkable precision in their machining and fit and finish. These are things that would be incredibly challenging to do even with our best machines today. In fact, Adam Young, who, if you saw his talk this morning, would have mentioned this, but he's had people trying to make him. Like, he went to a Chinese company that literally has 1,000 years of history and experience in machining granite. They tried to make just a simple vase, no lug handles, none of the complexity. They couldn't even machine out the inside of it. They just drilled out the inside of it. They made the outside of it. When they measured it, you're talking like 2 or 3 orders of magnitude off the precision. So instead of, 2/1000ths of an inch, you're talking like 30 or 40, 50 thousandths of an inch off using modern machines. He's also asked, I think, some artisan companies here to do the same thing. They're working on it with modern machines again, and we're just not seeing anything like the precision we see on these. Not to say that I don't think we could. I just think in order to do it, it would be ridiculously expensive. You might even have to design some specific tools to do it. But one of the really interesting things that's come out of the Basecamp project and that happened after I spoke here last year was kind of this link between vases. So you can see here this image with these circles that are all over that vase, right? So if you break down the shape of the vase, you can break it down into these geometric primitives, typically circles. And what we found, Mark Vist found this. He's the cryptographer who analysed the initial scan of the first vase that we looked at. He found that there was a fixed ratio or a fixed relationship between the sizes of those circles. So in all of the circles that make up the various curvatures and shapes of that vase, ranging from circles with a radius of 1.1 millimeters up to circles with a radius of 42 millimeters, all of those circles have a fixed relationship with each other. As in, they all fix, there's a ratio between what's called the radial traversal patterns, the square root of 6/2. And it gives you, if you start with one of those circles and you multiply it by this equation to different powers, then you get a different size circle. Right? It's a fixed ratio. It's not any arbitrary circle wouldn't fit it. It's only circles of this exact ratio.
Come on.
And that's what's in that vase. Those are the circles that you used to design that vase. And you go, oh, that's interesting. So he took that algorithm. Once he discovered it, he said, you know what I can do is I can take this algorithm, put it into CAD, computer-aided design, and I can make a vase just with the mathematics, with the algorithm. So he did that. He designed a vase just using that algorithm and the sizes of those circles. And then he compared that model that he had to the model of the actual vase. And when he lined it up, the median radial deviation was something like 6 microns. Basically, we're at the limit of scan resolution. That's the difference in the radius of the circles that make up the actual vase versus the mathematical model. You can basically say that the vase is a perfect replication of, or perfect execution of the mathematical model. Really interesting, right? Seems like an indication of design. What became even more astonishing is when we expanded the data set, and thanks to guys like Matt, for all of the vases that he's acquired.
Yo, Perfect Ace, what's up, bro? No, I'm back, dude. I'm back in Canada. I'm back in Canada, man. Oh, thanks, brother. Thanks, man. Thanks, homie. Yeah, dude. Thanks, man. You were streaming. You were just streaming. You're still streaming. I appreciate that, man.
On my channel, in my material. Another thing that I just want to say about
it was good.
Is that
it was good, but I'm not meant to teach children. Ended just a while ago. Thanks, dude. I'm really not meant to teach children, especially English, especially in China. It's not really what I'm meant to do in life. Like, and I actually just said this like 10 minutes ago. Next summer I'm gonna be fucking 40. I'm gonna be a 40-year-old man. Like, let's pray. And I don't want to be teaching children English in China. The job is so exhausting too. I had like over 200 students aged 3 to 8 years old, Chinese students. Class of 12 students. Had like 24 classes. Yeah, I had a lot of fucking students. I must have had like 250 students. I'm like, there's no way I had that many. I'm like the math, it's the only way. It was too much work. It was a lot of hard work. And I mean, I wouldn't be able to drive the car there. The drivers there are so crazy. Like, it's fucked. Like, they're fucking terrible drivers. And they're dangerous drivers.
let's say 100
crazy.
tons, maybe 150 tons. When you start
I don't
getting
know
up
if
to
they're
much
like
larger
Karachi
artifacts,
crazy,
objects,
but
things in the, say,
they're pretty
300,
crazy.
400, 600, 1,000 tons, it becomes
You
a
asked
lot more
before about
difficult. It's not
cockroaches.
on
I
a
never
linear
saw
scale of
like one
difficulty. It's not
cockroach.
like it just gets
I didn't see a
this,
single
you know,
cockroach in
it
China.
doesn't just
Can you believe
get more
that?
difficult like this. It's kind of a logarithmic curve of difficulty.
LMFAO.
Your friction coefficient goes through the roof. Material strength becomes an issue. All these sort of
That
artifacts.
is insane. Give me not one
Hemp,
cockroach.
rope, wood, people,
I know.
horsepower, right? And there
They
are
were
a lot
banned
of
in
these sort of
China.
things that come to us from ancient Egypt. First of all, you obviously have the unfinished obelisk.
Wow.
It hasn't been moved.
Probably not as
It's attached to
bad
the
as
In fact,
in
the trench
person.
around it is only
I can tell you that
2/3 as
much.
deep as it would need to be if they
In
were
person, because you got to play games.
But
They want you to like entertain. Like I'm a good information. I'm great with
in
information.
fact, you go to the
But like
quarry,
entertainment,
and there's
I'm not
evidence,
a
I think, strong
I'm not a
evidence in the- what
good
they call the
entertainer.
heart area of the
That's
quarry,
not my
that a
bag.
block of a similar
That's not where
size
I'm like
had already
best.
been removed from there. Something
I
around
can
that
be
order of magnitude,
entertaining, but
we know
I'm
they can
best
do
when
this
I'm like
because there is
informative.
plenty of evidence for objects in the 1,000
And they
ton
wanted like
range
an entertainer,
that
like
we
a
find in ancient
daycare.
Egypt, ones made from granite and other hard stones. In
Yeah,
particular, these
probably.
giant statues, the remnants
Oh
of
yeah,
these giant
definitely.
statues.
There's a lot of like early child management.
In places like Karnak,
It was
Luxor,
half
but there is
English
just
material,
evidence for
half
statues of a,
early
you know,
child
2-3 times that size,
psychological
in that
management.
area. In the top right, probably the best example, the one that's the most complete anyway.
Yeah,
It's a fallen statue at a place called the Ramesseum. You can see his head.
but
and
that
his
was
shoulders.
the
This is a
option
seated statue
because there's
sitting
so
on a
many
giant
students who
throne.
paid well,
This statue
right?
easily would have been 1,000 tons.
But like I can't do it. I wouldn't be able to do it
We
in
know
Hong
that they
Kong.
were
I wouldn't be
shipped,
able to do it
that
anywhere.
they were these
Canada, no way.
these blocks of stone, these things, artifacts weren't shipped when they were finished.
Online would be great, man. I know you suggested that before. If you hit an ad also, I apologize. I might turn down my ads. Like,
In some cases up to a foot
it's really
of granite
like interfering with the communication with people.
to get to like the final shape, and this is probably done to protect it during
Yeah, in
transport. You
Ottawa,
wouldn't wanna be
at
the,
home,
you know, the Johnson that
with
let's say
my
things tip over
parents.
and chips off a piece. It's probably a bad day. So they seem to protect them during transport, and they would finish them on
Yeah,
site. So
man.
the unfinished block could have been
And with my girlfriend, dude.
200 tons. We don't know.
I'm not bragging. I'm
When
just
this thing
saying.
was lifted up
Sorry, that it sounded
onto
like a
the
brag. That
pedestal,
wasn't a
and
brag.
was put there.
What I'm
The
saying is
pedestal's
like
still
I'm just
intact.
back
It's
at
on there.
home, you know.
Pace it out, and using the you can just take a rough estimate.
Yeah, man.
The weight of granite at around 2.7 tons per cubic meter.
Oh,
Just the
no.
pedestal this thing sits on weighs 650
Thanks,
tons.
man. Appreciate that, dude. How are you, man?
Granite was moved around
Yeah, I gotta
think
fucking
it's
write. I was gonna write to
200
Dogger
miles
and
from the quarry. This is one that gets talked about.
David.
But there's actually better examples. Bottom left. This is Tanis. Tanis is in the delta in the Nile, way up in the
I was
north.
gonna write to them.
It's up where the Nile River spreads out into this delta area. It's at this site that's been around since Old Kingdom times and before, and Yusuf and I are standing next to the foot. This is just the
Shit got
the
pretty
foot,
crazy in the
pretty
summer,
much
right?
what's left of it. This foot's been
Damn.
repurposed as a block in a wall. The toenail on the foot is bigger than my outstretched hand, and this was a single piece.
But yeah,
granite
man.
statue.
How about
Probably
you, dude?
sits
Did you
on
find a
the
job?
Don't really know.
Sorry if you
There are
haven't.
fragments of it
I'm
around.
really
This was all
curious.
found by Flinders Petrie.
I'm just gonna write to you.
But Tanis
You don't have
is
to say.
1,000
You don't have to write in the
miles
chat if you don't
from
want
Of Aswan in the south. Somebody moved more
to.
than
Is your
1,000
are you still
tons of
still
stone
going
from
with your
Aswan
company?
and took it to Tanis, and it was a giant statue. Another great example is this.
So they were.
This is at
They had the
Karnak,
writing on the wall.
bottom right.
Okay, but you still got your job. Yeah, yeah.
Piece.
That's good.
It doesn't look like this anymore. One year I went there.
Bombard, yo,
assembled
bro. That's
various
amazing.
pieces Of this arm, you see the shoulder, the upper arm, lower arm, the hand.
I'm praying for you,
This
man.
giant thumb is holding that typical
I'm praying
scroll
for you.
or whatever it is. And they found these pieces in an area we call the boneyard at Karnak. It's a massive site, like acres
Oh, wow,
of
insane.
just fragments of stone and granite. There's actually evidence from multiple statues of this size. That were
That's
there.
pretty advanced in the
Interesting thing
interview
about this
process.
statue, two things really. One, it was a standing statue. We know this because the arm's straight. The standing statues, they're always, you know, doing this. Seated statues, their hands, their arms are bent. You know, they're on their knees. Well, their arms
What is a
are on
week?
their legs.
Nice.
So this is a standing statue. This would have been a gigantic statue.
Yeah.
Not only that, but this is made from composite quartzite. It's not granite. Composite quartzite, in a lot of ways, is a harder material than granite. It contains chunks of flint, big chunks, that is used in a lot of cases to carve granite. Not only
Oh, that sucks.
but composite quartzite doesn't come from that Aswan area or in Upper Egypt where Karnak is located. This composite quartzite came from the Red Mountains of Cairo in the north.
Quidditch.
The Nile River flows to the north, so this thing is brought
What's Quidditch? Is that the Harry Potter
miles
game?
from Cairo up here.
What's
against
Quidditch?
the current. I'm not sure you're able to do that
Wanna
with
Google
your, no wheel, no leverage, no metals or anything like that. But this is what they say happened. In fact, in general, how all of these things are explained and somehow just smashed into the
It is from Harry Potter. What?
Egypt is with the tools that we found in the archaeological record. And this is pretty much it. Right? These are the tools that we found that come from ancient Egypt. Dolerite pounding stones. Flint chisels.
That sounds amazing, man.
Adzes, and
That
copper
sounds like a
chisels.
ton of fun.
You could take all of the metal that they found in ancient Egypt.
So how do you- what do you do?
Small room. It's a very precious
Use your hands? It's like with your hands?
from ancient times because it was so highly prized.
What's quad
I mean,
ball?
once you're in that Bronze Age and people could smelt
Rugby,
metal,
soccer,
if
and
they found metal
dodgeball.
and it wasn't in the shape that they wanted it to be, it was taken, smelted, reused, turned into a tool, a knife, or whatever. Whatever you need. So it's
Kappa
actually
in the
very
corner.
rare to find metal. For that matter, the metal that we have found, things like copper early on, and then in later periods, bronze, it's not going to do anything to granite.
What?
I think this is the big meme about copper chisels, right? People have tested this all over the place. Copper chisels do nothing to granite. You're just going to bend the copper chisel. But flint and other
Cool,
stones,
man.
you can carve granite.
Sounds
and other
fun.
stones with it. You can pound away at it with dolerite, have an effect. You can carve hieroglyphs with those.
Oh, no
In fact,
way,
that
nice.
became a high art form.
Are you seriously coming here?
Later
We don't.
periods in Egypt, they were able to do beautiful work, carving, hieroglyphs and all that type of thing with flint materials. Some of these other tools, I mean, this is stuff for
Yeah, man, you're always welcome.
plaster and things like that. But these are the tools that we found in ancient Egypt. So when you look at what the mainstream says about how these things were done, these are the tools they found. They find a way to explain all of it.
In the market, they
These
have
things. But we don't have
like
just
gas
we also have an indication
heaters.
of the methods
You know those
used.
gas,
The
like
dynastic Egyptians
those
themselves
stand-up
and
gas
artwork
heaters. You just light it, and there's this big flame.
all over the place show us
Oh
what they
wow,
were
insane!
doing.
Yo, that'd be sick, man. Yeah, dude.
This is a picture that's taken in the tombs of the nobles over in the west
Wow.
bank of the Nile, down at Luxor.
You need another
And this is a
visa?
scene of them
Wow.
making mud bricks.
It's a one-time
Essentially,
use,
you can see them taking mud
or
bricks.
it's like 90 day or some bullshit.
Baking them, and then they're picking them up, they're carrying
That
them, and
sucks.
they're making a mud brick ramp, which they
Why
did make
sweet?
a mud
Why
brick
is?
ramp.
Oh,
It's how
because
they do it. It's how they
Pakistani.
did
Yeah.
the work at places like Karnak to erect their sandstone pylons and everything else. But it's very primitive, right? You're not seeing circular saws, you're not seeing giant machines.
One-time
or anything
entry,
like that.
alas.
Doesn't seem like the
Jeez.
dynastic Egyptians had that capability.
Fucking Sweden.
We also have scenes like this one. I shared this image last year. This is a scene of vessel making or vase making. You're not seeing lathes. You're not seeing
Yeah, dude.
precision instruments. You're seeing bent sticks
In the
with plates,
market,
probably with flint
in the
tips,
fall, they have
guys
these
rubbing on vessels with,
stand-up
with rock and sand.
fucking
But they're making
fireplaces made of gas, right?
So it's
Glass
funny,
hand
the past,
gas.
It's a difficult picture to interpret, but if you
pretty sick.
actually look deeply into these categories
warm.
of artifacts, what you find emerging is something that I've been calling a tale of two industries. Right, and this is where we get these out-of-place artifacts from.
The place
So
we went to
look across
though
a few categories of artifacts, starting with the vases.
will be closed
You know, you
by the
have
waterfall.
these incredible machined, precise vases. We've seen a lot of them. I know a lot more exist all around the world. In all of these museums, there's literally tens of thousands of these things made from insanely hard materials, ranging in size. The little green one, top center, is about the size of the end of my thumb.
The tavern by the
big
falls,
ones like
yeah.
that,
The duck tacos, yeah.
out here on me. And then
What I get? I got the
bottom right,
fucking.
you can see what we essentially one
I
of
got the
one of
like
Matt's vases,
barbecue
which is called
pork
the
sauce
Timber vase.
hot dog.
This is also the other one you have the model of. This is absolutely
Yo, I
phenomenal
like
vase,
goose.
probably my favourite from the ones that I've seen. Its wall thickness is just immaculate. It gets down to 2 millimeters wall thickness.
I'm not sure, but
Machine ground. Such as
if
this
you can teach
translucent
kids while
stone,
riding a
things
unicycle,
like
that could be
this,
about what?
and you can see the light through that stone. Amazing. Schistous, other artifacts, tons of them.
AI is really taking the
We
piss
also
there,
have
eh?
lots of artifacts that are explained by the tools and the techniques that
That's
we
really
see
what it
in
felt
archaeological
like.
record.
They wanted me to ride a
These are the
unicycle.
alabaster vessels,
Make some lunch.
right?
Thanks,
One thing I
dude.
just wanna say
Thanks,
about
bro.
About the these other vessels is that they're also very old. These are uncontrovertible pre-dynastic. We know this. I'll talk a bit more about it later, but you go to any museum in the world, you find these in pre-dynastic.
I'm getting every pause out is 8 seconds there,
Right, they exist.
which is like,
Dynastic Egypt ever started,
I guess a good sign.
2000 BC, well and truly the times before that. And
Oh, what, the stream elements? That white? Yeah, I know.
Found on Old Kingdom sites, and some of them were found with very poorly done Old Kingdom inscriptions on them. These alabaster vessels, made from softer stone, also pottery vessels. The alabaster ones all happen after that. So after the 3rd or 4th dynasty, it seems like that's when the alabaster industry started up, and it's a much softer stone. You can see from these vessels, they're beautiful, they're works of art, but they're not symmetrical, they're not precise, they're not perfect, they're not thin. They're obviously the result of handwork and hand tools. In fact, if you go to Luxor and you go to any of the alabaster shops that are all over the place there, you'll see them making alabaster vessels with those exact same methods you saw on that stele, on that scene in the water. They even, it's a little show.
I think 14 pause out is 22 pace. I could be wrong though.
Polishing and rubbing it, they're chipping at it. Alabaster's a soft stone. You can totally make these with the tools and techniques found in the archaeological record. Statues, similar story.
With an
These are some of
ideal
the older
ending.
statue, while the one on the left is a Middle Kingdom statue, but the other ones and most of the ones that show just incredible precision, polish, perfect work in hard stone like diorite. The one in the center, Khafrean throne. This is an Old Kingdom statue. A lot of these come to us from very, very earliest times of ancient Egypt. This Khafrean throne was found upside down in a pit in the Valley Temple. But they're absolutely magical pieces of artwork. I mean, this guy on the left, I mean, that knee is astonishing. Like, this is one of the best sculptures of a human knee and anatomy you'll ever see. You'll see things like striations, but of bones and musculature. The stone's perfectly polished. This is a huge problem.
It's pretty insane how human they look.
How do
Like,
you polish flat stone? I mean, how do you
definitely
polish those stones?
human.
How do you polish the fine details, the cuticles of the fingernails? It's all perfectly polished stone. The archaeologists will tell you, well, they use sand and water and rocks and they rubbed on it, which, okay, this might work.
Yeah,
over
oh, it's
time
fucked.
on a flat surface, but how are you doing these little inside joints
It's so
and
crazy.
and things like that? These also show machining marks, which we'll get into later. But the point is that these incredible statues.
I mean, I might apply to teach overseas at adult
We also see statues
schools.
pretty clearly hand-woven.
Honestly,
These come from later times, also earlier times, but a lot of them.
I just need like
Obviously, the result of pounding.
a job that
Of the tools and techniques that we see in the
I'm happy at.
The dynastics were pretty capable.
I don't know.
I mean, this statue on the left, it's a small statue of it's of a small Ramses. The statue itself isn't small. You can see the guy standing on the side of it. It's huge, carved from basalt. But it's absolutely handmade. You can see
I'm seriously considering doing
the chiseling marks. It matches
a master's degree
the hieroglyphs. How the hieroglyphs were carved is
in
exactly how the statue was carved. It's got
archaeology.
Ramses' name on it. He probably had it made. It's amazing that it's nothing like the polished and just perfect and symmetrical statues that we see.
Thinking of doing it on Yangshan
See
Quarry.
the same thing in the boxes. These big granite boxes, dacite boxes. You have a class of these artifacts that are just precise.
Just doing like all the tests.
And very old.
That's my best option, but I didn't want to sound doomer. Yeah. Also, you could just. Also, you just got back. Yeah, true. How much did that cost? Well, I mean, they would ideally you would hop onto a lab with a research grant. Yeah, there has to be an end purpose goal of being like a professor in archaeology. Yeah, so you would hop on the grant. So they would pay you. You would get paid. Usually, like a grad student, a master's student, ideal in the year 2024 might get like $17,000 a year. PhD student might get like 20,000 to 23,000. So it wasn't science. I don't know about fucking archaeology.
In Egypt, but we find an Old Kingdom precision-made box.
Or maybe just do like a postdoc.
Similarly, we also find
Maybe I can just
handmade boxes.
do a
Real
postdoc
crocodile
instead of
boxes. These are quite obviously also made from stone like
salarying that. Salary in postdoc is like
That's what I call
38,000 to
tailored
42,000 a
industries.
year,
One industry that matches
sometimes
tools
less.
and techniques of the archaeological record, and then we see another class of artifacts across all of these different types that really doesn't, that isn't explainable by the tools and techniques of the archaeological record.
That'd be sweet, but that's a lot. You can't really come.
Columns,
You can't
same
really.
thing.
You can't really
We see just these
come with a
insane
brand new
columns
research
that are on a lot of
project
sites, these huge single-piece
and it'd be a
granite columns,
postdoc.
often
Like no one's
flared
gonna fund
like a lotus or palm leaf shaped
my
columns.
little
Some
rock
of them are just gigantic.
collection
You see one
investigation.
standing next to one that is at Tanis.
$40,000 a year. You know.
That really hasn't suffered a lot of damage over the years is at a place called Bastet, and you can see just how perfectly
That's what you
these
make.
things were made. I mean, these
So yeah, that's like
things are
professor
sharp
level.
and it's symmetrical. These little ridge lines and bull noses that run up.
I don't want to be a
so perfect.
professor, man.
I really want to get back here to scan this. I've only
I
ever
don't,
seen this
especially
once,
in
some
environmental
pieces
science.
in all of ancient Egypt. But these things are also old. We find
I didn't
these
do
types of
school to
columns
become a
with the exact
professor.
same ones
Not sound
in
like
places like
an
Saqqara,
idiot, but
which goes back to
you
the
know,
beginning of the Old Kingdom. At
I
the
didn't want
center,
to teach.
we find these columns here. And it's a similar story with
Oh yeah, for sure.
what could the dynastic Egyptians do? Well, they were capable of
Oh yeah,
building
it has to be like a
different things, but
job.
They also built columns. However, they did it with sandstone.
Yeah, you get paid
Sandstone
like
blocks.
17,000 a
If you
year
look on the left here, this is a picture at Karnak. You
for
can see where they were
masters and
building
like
their
22,
pylon
23 for
behind it, and
PhD.
then they would make these columns, and you can see that
From
last
the
column's
research
unfinished,
grant
so you get a
from the
sense of how
professor
they
and the lab.
stack up blocks of sandstone. In fact, they would use mud brick ramps to do this. You actually can see the remnants of a mud brick ramp to the right of that image. They would stack these things up, and then they
Yeah.
would shave them down, make it look like a column, and then they would inscribe it, the paint, and do all the rest of it. It's beautiful work, but it's like a whole different league to making a single piece flared granite column. I mean, you're talking about things, even the Romans who did incredible work in granite. I've seen a study on the columns of the Pantheon, for example, big granite columns, Aswanian granite. They're just wavy, they're not very precise.
Because I mean, I would like. The question is like, what do I want to spend the rest of my life doing?
Increasing radius, so thicker
And I
columns,
think
it's
exploring,
thinner, it's one
like
piece.
fucking, like I think I really am
Sandstone on top, so it's like shaped like
interested
this.
in like Egypt and ancient civilizations
These
and shit.
flared columns are a whole different story. They're a
And
single
like
piece.
I'm
You
good
start off right
at
the bottom,
traveling
it narrows in as it goes up, it
and
narrows in,
documenting
flares out the top.
and
That
writing
whole elaborate headpiece, those lotus
and sharing.
shaped leaves and those palm-shaped
I have
leaves.
those skills.
It's all a single piece.
So I'm thinking like start like a master's in
At least as wide as the widest part of that
just
column.
in like simple stone analysis of these sites.
I mean, Chris Dunn, I agree with him. I think these things were probably
Really
done on
basic
giant
stuff.
lathes or something, and they show remarkable
That's why I say
precision and
masters,
way over
because
anything the Romans ever did.
There's no thesis really. You're just if you're doing just an analysis, it's only really in master's level. No matter how advanced your analysis is, without a thesis, which is fine because I don't have a thesis yet for like just even Yangshan quarry stones,
So if the dynastic Egyptians
conductivity, like reflectivity. Just do a search in the area for like arrowheads. Look for other massive large pieces of obsidian in the region from the ancient times.
Speed it up.
That's a master's project.
Okay, so same thing. Again, we'll look at the tale of two industries just on one slide. Same thing with pyramids. The oldest pyramids, giant stone pyramids. Everybody's familiar with these, I'm sure. There's some of the. This is one of
I'm
the
going
biggest
to
contributions to me in the whole timeline. These are.
I'm gonna take like a 15-minute break though to eat dinner with my parents. To be
These are
honest,
some of the first pyramids ever made. The Great Pyramid.
I'm gonna do that in like a minute or two.
The Bent Pyramid, the Red Pyramid.
I will
the
make
Mudun
this
Pyramid.
video
Giant
big
stone
for
pyramids
you
still
to
standing here
watch.
today.
Thank you for
Egyptians
watching.
kept building pyramids after this time, but they were
I'll
making
play
them
after
up.
dinner.
These are Middle Kingdom pyramids.
Saturday
A lot of times
night.
These things were originally cased in limestone, but that
Prime
casing's
time.
long since been taken away, and it's the mud brick interiors of them are just falling apart. These are wildly different and wildly far apart on a technological scale. Same thing with architecture. You go to these old kingdom sites and you'll find examples of vastly different architecture often stuff that is all dated to exactly the same period. I'll talk a bit about this later on, but on the left we have megalithic work.
I'll be back in like 20 minutes. Thank you.
Like granite, complex curved surfaces, huge blocks of stone, and on the right, small blocks of limestone. Put together, very nice, but they'll tell you that it's the same people did this at the same time, and it's all from the same period. I don't think it was. So, quickly back to the machines, to the vessels. We know that they were machined, right? They're precise, we talked a bit about that, but we also know that they were machined because there are witness marks in fragments of vases and in vases themselves, and this was first noticed by Flinders Petrie back in the 1800s. And what Petrie wrote about this, it comes from the Pyramids and Temples of Giza, 1883, was, quoting him, the principle of rotating the tool was for smaller objects abandoned and
software, just like stash
and the lathe appears to have been as familiar an instrument in the 4th dynasty as it is in modern workshops. The diorite bowls and vases of the Old Kingdom are frequently met with and show great technical skill. And you can see images from Chris Dunn's book where he's analysing fragments of vases. I've looked at many of fragments like these myself, and you'll see witness marks from lathe work, obviously turned, right? They're turned on the lathe. Some hard point or some hard tool is carving through that granite. You see lips from where, other machining processes have been used on the stone. You don't see any layers in the depictions that come from the Old Kingdom of how they made these things, but it's obvious in the witness marks that's what happened. This is the spinner vase being measured on a rotating table with dial indicators that move up in increments of 0.5 at a time. These things are incredibly precise. We talked a little bit about that. But one of the other things I want to talk about with vases is that process of making them, the first step that they would do. And we see the indication of this tool all over the place. They would take that lump of stone and they would use a core drill, a tube drill. They would drill out the center of that vase first, right? You take a bit of stone, you drill out the center of it, and then you can start shaping the outside. You can start machining out the inside, polishing out the marks. And on lots of vases, we find this mark. In fact, you saw it in some of Petrie's indications here. You see like image B in Chris's picture from his book. You see the marks that's left over from a tubular drill. I've seen tons of fragments of this. The image on the right here is one that we found below the step pyramid of Joseph in the 3rd dynasty. Clearly the result and the leftover mark from a tubular drill that we used to core out the center of the vases. So these things, tubular drills, were absolutely used in their construction as one of the first steps. And these are quite powerful tools. You don't just see them in vases. We also find them all over the stonework on ancient sites, particularly in the Old Kingdom. And you can see the result of these tubular drills here. Just powerful tools that rip into really hard material like basalt or granite. You'll often see them, and I like to show you the pictures of them where it's like half of the drill hole. They weren't chasing half a drill hole. In these images, what's happened is that a lot of these blocks have been quarried in later times. Like there's been thousands of years of quarrying and people taking stone from these sites. And what I think the quarriers were looking for is they were looking for these tubular drill holes, because it's think of it as like a weakness in that stone. So they would find a drill hole, they'd go to the back of the block, they'd hammer in their little wedges, they'd dig in little trenches, wedges, and they'd split the stone. They'd split the stone on the axis of that tube drill. And so what you're left with is kind of this open tube drill. So they weren't chasing half a stone and you're only seeing half of the hole here, but it gives you a nice view onto the inside and the machining marks that are left with the tubular drill. These tube drills are all over the place. They're in artifacts, they're on sites. They range in scale from very small. This is a collection of tube drills that were run repeatedly into the lip of a box that you can see in the Cairo Museum, probably about a 1/2 inch in diameter. You can obviously see how this was just used to remove material from the inside of this small cavity. And they go right up to really large, right? So this is the center video, and the image on the left is of what I think, and we only found this like end of last year, probably the largest sort of tube drill hole that I think I've ever seen. It's probably 20 to 24 inches diameter, huge hole. And where this is, it's really interesting. You go to Karnak, and we'll talk a little bit more about this later on, but the Karnak, a lot of it's been rebuilt, I think, by the dynastic Egyptians in sandstone. But you go out and these huge sandstone pylons and gateways. But you go out right to the very edge of the temple site. This is a huge gateway. It's, I don't know, how high would you guys say, 50, 60 feet up in the air or something? And it's all granite. The whole gateway, all the pieces of stone are granite. And right at the very top, probably is the pivot hole for a giant set of doors, is this huge hole that's been made into the granite. Do that with your pounding stones. See how you go. There's also one here, I'm sitting next to it. It's about a 9-inch tube drill into granite. And then there's another box that's long since disappeared from the Cairo Museum. I really hope it turns up at the new museum somewhere. But it's obviously been made, probably basalt on the inside, made with really large tubular drills. So they scaled in size, right? There's a lot of them are 4 inches. They get much bigger. They were a functional tool. They drilled these holes for a reason. If you look at the image on the left, a lot of these holes you find, they're inset. So something was put into place here. You know, they might have put some metal piece in here. It could have been part of a hinge. Lots of them you find as in the lentil stones above archways. They were used as pivot holes for probably doors made from other material. You see them all over the place. It's a little tough to determine in a lot of areas because these sites have been jumbled up and the stones all over the place. But they were done for a functional reason. The another purpose for the tube drills was material removal. You saw a little bit of that with the box that we looked at where they were cutting out the insides of material. We see that also in lots of other areas. So there's this hotep, this sort of pointed thing that's at Abu Ghraib that's made from white calcite or alabaster. If you look all the way around it, the whole thing's been shaped with tubular drills. We still see the marks from these tube drills where they were cutting that stone out and shaping it. This top right image is actually from one of the really large vases where it's probably too big to like run one tube drill in it, but if you look really carefully, it's probably hard to see from up there or from back there. There are at least 4 indications of tube drills around the edge of it where they were cutting down and removing material from it, right? And then again, also a fragment of a vase, the same technique was used. So we know also from these markings that the tool was very thin. And the nice thing about these holes being split is we can see in the corners, in the edges, from where that tool has run into the stone, the width of the tool was very thin. This isn't something that you can do with copper or other material. There was some strange, strong material being used to actually carve this stone. And it's important to understand kind of how these things work. They're called tubular drills because they were literally a tube. You would cut down into the stone. You're left with stone still standing. You'd stick a chisel into the top of the hole and you'd hammer that chisel down. You'd snap that core out and you'd throw it away. It's a piece of scrap, but it does give you drill holes as well as drill cores. So these are an example of a couple of the cores that have come out of tubular drill holes. One on the left's pretty interesting because it's actually an enlarged hole, at least that's what they say it is, where one hole's been drilled and they're like, well, that's not big enough, we'll drill another one. And the drill core actually has a drill hole in it, and they snap that out. The one on the right is a somewhat more notorious artifact. It's known as Petrie's core number 7. Chris Dunn and I did a talk with him recently, and he said, well, it's probably the least important artifact that comes out of ancient Egypt because it's literally a piece of scrap. Like, they would have cut this out and thrown it away. Who cares? They wanted the hole. They didn't want the drill core. However, this hole has sparked a 150-year debate that's still going on to this day. And Petrie was the one who first started that. I often approach Petrie like as the first person who really applied modern engineering techniques to the mysteries and evidence in Egypt. It was really just, we had the Industrial Revolution. He was using engineering techniques, and he was the first guy to notice some of the interesting aspects of these artifacts. And this is what he wrote about that core. In fact, it's called Petrie's core number 7 because it's the 7th artifact on this diagram. Like, he's in his book, The Pyramids and Temples of Giza from 1883, this is example number 7. It's been called Petrie's core 7 ever since. But as you can see from this, you see similar striations and marks all over the place, like in lots of other artifacts. This is by no means the only artifact that displays these characteristics or that interested Petrie. But what he wrote about this was, on the granite core, broken from a drill hole, other features appear, which can only be explained by the use of fixed dual points. Firstly, the grooves which run around it form a regular spiral with no more interruption or waviness than is necessarily produced by the variations in the component crystals. This spiral is truly symmetrical with the axis of the core. The great pressure needed to force the drills and saws so rapidly through the hard stones is very surprising. Probably a load of at least a ton or two was placed on the 4-inch drills cutting in granite. On the granite core, the spiral of the cut sinks 0.1 inch into the circumference of 6 inches, or 1 in 60, a rate of ploughing out of the quartz and feldspar which is astonishing. So he's already telling you that there's something mysterious going on here. You've got to remember, with Petrie, he didn't have any other context for what he was seeing. There was no younger Dryas. There was no long genetic history for the human race. There was no concept of the lost ancient civilizations. He tried to explain a lot of this by he would look, well, it was probably a fixed jewel point. Maybe it was a bronze tube. When you look at the thinness, or the thickness, the thin thickness of the tool tips that go into that material and how fast they cut through the granite, you stick a ton or two on top of a bronze tube like that, it's just going to fold, it's going to twist, it's not going to do anything. But he was noticing that there was something astonishing about how fast this material was being cut, as evidenced by this spiral groove that runs down this core. He says it's a 1 in 60 rate, and the way to understand that is like if you unwind that circular motion of the drill into a straight line, for every 60 inches of travel this way, it goes 1 inch vertically. And he's right when he says that's astonishing. So, Petrie's claims were controversial at the time. His peers argued with him, and it's still controversial to this day, it seems, although I think it's been conclusively shown that there's nothing controversial about this. It is a spiral groove. But this question was still brought up, and it was Chris Dunn went out and sought to answer this question. He visited, I think in the early 2000s, the Petrie Museum, where Petrie's core number 7 can still be found to this day, and he did a simple test. He put it under like a magnifying glass, wrapped a length of cotton around it, and just followed that groove with a piece of cotton, keeping it in the groove. This test was repeated by Malcolm McClure and Nick Annis, who were with Chris Dunn at the time. They concluded it's a spiral groove. Aerospace engineer Eric Wilson went there recently. That's that image on the right, the yellow thread. He went there in 2019, did the same test. You talked to Eric Wilson about it, he said, yep, I wrapped it around following the groove about a dozen times, and he got bored and said, what else is in this museum? So, spiral groove, you'd think. Chris went a step further. He asked the Petrie Museum to make a latex mold of this core number 7. They made a latex mold. They sent it to Chris Dunn. It sat on his shelf for a couple of years, eventually got around to looking at it, and this is what the mold looks like. And it's important to understand this bit because it explains what he's doing with it. You see, the white line shows you where he cut that mold to lay it out flat. And there are 2 notches. See those little square notches on that? So what you're trying to do is it's a complex 3-dimensional object. You want to be able to lay it out flat, like look at its geometry on a flat plane. So what he did, he cut that mold between those notches. So right in the middle of those notches, he cut the mold. And this is what you get. So what you can do is you've now got these half of that notch on either end of that mold when you lay it out flat. And you see the straight black line and the grid that's put on there. You can see the notch detail. That runs between those notches, so you know that's a straight line, because those were the points that were connected when it was a circular object, but now it's on a flat plane. So that gives you your straight line, and it's really easy to then see. You follow these grooves. They start below that line on the left. They end up above that line on the right. These aren't straight lines. They're spiral. They start lower, they end higher. It's not a straight groove, it's a spiral groove. And this is what Chris said, that his final conclusion, based on Malcolm McClure and his on-site inspection, as well as the flat layout of the surface with arcs applied, is that the groove around the Petrie core is a spiral. Moreover, this spiral groove travels the full length of the core, and any discontinuities are due to ripping out of the mica, which is a constituent of the granite. You'd think this would solve the question, is this a spiral groove? Well, the mainstream refuses to accept this. Mainstream will tell you, and in every textbook you can find that's done in universities and everywhere else that's taught as part of archaeological courses, or in any authorized source on building in Egypt, things like Ogilvy and Lawton's Gyges of the Truth, Dieter Arnold's building in Egypt, or the work of Dennis Stocks himself, they will call it a horizontal groove from grinding, and this is how they explain the tubular drills. Dennis Stocks, as well as Mark Lehner, who's pictured here, did an experiment. They did a few documentaries for PBS, I think back in the 90s, early 2000s. And this should be applauded. Like, this is the sort of experimental work that needs to happen. I think it needs to be done without preconceived conclusions in mind, perhaps, but it's good work to do this. They take a copper tube and they stuck it on a piece of granite and they started grinding. Interesting point, you didn't see any copper tubes in the archaeological record either, did you? I've never found one of these. So every time I get asked, like, where are the tools? Where are the magical tools that made these holes? I'm like, well, where are the magical tools that you say made the holes? They're not there either. There's no circular saws or copper drag bars. Not one's been found. No copper tubes or anything like that ever been found. Interesting thing about this experiment, they had to use a power tool to start the hole, to start with. They had to actually use a ceramic bit and a drill to start the hole, and they seat the tube in it. They take this shot, they hand it over to a poor couple of Egyptian dudes who have to sit there grinding away at it for about 3 days. And they cut about this deep into the granite after about 3 days of work. Dennis Stocks then sticks steel chisels into the hole, hammers it loose, gets out his little core and says, "Whoo, this could be 4th Dynasty, look at it." And unfortunately, there's no real good image of the core that he took out, although this test has been repeated by guys like Chris Dunn and several other people that have ground into granite, and it doesn't look anything like those spiral grooves we saw on Petrie's core. It's exactly what you might expect. Polished or very fine striations from sand and quartz and just this grinding process that happens. But Dennis Stocks insists in his book that the horizontal striations, similar to the ancient ones on rose granite, were visible. Funny story again. How am I doing on time? Okay. Thank you, sir. Funny story again, when Dennis Stocks was asked about this, one of Chris Dunn's friends happens to be the UK editor of Nexus magazine, and he was saying that, oh, you know, Dennis Stocks, who's the experimental archaeologist, he was going to present somewhere in England. He wanted to go see the talk. And Chris said, well, that's interesting. And out of no malice, I mean, he said, I can't find any pictures, good pictures of Dennis Stocks' core that he cut. And he said, take him this picture of Petrie's core number 7 and just ask him, what does it look like? Do you have pictures of your core? Or do you have, does it look anything like this? So, I forget the name of it. Marcus Allen was his name. UK Nexus magazine editor went. Dennis Stocks did his talk. He went up to Dennis after, as you mill about after the talk, normal thing that happens, and said, Dennis, does your core look anything like this? And apparently Dennis saw that image. He knew exactly what it was. And Marcus Allen says he just turned around and walked away. Didn't even acknowledge that he'd even asked him a question. Yeah. So I don't think this is how it's done. In fact, all of the experiments that have been done like this, you see results that don't look anything like Petrie's core number 7. In the late 80s, Leonard Gorlick, John Gwinnett wrote a paper looking into this. It literally is called An Experimental Perspective on a Scholarly Disagreement. They were referencing Petrie arguing with his peers about whether or not this was a spiral groove. The word spiral never appears once in the entire article, despite that being, supposedly the discussion they were having. They just conclude that, quote, note the similarity of the concentric lines found on the core B produced by a modern mason's diamond tubular drill. That core in the center, that's a modern diamond cut core. I don't know about you guys, but it doesn't look anything like the marks that we see on Petrie's core number 7, these deep striations, this deep groove that runs around this core. And in fact, so they went in and they did a bunch of experiments into granite. They cut it with different compounds, different cutting mediums, sand, carbonite, whatever, like lots of different materials, oil, and they looked at it under a microscope, and these were their results. And to me, they're like, this is the same. I think you're just proving the point that they look nothing like what you get on these ancient cores, these spiral grooves. Clearly, you see under a microscope either a polished or rough surface or very fine striations that are exactly what you would expect from something that's spinning and just slowly grinding through the stone. It's not cutting the stone, it's grinding. And this is pretty much how we do it today. We grind through ceramics, we grind through stone. That's our modern approach to it. Whatever cut this seems to have been cutting the stone. And then probably my favorite example of the mainstream resistance to this concept that is spiral, something that Chris Dunn noticed in Ogilvy and Harold's Giza, The Truth, is that they tilted the photograph. On the left, You can see the photograph in the book. You can see Chris Dunn's put a reference frame around it on the right. The core in the center is the same photograph, but accurately angled within the reference frame. And basically they tilted the photograph to make it look like on the page the lines were straight, like this. And you can see the same effect if you look at the thread on a pipe, right? If you tilt it slightly, it's easy to be mistaken and make it look like it's horizontal when it's not. Maybe this was a mistake. Maybe it was just an editing issue, but it seems to me like this was a deliberate attempt to make it look like those lines are spiral or straight, and that to never admit that this is a spiral groove. So, you know, I found all this tremendously interesting. So at some point, new media, me, enters the chat. So YouTube medium, out there in the world, social media, fun stuff, let me tell you. And one of my earlier videos, I just dived right into this. This was fascinating to me. It's like you see that same spiral groove in holes and things, but Petrie's core number 7 is the thing that's been studied the most. That's where all the evidence comes from. So I did a long video on it, sort of autistic level of detail, you might say. Like an hour and a half long or something. I'm super tired in that thumbnail. I was just dead. But thankfully, it's nearly 2 million views, 80,000 likes. It's been pretty popular. But I've also been subject to the same sort of resistance and pushback. Guys like these channels came up, Scientists Against Myths, they love me. They put out a video, you can see me and Chris Dunn pictured here. I do like the alien, the inbuilt straw man argument with the spaceship and the alien in there. I thought that was great. And of course they're calling it 100 years of deception, which presumably includes Petrie. I mean, they're calling Petrie a fraud with this work. And they poo-poo all of these things. No, it's not spiral. They did their little video. They also produced a paper on academic, I think it's academic.org or .edu. It's a site that anyone can publish a paper. It's not peer-reviewed. You can just put something on a PDF and stick it up there. And in it, they show this. Same old argument. Don't say spiral. They went and took to Petrie's. They visited it. They went to Petrie's core number 7. They took a whole bunch of photographs of it. And they just cut those photographs up and lined them up next to each other. We presume accurately, don't really know. This is, you ask any engineer, anyone, I'm assuming there's several engineers in here, they're going to tell you that this is an absolutely terrible way to try and represent features on a 3-dimensional object on a flat plane. There is so many problems with this sort of a method. It's not even funny. It would never be accepted in any industrial process. You have a truncated cone and you're trying to describe geometrical features on it by doing this method. It's fraught with difficulty. You have to make sure every time you line it up, it's exactly right. Wherever the camera is, you're tied to its perspective. Think about railway lines or things like that. Wherever you are, I mean, if you're higher than a straight line down here, it's going to look like it curves away from you. You know, you have to be dead straight on. That's why things like the latex mold, or in these days 3D scanning, is so important, because you don't have those problems where you're tied to the perspective of the camera. You're also not tied with the giant problem of trying to stitch all these things together. Then of course they draw a bunch of lines all over it and try to say that it's not spiral. So this has been very thoroughly debunked by aerospace engineers, guys like Eric Wilson, Chris Dunn. We talk about it a bunch in the chat I had with him, but it's the same old thing. Don't say spiral. Whatever you do, it's not a spiral groove. What's the problem with it being a spiral groove? Well, there are significant implications to the whole story of history if you admit that this is indeed a spiral groove. And Chris Dunn covered them in his book. I'm a big fan of Chris, lucky to call him a friend these days. I reference him a lot. And this is what Chris Dunn said about it in his book. The most startling feature of the granite core Petrie describes is the spiral groove around the core, indicating a feed rate of 0.1 inch per revolution of the drill. That's the 1 in 60 rate, right? So it's going down 0.1 of an inch per revolution of the drill. In my article, I stated that this feed rate was 500 times faster than modern diamond drills, which penetrated only 0.002 inches per revolution. The correct way to describe the feed rate would be to say that it was 500 times greater than modern diamond drills, but the rotation of the drill would not have been as fast as the modern drill's 900 revolutions per minute. What he's saying is that this feed rate into granite, this 1 in 60 rate, is 500 times greater than our modern equipment, our modern diamond drills penetrate into that type of material. Like this is what Petrie noticed. He said that rate of ploughing out of the feldspar and quartz is astonishing. It's cutting into the stone 500 times at a rate 500 times greater than our drills. It might have been moving very slowly. We don't know. But, you know, it's probably not this high-speed thing. We just don't know. And Chris wraps this up and says, the action of a tool that reflected a feed rate of 0.1 inches per revolution of the drill was not the work of conventional drilling as we know it, and demanded consideration of other processes in its creation. All of these features were considered phenomenal, not just by me alone, but also by colleagues with whom I discussed their relevance. And engineers and machinists and guys like Chris, they get this. Like, there's something else is going on. This isn't the result of a copper tube. It's not the result of modern diamond drills. I had a lot of people tell me, oh, these are all modern holes. I'm like, well, did we have power tools when Petrie was around? Because he documented tons of them. Something else is going on, right? So, as a reminder, back to the vases. They're made with tubular drills. Same thing. This is a vase. It's pre-dynastic. Comes from the Nakata culture. This is in the Petrie Museum. This is a drill core. Literally says, basalt drill core from vase, broken at each end, provenance unknown. This is a core from a vase. Lots of these cores have the same spiral striations and marks. I'm very hopeful that we can expand the data set here as well, like we've been doing with vases, and analyze some of these cores and holes to get a look at, okay, do we see the same penetration rate? Do we see the same spirals? And from eyeballs, I can tell you it looks like it to me, but we'll see. These vases are important, and this is where it connects to everything else, is the vases are uncontroversially or incontrovertibly, did I get that word wrong? They're pre-dynastic, right? These things, it's not a controversial thing to say that these existed long before dynastic Egypt ever started. Go to any museum in the world, go to the pre-dynastic section, you'll see precision-made stone vases from hard materials attributed to the Nakata and the Nakata II cultures, and they stretch way back 14,000 years ago. Some of the oldest examples, and people get really worked up about this site when I mention it, but Toshka, a lot of these sites are now underwater since they built the Aswan Dam and they flooded this region. There are tons of photos in the Luxor Museum of this. You can see fields of vases. It might be a little tough to see in this image, but you can literally see vases just laying out on the ground out here. And these go back to sites that are all carbon dated to like 14,000 years. I can tell you for sure, like Adam Young, who spoke this morning, he owns a vase. That's also, it's not controversially dated. It goes back about 9,000 years. It was given as a gift to a Czech ambassador in the 1930s, eventually found its way onto the private antiquities market where he purchased it. It's a precision-made hardstone vase. This is not strange to say at all that these existed well into the times before dynastic Egypt accepted. Now look at the burials from these cultures. Do these look like advanced people to you? This is a fetal burial, fetal position. All the materials that you find, the other artifacts in the pre-dynastic displays, you'll see flint, like the chips like Cole and Russ were talking about earlier, the Neolithic tool points, bone ornaments, beads, very basic stuff, but littered amongst them are these out-of-place artifacts, these hardstone vases, as well as little tubes and other artifacts that seem to have been the result of the same process. No other indication that they had any capability to make these types of things. How did they get them? Why are they in their burials? We don't know. They're also displayed next to very simple pottery. One of my favorite images from the museum, this one. I love this because it shows you that imitation. Like perfect, that just encapsulates it. This is a pre-dynastic area of the Cairo Museum. You have a hard stone vessel that seems to have been made with, I would say, a high degree of precision. It looks a lot like the OG vase. Right next to it, pottery imitation. This pottery was not spun on a wheel. There was no pottery wheel, certainly no lathes, but no pottery wheel, hand-formed pottery, and painted to look like granite, little dots. See the same thing in the British Museum. You can go in and find pottery vessels that have the swirls to make them look like breccia. They're imitating these artifacts. You've got to ask yourself, if you are a Neolithic people in the business of making pottery and vessels to hold water from clay, put them in a fire, hardens up, great, holds water. You find one of these, you're playing with stones, you would immediately recognize its value. You would say, this is incredible. How did somebody make this? Wow, it works really well as a vase. I'm going to keep it. Whatever social structure they have, those things, they're wealthy items, they're going to filter to the top. That's where it stays. It gets buried with that guy. thousands of years later, we dig it up and we say, well, this guy obviously had it made. He must have. He was buried with it. Does that make any sense? Imagine you're a famous collector of vases. And one day, as we all will, we pass. But part of the conditions are to say, well, I want to be buried with my treasures. I want my ancient Egyptian stone vases that I've collected over the years to be buried with me in my mausoleum. Next Younger Dryas happens thousands of years later. Archaeologists of the future dig us up. They find that mausoleum, they dig it up. Wow, this guy made some really nice vases. Is it not possible the same thing's going on here? And not for nothing, I do want to I love this image because the exact same thing's happening today. See this dotted pottery? I love this picture, by the way. This dotted imitation granite. We're doing the same thing today in the restoration work that's happening on these temples. This is just an offside. I had to put this in. These are the structures. They're rebuilding all of the statues on these sites. I'm not really for it. I'd rather we use our imagination. We just see the pieces. Plus, they're way more interesting when they're down low and you can look at them, not 30 feet up in the air. But they put this head back up on this statue and they made it out of concrete. And the close-up of the neck, what does that look like to you? That's painted concrete to make it look like granite. It's the exact same thing that was being done thousands of years ago, just imitating the perfection of the ancients. Okay, so the rest of the vases, most well known, 40,000 were discovered below the step pyramid of Djoser. This is an image from Jean-Philippe Loyer's book, Step Pyramid of Djoser, 3rd dynasty structure. It's at Saqqara. In fact, Jean-Philippe Loyer was not the first guy to excavate this. He just reported finding 40 to 50,000 of them. We have no idea how many the guy before him found, but at least 40 to 50,000 of these were found during his time. And in the museum there, they talk about the fact that these are inherited heirlooms. They do this because some of these vessels have inscriptions from those earlier dynasties on them, the 1st and 2nd dynasty. So they're admitting that these things were inherited. They're saying, yep, Djoser probably had them recovered from earlier tombs. I think it's more likely Djoser probably had a few and said, you know what, guys, I'm the king, go out to every tomb you can find, rob them and give me all of them. And then he was buried with them. I think that's what was happening. Probably what was happening before him too. And they say here that this is in the Imhotep Museum at Saqqara, that the art of carving these stone vessels reached its peak during the first 2 dynasties. So they typically say, well, yeah, they were mostly doing it in those first 2 dynasties. You have the same problem in that time frame as you do with the Nakata to these ancient Neolithic cultures. There's no evidence in those first 2 dynasties of any other stonework. In fact, this comes up with antiquities dealers who are trying to explain it in their sheets, saying, well, it's really interesting that these things are dated to those early times because there's really no other evidence during those first 2 dynasties of
Garbage and
advanced
tech for you, sorry,
no
man.
statuary, no architecture, no nothing. You look at the monuments of ancient Egypt, that kicks off in the 3rd dynasty.
Oh, that was like 10 minutes ago, sorry, man.
So I'm not sure they go back to the first two dynasties either. But after
Alright, let me
this
load the
period,
Veep.
Imhotep, we mentioned Imhotep.
That's a sick
He was
emote
that polymath
stash.
genius who worked for Djoser, designed the
It's a
step
really
pyramid,
sick
which I do
emote.
think is dynastic. I think it covers up something that was older than that. But Imhotep was a genius. He's the guy who came up with the process of how to imitate them and make the alabaster vessels that we see throughout the rest of the Egyptian kingdom. They worshipped Imhotep and revered him throughout the entire civilization. But it's after Imhotep that we get the alabaster vessels and that whole process. He came up with that. So, again, why the resistance to this? What's the problem with this? Well, there's a lot of connections when we look at the 2 drills, we look at the vases. Where do we find them? We know that the vases, the 2 drills themselves as a technology go way back. They're in these vessels. They were used to make these vessels. We have absolute evidence for that. They go back to prehistoric times. We know this through the hardstone vases. This is why the vases themselves are a smoking gun, in my opinion. They're small. They have all of this evidence of precision and machining. They can be buried with you. They're not some giant thing that you can't take with you. They disappear from the archaeological record with very few exceptions after those early dynasties of the Old Kingdom. They were all pretty much hoovered up and collected and buried. They just stopped making them. Is that did the capability disappear, or they just stopped finding them? But we know they go way back, right? They're very prevalent, the 2 drills, on ancient Old Kingdom sites. Abu Sir's like mind-blowing site. Go to Egypt, don't miss it. If you get the chance to see Abbasia, do so. This site's been closed to the public for more than 100 years, requires special permission to get in. Absolutely littered with tube drills, saw cuts, all sorts of interesting things. And here's the one for me, which was kind of a new revelation recently, is that these spiral, these tubular drills, they're connected to the pyramid builders. 100% connected to the pyramid builders. And you might ask, what? Why is that? I've never heard of tube drills in the Great Pyramid. You hear about precision and alignment and all these other things with the tube drills. As it happens, there are tube drills all over the Great Pyramid. This is the Great Pyramid, the front entrance, the chevrons, right? This is the main entrance, or it's where the descending passage starts. This picture's taken at night. You can't get up here anymore. 10 years ago, you could go up here, there's a staircase up here, but this is also where they drilled recently. They found a little chamber behind those chevrons, the Scan Pyramids project, but this is all completely off limits now. We managed to do it because we do private permissions to the Great Pyramid at night time. We go inside and then, friendly guards let us sort of get up there and take a look at the main entrance. But this is that main entrance area. Where you go into it today is in an area called Mahmud's Hole, the Caliph, or Mamun's Hole, the Caliph al-Mamun, who allegedly hammered his way into the pyramid. That's where you enter if you go into the pyramid today. But this was the old way in, the top of the descending passage. So looking down at the gate, you can get in the descending passage and look up, and you'll be looking out this gate. There's a little ramp here. You might see something interesting on the bottom left of this image. The outside of the pyramid's all limestone, right? It's limestone blocks and it's cased in limestone, and there's just some granite in the core. Not true. There's a granite block here at the left of this entrance. This is what that granite block looks like. Obviously part of some entrance mechanism to me. This is a granite block with at least 3 tube drills in it, really nice ones. Russ and I climbed up there with our little cell phone lights because they don't want you to have any lights on because the police will get excited, but we're using our cell phones, managed to capture some images of it. You can see at least 3 tube drill holes. This block has been broken. And you can see on the right, it's actually spectacular. This one tube drill that's been split, deep striations in it, what seems to me to be pretty obvious evidence of a spiral groove, and then more holes behind that that are now today filled with sand. We don't know how far that block extended forward, but there's some really incredible tubular drills on the Great Pyramid, not only there, but also in the subterranean chamber, which is the chamber deep in the bedrock at the end of that descending passage. This amazingly straight descending passage that goes from that entrance all the way down into the bedrock and into a large chamber, and in the bottom of this chamber, there's a deep pit. And in the bottom of this deep pit, there's a big block of granite. And on that block of granite, tube drills. This block of granite was probably part of a mechanism that was operated up at the opening of the pyramid, busted apart, carried down the descending passageway, eventually shoved into that hole just to get it out of the way. But if you go down in there, you climb down into that hole, you take a close look at that block, you find the same thing, tube drill holes. This technology is 100% associated with the builders of the pyramid. Not only that, in the grotto. So the grotto is this small chamber that's just beneath the level of the bedrock and underneath the pyramid. It's connected to the well shaft that runs from the bottom of the Grand Gallery all the way down to near the bottom of the descending passage. Little opening down there. Inside that grotto, there's a granite block. So about a 600-pound granite block. It's reported to have tube drills in it. This block was probably from a block that was near the King's Chamber. Somewhere up at the top of the Grand Gallery that was busted, broken. When whatever happened there, blew it apart. This block was kicked down to the end of the Grand Gallery, shoved in the hole at the top of the well shaft. It was wedged in the well shaft for like decades until somebody actually busted it loose and it ended up down there in the grotto, and it's been reported on by a number of people who've been in there and seen it. Supposedly has tube drill holes. Not only that, there are tube drills, evidence for tube drills on the box that's in the Great Pyramid. If you get a light and under the right conditions, and the lighting in there is terrible, let me tell you see Kyle and Russ standing there inside the incredible King's Chamber. But if you get on the inside of that box and you put your torch down low and you run it around the outside, or the inside wall of that box, you will find where tube drills have run astray from when they were coring that thing out. And it ran a little bit off course and ran into the wall, which is a really interesting idea, isn't it? It's like the idea of overcuts into granite. How long do you think it would take to make that overcut into granite if you were doing it with that traditional method of copper tubes? I mean, copper tubes and a bow drill. I mean, you're talking about days of grinding to realise you've made a mistake. But if you have a powerful tool that's cutting through that stone hard, you're going to make overcuts and mistakes happen. In fact, we see overcuts from other just powerful machining processes in lots of other artifacts, which we'll get to in a second. And I just do want to say, when I close out on the tube drills here, is that we are making progress on this. So through the use of photogrammetry and some really talented friends of mine who know a lot more about it than I do, we've been collecting detailed photogrammetry, high-resolution images of a number of drill holes. I've got models for at least half a dozen of them at this point. I haven't done it yet, but I absolutely plan to flatten these things out, do digitally what Chris Dunn did with Petrie's core number 7, and we can absolutely see the grooves in these. We should be able to tell whether these are spiral or not by just taking those models and digitally flattening them out and doing a geometric analysis. So that is work yet to be done, but it's coming up. So we talked about overcuts and tube drills. We see the same thing also in other artifacts, and this is that connection from vases through machining and precision to other artifacts in Egypt. We see overcuts into granite statues like this, or diorite statues like this one, Old Kingdom statues. Again, these overcuts on the seat where he's seated would take you hours, if not days, of effort to make that mistake if you're just grinding away with sand and copper. But if you have a powerful tool that's cutting through that stone, you're probably going to make that overcut. Lots of statues, it's a little hard to see, but you find on a lot of statues evidence for tubular drills between the heels, where they're seated, where they cut that material out between the legs. There's a tube drill that ran down between the heels. You can see a better example here on the right. This is a close-up image, I think, of one of these Old Kingdom statues. Clearly the imprint of a tube drill. We also see more overcuts underneath the armpits, where a powerful tool was run into the stone and cut away material in diorite. Like this just doesn't happen with manual methods. Same thing, these are obelisks at Karnak. Clear indications of overcuts, very thin tools that ran into the stone. Actually, absolutely circular saws, because you can see where the cut starts and it ends. These were circular saws that were dipped a little too deeply into the material, and you can see they're actually where they corrected the line from one of these cuts here, where the finger is pointing. It was actually cut a little bit offline, and then it was recentered, and the cut was made again. I mentioned the columns earlier. I do also want to say that you can wrap up obelisks in that same tale of two industries, right? Obelisks, some people describe the obelisks as being a New Kingdom phenomenon. They're not. The biggest and oldest obelisk traces back to the 5th dynasty. It's a site called Abu Ghraib. It's probably the largest obelisk that was ever made. There's an inscription on that site of what it might have looked like. And you also absolutely see recreations of obelisks in later times, small ones, rough ones, made from limestone. Go to the Aswan Museum or the Nubian Museum and you can find them. The obelisks absolutely fit into this category as well, and obelisks show us examples of overcuts. You don't see this type of thing when you look at the hieroglyphs, look at the writing, you look at the other artifacts. All of that stuff was added later, and those hieroglyphs and writing were what were used to date those artifacts, which makes this really interesting, right? All of these artifacts, these objects like statues, boxes, columns, obelisks, these ones that show precision and machining, you can't bury them with you like you can with the vases, but they're connected to the vases through technology and evidence. But they can be inherited. You can't take them with you. They're on this site. They weigh 50 tons or more. They can be inherited. We see tons of evidence for this. You can see the statue on the left. Clearly, this hieroglyph has been added over the top of pre-existing features on this statue. Do you think if you were making this in the first place, you would go to all the effort of carving out that collar line, only to have it be carved over again by a hieroglyph? But these hieroglyphs are how we date them. Talked about this plenty in the past, but the boxes in the Serapeum, same thing. Incredible polished stone precision-made boxes, 70 tons on the bottom. The lids are 30 tons, some of them. They can't make straight lines with the hieroglyphs. They're barely chipped into the stone. But the dates and the names that are on those hieroglyphs, that's how they date the boxes and the whole site itself. We have no idea how old they actually are, but it seems to me to be pretty clear that they were inherited. As were, I think, the temples themselves. And there is strong evidence for this. This is dynastic work. It's spectacular. This is the great hypostyle hall at Karnak. It's incredible. Made from sandstone. Absolute marvel of engineering. I mean, the height of the New Kingdom with all their power and wealth. They built this. It's amazing. But they built it around and over the top of pre-existing architecture. Because if you go through this and you go into the core of this site, in the center where the obelisks are, where all the granite artifacts are, you find entire structures made from granite. Much harder stone, megalithic blocks. This is Valley Temple construction. Exactly the same thing. Big, huge blocks of granite. They call this an altar. It's in the center of the holiest of holies in Karnak. It's actually a box. They called it an altar forever, but it happens to be a box. They don't explain why it's a box. They just call it an altar. There it is. But you find that on these temples that are typically associated to the New Kingdom, to the later periods, you find that they have granite cores. They have granite core infrastructure on these sites that have all of these artifacts in them that reflect, an incredible amount of technology and detail that's all over the place. I think George might have shown up in that shot there. Indeed, you also find Old Kingdom inscriptions on them, so it's not really controversial to even to say this. We know these sites, something was there and existed there because we do find Old Kingdom inscriptions on a lot of these sites. It's not really acknowledged very often. It's just attributed to the New Kingdom, who undoubtedly inhabited and built on top of these sites. But you can actually find layers, older layers of architecture and infrastructure on these sites. Again, at Karnak, this image on the left, you're in the middle of this hyper-style hall where these huge sandstone columns, sandstone floor. When they lifted up the floor tiles beneath these columns, what do they find? White calcite column bases, older column bases. Bottom right image, that's a granite column base. Another alabaster or white calcite column base that's just over near the obelisks. There was already a columned hall here at some point, probably made from harder and more difficult and rarer material than sandstone that was either destroyed or was destroyed before the New Kingdom Egyptians came in and built their halls. There is absolutely layers of inhabitation and architecture here. It goes way back further than the New Kingdom. So what about the actual Old Kingdom sites, the ones that we just say, yep, these were sites that were built in the Old Kingdom, the earliest times? Well, there's some interesting evidence on these sites as well that shows suggestions for a much longer timeline. Interesting just to know where we're looking at here. So we're standing in what's called the Western Cemetery. It's to the west of the Great Pyramid, kind of behind it. We're looking towards the Middle Pyramid. You can see it poking up on top, and the little arrows pointing to where the Pyramid Temple, the mortuary temple of the Middle Pyramid complex is. We're at the same elevation level. Let me ask you a question. Which one of these two images do you think is older? Seems pretty obvious, right? This one's the one on the left, highly eroded. And isn't, according to the mainstream narrative and the history of this site, the image on the right is older. This is an image on the right is from a limestone construction in the Western Cemetery, attributed to Pharaoh Khufu, who built the Great Pyramid, built the Western Cemetery, satellite pyramids, etc. Again, according to the mainstream narrative. His son Khafre was responsible for the Middle Pyramid, and the image on the left is part of that mortuary temple as part of the pyramid complex. So apparently his son, presumably decades after the stuff on the right was built, he built this thing on the left that is somehow more eroded. Doesn't make a lot of sense. There's also a huge amount of other differences between these two things. The image on the left, all of the mortuaries, this applies to the Sphinx temple, the Valley Temple, the mortuary temple. These are made from massive blocks of stone. Huge blocks of limestone in their core masonry. Up to 450 tons. We found a single block here that weighs in around 450 tons. This stone was also cased in granite. This is the interior masonry of that structure. For presumably thousands of years, this stone was protected by granite blocks that were like 4 feet thick and giant. You still see the same thing at the Valley Temple today, where the granite is still preserved. Yet it's deeply, deeply eroded. I mean, you're talking feet of erosion on this thing. The right-hand side, this is the presumably older structure from the Western Cemetery. It's at exactly the same elevation level, presumably subject to the same weathering and erosion. It's made from exactly the same type of stone, nummulitic limestone, came from the Giza Plateau. According to the narrative, made by the same people around the same time, but it's in this condition. It's in great shape, frankly. I mean, I don't know about you, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me when I look at things like this. This was also never cased in granite. Image on the right, never cased in granite. exposed limestone the whole time. Image on the left, cased in granite, megalithic, heavily eroded. Same thing, down the hill a bit, at the Valley Temple. Image on the left, we're looking at the higher parts of the Valley Temple, the parts that weren't buried in sand. The Valley Temple today is preserved. The granite is still there because that was so deeply buried in sand for so long. There were parts of it that poked up above that sand. They were subject to weathering, tremendous degrees of erosion on them. Right next to it, also 4th dynasty structure, and the tombs and mastabas to the south of the causeway. Same thing. This is in great shape, barely shows any erosion. These pigeons are probably doing more damage to it than erosion has. They tell you these are the same thing from the same people, built in the same time period, by the same, out of the same stone, in the same era. There's huge differences between them and an obvious difference in age. But we're not limited to guesswork here. Like we can ask the question, how long does it take to erode limestone? This is limestone. These things have been studied. As a baseline for this, it's easy to use 2 feet, 610 millimeters or thereabout, 2 feet of limestone erosion. There's places where plenty more than that's been eroded, but that's a good place to start. Again, we're not limited to guesswork here. There have been studies done. If you want to erode 2 feet of limestone in what you would call a high energy erosive environment, I want to thank Randall Carlson, who's here, for actually sharing a lot of this data with me. The man's a treasure trove of information. I think you all realise that. I certainly have. But these things have been studied because there's plenty of limestone in intertidal zones, coastal regions, in rivers, things where you have constant wave action or flowing water running across it the whole time. In order for 2 feet, based on those sort of studies, I think the Army Corps of Engineers had some, when they built a coffer dam in the Tennessee River at Watts Bar, they put, they blocked it off with these, or they built this diversion pike when they were building this dam. They used limestone boulders in it, and for something like 23 years, these boulders were exposed to like all of that water while they built the dam. And so when they unwatered it and they put that water back into the dam, they could study the boulders to look at how long did it take in a river to erode the limestone. And based on the rates they found, it would take around 1,200 years to erode 2 feet of limestone. Same thing, roughly the same numbers have been found when you look at intertidal zones and limestone cliffs at the sea edges. What about normal environments, normal weathering? Well, we have a lot of conveniently dated limestone available to us in the form of headstones in cemeteries, and monuments that are made from limestone. You carve the limestone monument or the headstone, then you date it and you stick it out in the weather. So you can study, and studies have been done looking at how long it takes for that face of the limestone to recede, and you can see the date. Lots of studies have been done on this. The United States Bureau of Standards put limestone cubes on the roof of their building in Washington, D.C., and over a period of about 11 years, measured erosional rates into limestone. The dates for regular weathering, just being out in the weather, in places with, by the way, 40 plus inches of rainfall, Washington, D.C., Louisville, Kentucky, 40 plus inches of rainfall. Bear in mind, Egypt has had for a long time less than 1 inch of rainfall per year. The dates come back for 2 feet of limestone anywhere from 12,000 years on the low end to 61,000 years to 80,000 years to 122,000 years for that erosion to take place. I don't know about you, but I don't think there was flowing water or wave action on the top end of the Giza Plateau up where the pyramids were any time in the last 5,000 or 6,000 years when we say those dynastic Egyptians built those monuments. So I don't think it was wave action. I think it's regular weathering. We're looking at the effects of time and weather, and for the people that go, well, it's wind and sand did that erosion. Well, how come we don't see the same wind and sand on all the other 4th dynasty structures? All the stuff made with the little blocks of stone, the different masonry style, the stuff that was never cased in granite for thousands of years. We only see this level of erosion on megalithic stonework, on the stuff that shows, precision and logistical challenges and tool marks. So I'll wrap up with this. I think I'm right on time, huh? There's one other indication that's come out recently that I think is really interesting that suggests that a greater age, particularly for the Giza Plateau, and that is this idea of ancient waterways. So if you've been there, this is the Valley Temple. You can see the granite at the bottom of it. You can get a sense for the size of those huge limestone blocks in its interior. Out in the front of that area is what they call a harbour. Now, this probably was a harbour. There's evidence for that. And they say, well, this was a harbour when the Nile would flood and you'd get a bit of water up here. 3 months a year you could use it as a little harbour to get stuff up, but most of the time it's dry. Now you can see there have been floods in Egypt. These are images from back before they dammed the Nile River. You can get an indication for some of the types of levels of water that we're talking about. It seems like a lot of effort to go towards in terms of building a harbour. You'd think if you actually wanted to build a harbour and move things by water, you might have put your harbour a little closer to the river. It was just me. Nearby to the Valley Temple, and at the same elevation rate, very few people get to see this, this is the megalithic Wall of the Crow. This is also made by huge blocks of limestone. It's down there at the same elevation as the Valley Temple. To me, it looks like a hydrological control point, like something was used to either contain water, to restrict the flow of it. It probably had something to do with it. It's around the same level of it. I think it's like a hydrological feature. Again, it's sort of interesting. These are places that aren't really watered at any time, well, for longer than about 3 months during that dynastic civilization. However, a recent study came out that showed that these pyramid sites, the Old Kingdom pyramid sites, including the Giza Plateau, were built along what's now called, it was an extinct branch of the Nile called the Aramat branch. And these sites were built right up against it. And this is a paper came out, I think, in May. Might have even been as recently as May this year. And this is what it says. So based on the interpretation of archaeological material and pollen records, this period, known as the African humid period, circa 14,500 to 5,000 years ago, was the most significant persistent wet period from the early to mid-Holocene in the eastern Sahara region, with an annual rainfall rate of 300 to 920 millimetres per year. During this time, the Nile would have had several secondary channels branching across the floodplain. And indeed it did. They found evidence for this Aramat branch that ran along the edge of these pyramid sites that was up to half a mile wide. 260 metres in some other areas, but up to half a mile wide. Huge amount of water. And this was during a period called the African humid period, during which the Sahara was not a desert as we know it, but rather it was a savanna. It had lakes, it had river systems, it had life. And it stretches back to at least 14,500 years ago. Some of you might realise the significance of that date. 12,500 years, or 12,500 BC. I mean, it's around that period of intense climate change. We don't really know when this started. This is kind of an arbitrary date for when it started, but let's say at least then. And it ended roughly 5,500 years ago, so 3,500 BC. The Old Kingdom built their stuff here, according to the mainstream records, around 2,700 BC. That's hundreds of years after this period when this branch of the Nile never even existed. And they say this, with the ending of the African humid period and the beginning of the late Holocene around 5,500 years ago to present, rainfall greatly declined in the late and the region's humid phase gradually came to an end. And you can see on the image where the modern Nile is, where the Aramat branch was, and this is the branch that these structures and sites were built up against. And again, this was a different climatic period. The Sahara was something else. So where does all this lead? We know that there were pre-dynastic sophisticated hardstone vessels and that they were machined precisely. These vessels share a technological link through precision machining witness marks to other larger stone artifacts and architecture. Many of these artifacts and these sites themselves indeed have long histories with evidence for inheritance, renovation and reuse. The tools in the archaeological record and depictions that we find on walls from the dynastic civilization can't explain them, but they certainly do explain plenty of the other artifacts and objects that we see. This is that whole tale of two industries. We also see extensive erosion on megalithic work as well as hydrological features that match older timelines and indeed different climates. So is it possible that on the Giza Plateau and other sites, the dynastic Egyptians settled there? They came in, they might have found something that was pre-existing, inherited it, built their infrastructure there, built those things we see in the Western Cemetery, the structures and features that are all over the place that are classified as Fourth Dynasty. Well, so happens there's actually quite a bit of evidence to support that at Giza itself. In a small rock-cut tomb that today is closed to the public, it's called the Tomb of Kwa, or Kor. There is some really interesting old Kingdom inscriptions written up on the wall. And this is a tomb dedicated to a specific
It's just going crazy, man.
who was
Israel's
the overseer
fucking
of
going
the
crazy.
And I've got an image from where
They're
this
going
inscription
crazy,
are in this
man.
rock cut tomb,
Like,
and the translation
what the
of the
fuck?
hieroglyphs given to me by my good friend Yusuf says that the name of this place, Apet Met, and these symbols meant overseer of the pyramid city. So if you go to Egypt today and you go and stay in the Pyramids Gardens Inn,
They
does
want
that
war,
mean that that's
man.
the guys who built the pyramid?
They want war.
Right? It was called the
Lebanon is
Pyramid
just
City.
collateral damage.
Not only that, but there's another word
Sadly.
here that's really interesting. This word Kenti-ish. This is one word made out of 4 symbols, and it means settle.
Able to dodge some
Doesn't
sort
mean
of
build,
draft.
It means settle. They were saying that this was the overseer of the pyramid city and that we were settlers here. We also see strong evidence for the same sort of renovation and reuse that comes to us from the Old Kingdom. This is the tomb of Ra-Wer, again to the south of the causeway. This is what they call his offering
It's
hall,
fucked,
and this
man.
tomb and this table was one of his offering tables. What does that look like to you? To me, that's
Sometimes
very
wonder
clear.
if I
That is
should
a
have
white
stayed in
calcite
China.
column base. You
It was
see
pretty
these all
comfy
over
and
the place
safe
in
in
these old
China.
sites. You see these in the older layers of infrastructure in places like Karnak.
No way, really? I didn't even know that. I thought it was like, I thought I was too old to be conscripted.
And this again, remember, this
LOL.
is 4th or 5th
Yeah,
dynasty. Like,
bro, I
how
should
old
have stayed in
They
China.
were already recycling these artifacts. These are all supposedly made.
1825 is crazy.
He's already recycling and reusing. these
Now it's all like
artifacts.
drones,
Offering
though,
tables.
man. It's
Here's another one
all
from the same tomb.
drone
It's another
warfare.
alabaster column base. This time the front's been cut off, and he's carved a picture. Had a picture of
Fucking
himself carved there along
exploding
with some inscriptions. It's actually been
Cell
truncated.
phones and shit.
You take a close look at these
It's
offering
fucked.
tables. It's actually pretty funny. On one of them, you can see a calcite build-up from where the column originally stood. There's actually been there was a column standing on that thing for so long that calcite started to form around the base of it, and it's still there. But they call it an offering
Air
table.
conditioning
But it
flying
matches
drones.
exactly white calcite
Jeez.
column bases that we see on all the sites.
I need my girlfriend. I do need my
Same
girlfriend.
thing here, satellite pyramids. This is I'm going to talk about this in an upcoming
Yo,
video.
Scotty, what up,
These are
man?
the casing stones on
How
one
are
of
you,
the
brother?
satellite pyramids in front of the Khufu Great Pyramid. Right? For
Mind the
these-
ads
these
again, guys. I
casing
might
stones
turn down the
unfinished.
ads if I get a job.
They're recycled. You're looking at mason marks of stones.
I hope you
that
find a
came
way
from
around
someone
them.
else, and you can see how they were flattening that wall. They never
Need a
finished the
job first, though.
And Yusuf showing me here how they were chiseling off
Yo,
those
what up,
finished
Scotty?
surfaces. So
Last
they
time
took
we
those stones
talked,
from something else
I was
that already had this
in
smooth
China
surface that was finished, and it was
signing
sitting in some
off a
other
stream,
artifact.
and now
You
you're
see this
here.
on all
What up,
these
bro?
stones. They just never really finished the job.
I'm
You
in
can actually
Canada,
still see
back
the mason's marks
at
painted. They're
home.
like, yep, cut this off, cut this down so it looks like it's it's on that slope, and it can be one of these casing stones. You can see here's one that's been hammered on. But they took these stones from some other structure in the 4th dynasty, presumably, and reused it. So where did this structure come from? How old was it? How old are these stones? And again, the Egyptians themselves, what do they say?
True,
Well,
true.
they have a long timeline too. We just call this myth, mystery, and legend. We say that the history of the dynastic civilization started the 1st dynasty, and that's where they were just sort of Nakata too and other cultures before that. But the Egyptians,
How was it,
Egyptians
man? It
themselves
was
say something
great, man. It was
differently,
amazing.
And this is recorded by several sources. Actually, there were a number of priests, but the most famous source is the Tomb of Papyrus, and they talk about a much longer timeline.
No.
Zep Tepi, when the gods themselves walked the earth.
No, I was on
And
my
they had a list of kings and
own.
rulers that existed through that period that
Had my own
stretches for some
apartment.
23,200 years, followed by the time of the Shamsun Hall.
A lot of people on
followed
the street wanted to
Horus.
talk to me,
Again, these were
which
set
I
of
was really
divine
flattered.
beings that had mystical
but it was always
powers,
safe.
much
I
as the
always
gods
felt
had.
safe.
They're described to have all of these wonderful abilities, things you might reflect on today as potentially being an
But
interpretation of technology.
I don't
They
know.
range-
I'm
they
not really
keep
meant
this
to
range
teach
from
little
13,000
children
to
English.
120 years. So the dynastic
What I
Egyptians
miss the most?
trace
Oh
back
my
their
gosh.
history before Menes, before the first king of
Probably
the
my
first dynasty,
apartment.
some 36,620 years.
And I
But we
met
could
some
say
people
it's
that were
been
nice there too. Probably
They
the
make
people
no
that I
such
met.
distinction in their own history.
Yeah, definitely the people that I met. But second would be the
So,
apartment.
Wrapping all this up, and in summary, what does all this mean, and where are the opportunities here? I think there's a lot of interesting.
Yeah,
data.
Toad,
I
and
think
that's
these
like a
valleys
random
is really,
ass
the smoke
city.
gun that connects a lot of these dots
That's like a
along
really
with this other evidence.
small,
So, if a
rural,
precursor
hick
advanced civilization existed,
city.
it did so during a different climatic
And it was
period
like
with a
that.
lot
It
more
was
livable
crazy.
land, right? We talked about that Aramat branch. the fact that the climate changed, but the savannah was, or the Sahara was
I mean,
something
it
different
does
during that period.
produce like
So after that savannah
a lot of the
period
world's
ended,
tires, so there's a lot of like
is it
car
possible that
exports, there's a
dynastic
lot of
Egyptian
money.
civilization
It's a lot of
settled and built in the
Maybachs.
Nile Valley and Delta? I mean, if you were a
Pretty random.
Neolithic people at that time, it was a desert. Like it's been the same climate exists in Egypt today as it did during the
But yeah,
pre-dynastic and
the
early
infrastructure
dynastic
was like
times.
better there
The only
than
really livable area is that
where I'm living in
river
Orleans and
system,
Ottawa
that
here.
valley and the delta. You'd go there, and if there were sites there, you'd go in there and you'd settle on them, you'd build on them, and that's where we find it. That's really the only place we look is along that in the delta and along the Nile Valley. All of
But
these
it's
sites that
okay,
we
I
see
wasn't
today
meant to
are
teach it.
Difficult to interpret, right?
Dude, I had like
There's
over
thousands of
200
years of
students,
construction,
man.
Renovation, reuse. Then later on, thousands of years of quarrying and destruction. I mean, up until I don't know, less than 100 years ago, these things were a very convenient source of stone for a lot of people. They've been taking stone
Yeah,
from
true
these places
stash.
for thousands of years. But what about that ancient savannah?
Like even the water, I miss the
Today we
Canadian
call it the
water.
Sahara Desert. But what about when it wasn't actual
Chinese
Sahara?
water
It's
is
vast.
It's not like
roughly
Canadian
the same
water.
size as the Amazon, and it's been absolutely untouched from an archaeological
Yeah.
perspective, despite what things like Flint Dibble might say, and places like Joe Rogan.
But it was cool, man.
I
I saw, dude, I saw two of the like
places where they've looked, but there is
world's
that's a
ancient
whole
site
unexplored region
mysteries.
of the world. I think it's the
Saw
Sahara, the
Yangshan
Amazon, the two
Quarry.
vastly unexplored places.
Has the world's
from an
largest
archaeological
megaliths,
civilization
and I saw
perspective today.
human-made caves, the
And what might we
Longview
find with dedicated
caves.
search
Fucking
using things
crazy.
like new technologies? We don't have to go and dig up all the sand.
I'm so-
There are new technologies emerging. Satellite.
Oh, you can't drink the tap water. They don't. They don't make it. They don't purify it to be drinkable by the tap. I know it's insane. So you have to buy filtered water.
That hasn't got this problem of thousands of years of later occupation.
Yeah, I started drinking tap water when I arrived, and I got like sick. And then I learned that they don't even fucking make it drinkable.
The distant past, because I'm
That's
fairly
terrible.
convinced that there was something
Yeah.
going on. I mean, all of the evidence points to that.
Yeah.
I think there was a fairly advanced civilization that existed along.
So I would like. So what I would do is you can either buy a bottled water, which is super expensive, or you would go to the communal filter, like carbon and clay filter machine, like an advanced machine that pumps quickly, but I don't know. And then it's just like filtered China water.
Building a party site, that's not civilization.
It just wasn't the
They're not
same.
going to let that go, but I think if they embrace
I just buy the
technologies
machine.
and we step
Yeah.
forward, projects like the VaveScan project and some of these other things that come out that show us new evidence, my great hope is that we can
I
start
mean, how
to
pure could you really
embrace
make it?
some of these topics and have an open-minded discussion that's civil, and maybe we actually might learn something about
Oh,
the history of
ionized,
civilization on
yeah.
this planet. Thank you guys very much.
Interesting. Or like what's it called? Distilled. Distill your Chinese water.
You know, I think these vessels are kind of a smoking gun to something more significantly advanced going on.
Hope everybody's enjoying the summit so far. I certainly have been. And thank you to everybody here. You guys have...
No in between. Yeah.
Absolutely fascinating. Yeah, for sure.
That
So
really
you're-
describes a lot of China.
Your mother was a history teacher.
She was, indeed.
Okay,
You've done your
excellent.
You either get
A
like
little bit of research.
really high
Well,
quality
that's
or really
cool 'cause
terrible
you're
quality.
kind of, in your own way now, kind of teaching history to people. You know, so you're sort of joining the family business, if you will.
We say
A
that
little
about
bit,
most
yeah.
things about
Yeah,
China.
she's probably glad, actually, that I've now got an audience or a channel to talk to rather than just trying to beat the ear off everybody I meet, in the public space. And I certainly have been in her ear for years about this sort of stuff.
Yep.
But yes, she was a history teacher, and it was always a passion of mine. Like I nearly
I really
went that way
enjoyed
at
China,
university,
though.
But it's like, well, do I want to make money or do I want to have an academic career?
Right.
So yeah,
I love
went to
China.
IT, which was it's another whole passion of mine. That was always my career
Yep.
until I
And Chinese people.
do this crazy YouTube thing.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. Yeah, so, for people that don't know, you have, your channel is Uncharted X.
I'm just not meant to
And,
teach children,
probably what you're most famous for at this point. You've got about, a half a million followers or
I
so?
do. It's probably the only thing I find Z-list YouTube celebrity famous. Yeah, that's it. But Uncharted X, the website too, unchartedx.com. I mean, I publish stuff there. We have discussion forums there as well. But yeah, we're closing in on about 500,000, which I never thought would happen. And it is a super.
How's the podcast volume? Is it good?
No, it's very niche.
You want me to turn it up?
Yep. Long form. I don't.
Are you sick of this guy?
A day a week. It takes a long time to put them together. So yeah, I'm thrilled, and thanks for everybody that does subscribe. I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So it's for people that don't know, you essentially explore ancient civilizations.
It's good, thanks, brother.
You explore our ancient past, and you explore a version of history that's different than what your mom would have taught in a textbook to people. What the traditional, the mainstream accepted, the established view of history.
I do, yeah. It's, the focus is on exploring exactly that, the mysteries that are contained in our history, and often the contradictions. A lot of my content focuses on Egypt. It's not exclusively there. I think there's a lot of factors that should be affecting or should be taken into account when we look at what we would call, if there is such a thing, mainstream or the orthodox story of history, and in particular human civilization. And these aren't purely things that are to do with inside the field itself. I think a lot of these vectors for change, if you like, are coming from other fields of science, adjacent fields of science, genetics, biology, new finds in the fossil record, climate history, the evidence for cataclysm. All of these things should be playing a role in I think, looking and changing the story of our past. I mean, to me, when we look at the story of our history, it's a good analogy I like to make. It's kind of like think of it being like a murder case or a criminal case that never really ends, right? You should always be looking at the evidence, and you should be taking all of the evidence into account and then trying to form a conclusion based on the evidence that you have. I mean, when you're dealing with these murky depths of the past, we're never going to have like 100% evidence. We're always looking at the skeletons of the remains of something else. It's very scant, and in often cases, it's evidence has been gone over before. Like, I think concepts like inheritance, renovation, reuse, I think those play a huge role in trying to decipher the ancient sites and artifacts that we see today. There's tons of evidence for it, and it's sometimes acknowledged, sometimes not. But I think we should have an open mind when it comes to those things, and when you dive into the details, particularly in places like South America, Egypt, or Baalbek in Lebanon, there's just amazing contradictions in the artifacts that we see, in the architecture, in the technological timeline, in the evidence of machining and precision, and all of these topics that have, they have a real impact. They should be having a real impact on the story of history, and those are kind of the topics that we get into in a fairly nuanced detail at times. I'd say you have an hour-long video on like tube drills. There's plenty of information on them, but
come on, man.
Yep.
It's kind of opens the door, I think, to this premise of that there may well, it certainly to me seems possible that there was civilizations before, like far in the past, that were wiped clean off the planet through events like the Younger Dryas, and that then were then inherited, reused, potentially sort of gave the dynastic Egyptians, like, for example, a kickstart to their civilization. And then, we are now looking at that through this lens of thousands of years of ancient civilizations sort of occupying and using those sites. But there's still these little telltale signs, I think, and contradictions in the story that we know it, that can shine some light on it. But it's certainly possible, and that possibility is getting stronger and stronger with a lot of new science that's coming out now. The extension of the human timeline, some of the latest genetic research into the human species, the length of time that we think we've been here. And we're all humans. You can take humans from at any point in the past, shave them down, put some clothes on them, and they're going to look like you or I. And if you give human beings sort of warm weather, enough food to eat, they're going to start solving some problems and organising. It's a tough one. It's a tough pill for me to swallow, to think that and this is still true to this day, it really hasn't changed for probably 100 years or more, that civilization as we know it began only some 6,000 years ago. Yet, as a species, we've been here for hundreds of thousands of years. I actually think up to potentially almost 1 million years now. Like, that's where some of the latest genetic evidence and DNA research is sort of pointing at. In that time, for like 800,000, 900,000, maybe 1 million, you could.
So talk about that for a second. There was it teeth that were found from 800,000 or so years ago?
Not teeth. No, they haven't found. So the oldest fossil wreck. So we used to think, if we go back to Victorian, I mean, if you go back far enough, it was the biblical version, right? 6,000 years ago.
Sure.
And then it used to be for a long time the thought that we were around 50,000 years old as a species. And this is sort of Victorian, Age of Enlightenment, early science era thinking. And then, particularly once carbon dating became a thing, as you said, you can't date stone, you need organic material, which is called like radiocarbon dating, C14 dating, whatever you want to call it. We had found in Ethiopia human remains that were, I think, around 190,000 years old. And that, at that point, was, well, that's the oldest human. That pushed back the human timeline to about 190,000 years. But in the last, and a lot of these scientific discoveries and these things that should be affecting history, it's really the last 20, 25 years that we're talking about. There was a find in Morocco of a human jawbone that was dated to around 300,000 years. So that, instantly overnight, it's like we're a whole third older. Yeah. And that's still, I think, to this day, that the oldest kind of fossil record remains we have of us. But recent studies into things like teeth morphology, that one in particular is a fairly recent study. It was 2019. It looks at the rates of change of teeth. So we know from genetic studies and the DNA evidence that, like Neanderthals, we have our hominid cousins. We know that we split from a common ancestor. Like there was a common ancestor, and then there was a split to Neanderthal, and a split to Homo sapiens, us. And looking at the rates of teeth change, so it's essentially evolution of teeth. We've seen the teeth of Neanderthals. We kind of have some ideas about the rates of change from a common ancestor, and based on studies into how quickly teeth change and evolve to get the teeth that we have, our teeth would have had to change very quickly to make it only within that 300,000 years. It turns out studies, they all show that no, that's not the case. So based on the rates of teeth morphology, the estimates put us at around sort of 900,000 years old, in that ballpark, plus or minus 50, 60,000 years, something like that. So that just teeth morphology alone puts us at that point in time.
And that's really the minimum, right? I mean,
it is. I think so. Yeah.
So that very, very interesting, fascinating, and stuff just keeps getting older. It does. Yeah.
It does.
The mainstream theory of who we are, where we came from, it just keeps backing up. I mean, as time goes on, it seems like it just keeps getting older.
All the time. I mean, and that's not the only one in that area too. There's also been DNA studies looking specifically at when our genome diverged.
Yeah.
So we can back up through the genome, and that sort of backs that up in that 700 to 850,000 year range. It's, as the point of divergence from a common ancestor, it's also getting supported like that. But yeah, it seems you can't, every time you look on social media or look in the news stories, things do keep getting older. And I mean, this applies equally well, I'd say, to archaeology. There's the Göbekli Tepe. People that are interested in this topic would know about Göbekli Tepe. It's a new discovery of site in Turkey that I think should have pushed back the date of civilization far back, thousands of years earlier. But it should have really shaken up the world of archaeology. It hasn't really shifted that date so much.
About
we did check up the world of archaeology to some degree, but we keep finding stuff that's just older and older. And there's been, people don't understand the degree of cataclysm that's occurred on this planet. And this is again an area of what I call new science in the last 20 years. There have been, one of the reasons I often credit our civilization for getting to the point that we're at is the nice, pleasant weather we've had for the last 9,000, 10,000 years. And it legitimately is, if you look at the climate history on the planet, this period is generally the best period of weather and lack of cataclysm, for want of a better term, that we've had in the last 250,000 years or so. Like this is, the Holocene has been a great period, and it's been one that supported a lot of growth. But that wasn't always the case, and we've been learning that, more and more frequently, much more frequently than we thought, the Earth goes through these just periods of cataclysm. And the biggest thing to happen to our planet in around the last 2.5 million years of time, as far as we know, happened only some 13,000 years ago, 12,800 years ago. It's a period of time called the Younger Dryas. It's actually called the Younger Dryas boundary. It's generally the period of time that separates the Pleistocene, which is people often think of as the last ice age, the last glacial maximum, from the Holocene, which is the epoch of the time that we're in today. And this period is just punctuated by this 1,200-year time frame that just involved the most catastrophic swings in climate. There looks like there was just a huge flooding all around the world, massive wildfires. There's so much science now surrounding the Younger Dryas boundary or Younger Dryas period that I think it's incontrovertible at this point that this was a cataclysmic event. Yeah. There's still some debate as to what its source was. I think that the science is heavily leaning towards the idea that the Earth was intercepted by essentially cosmic debris, like the remnants of probably a broken up comet, and it was a series of massive cosmic impacts and airbursts, mostly around the northern hemisphere and particularly North America and Europe, and it caused essentially the rapid end of the last glacial maximum, and as a consequence, just destroyed. It would have entirely destroyed any civilization that was here, and it's really hard to comprehend the violence of that period of time. I mean, one thing that I like to tell people, and obviously you mentioned it earlier, was that this is also the period of time that we had the last really massive extinction event on the planet. This was what people often refer to as the megafaunal extinction event, the large mammals and animals of North America and Europe, and particularly South America as well.
So you've got the woolly mammoth, you've got the saber-toothed
tiger, the American lion, the mastodons. There's giant species of camels. There were, the sloths and
Amaranth was streaming, and she was at the zoo, and she showed a skull of a short-faced bear and a saber-toothed tiger with a saber-tooth tooth still in it. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Amaranth.
So if you look at we sort of date a lot of the megafauna, and by megafauna we mean, I think it's animals or species with more than an average, like 40 kilograms or 100 pounds or thereabouts of body weight. We're megafauna.
Humans included.
Yeah, there's a highlight of it.
Megafauna. I qualify.
She was a TwitchCon.
Yeah, and it was about half of the species that were alive then. So if you
I don't know
look,
where
there's no
she
real
was.
new species of megafauna. If you look at lions and all of the
She was half
species in
naked, though.
Africa, which was one of the places that was less affected by this cataclysm, hence there's megafauna there today. They're all thought to be 2.5 to 3 million years old as a species. These are species that lived through the Younger Dryas, but there was a tremendous number of species that didn't, including right down to like 2 or 3 species of birds, which I think illustrates the sort of silliness of the overhunting hypothesis. So one of the way this is explained and a way to avoid the cataclysmic origin of this event is that, and this is still, I think, to some degree, the mainstream explanation for the extinction of these animals was that, humans came on the scene,
overhunted,
and we overhunted them. I mean, let's not forget that there were probably more mastodons and mammoth than there were human at the time, humans on the planet at the time. And
so after 800,000 years, we finally figured out how to kill a
species.
Yeah, right.
Kill them, yeah.
All of them at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, we tried to get rid of the bison in America. We had firearms, we didn't manage it. I mean, this is not an easy thing to do, and during that period of time, I mean, we were not. I mean, if humans, the other thing to remember, humans went through a bottleneck here too. There's Antonio Zamora. Tony Zamora's done some great little clips on YouTube looking at some of the new genetic evidence, looking at our past and the bottlenecks in our own genetic population and diversity. And it turns out that there were human bottlenecks at the Younger Dryas that are associated with the Younger Dryas period as well. So we not only globally decreased in both population and in genetic diversity during that time, so did a lot of species, it turns out. We were one of the species that survived. And if you try to, the overhunting thing drives me crazy, because there were predators like the short-faced bear, the American lion. This is a lion the size of a horse. And then the short-faced bear was probably one of the most savage predators to have ever existed.
It's like 14 feet long or
14
something.
feet tall. It's like 3 or 4 times the bite strength of modern bears. Much faster, more agile, like super predators. You know, that would have been, you know, if you were a hunter-gatherer type of a human, having gone through this cataclysm, or however you existed, you would not be chasing these things down. You'd be running away from them. And it would have been a sketchy old environment at night, particularly in places like the land bridge between the ice sheets that were covering North America. I mean, this is like, you know, whatever, maybe 100 miles wide or something, but it's this corridor which would have focused a lot of these large animals into, and like a gauntlet you'd have to run. All of the sites, and in fact there's several more than this now. The slide's a little dated, particularly around North America and Northern Europe, but now also in not only South America. You can see the one down there, Colaco in Chile. They've also found this evidence in South Africa. There are inside the strata, or the layers of dirt, you know, as you dig down, we go back in time. I mean, this is a very well-established technique, and in fact, when this research got started, they were using archaeological sites that typically, like Clovis sites in the Americas, go back to about 13,000 years. So you have these very well-provenanced layers of strata that correspond to periods of time. And they found that all around the world, in all of these sites, when you get down to that 13,000-year-old boundary, you find some very interesting data. And there's something called a black mat layer. It's like almost like a carbon layer in the dirt. There's all of these things that are referred to as impact proxies. So this is the evidence, or the byproduct of cosmic impacts: shock synthesized nanodiamonds, magnetic microspherules, extraterrestrial platinum and iridium spikes. All of these things that are essentially byproducts of these huge like massive, like megatons, gigatons worth of explosions. And a lot of it's funny, a lot of the research for that and finding out these are byproducts of these types of events was done through nuclear tests. Like a lot of the research that came from early nuclear testing, they thought, okay, these types of events generate these things like shock synthesized nanodiamonds, and they've been finding these in these sites all around the world. So it's this correlation of data that says, well, yeah, something happened. There's evidence for something happening all around the world at that 12,800-year-old time frame. We know there was an extinction event. We know the sea levels rose rapidly in it, not just then, but in this period. It wouldn't have happened instantly over time. Mm-hmm. You know, we know humans had a bottleneck there. We know that there's impact proxies in the ground. We know that there's evidence for massive wildfires. One of the other things to come out of the ice core studies was a study done, again, correlating to the Younger Dryas, that there was something like 9% of the world's biomass on fire, which is just an inconceivable number. Like, this is from soot particulates that they found in these ice cores. I mean, and you have to, you combine that with, you know, the temperature drop. I think every culture around the world, essentially their origin stories involve floods. Ours certainly does, like the flood of Noah, Gilgamesh. Many of the South American countries and myths and legends talk about, you know, world-ending fires. The Mahabharata in India does. I've got lots of examples we can go through. I think some of these myths and legends are actually like deified and what would you say, like myth versions of what could have been eyewitness accounts to some of these types of events. You know, Revelations is full of them. But all of these things point to this one period of time that was, you know, essentially we know now was probably the most violent thing to happen to the planet in 2.5 million years. And to me, it's a huge piece of the puzzle. Like this work into Cataclysm is a massive key that unlocks the possibility of lost ancient civilizations, and that also matches these stories. And I think that idea matches the evidence that we find on these sites, particularly places like Egypt, where we have so much good preservation of, thanks to the weather there, of these incredible artifacts. And, you know, to me, the easiest, biggest contradiction when it comes to places like Egypt is the most advanced artifacts are the oldest. Like, it's the people look at the Great Pyramid of Giza. I mean, this is amongst the first pyramids supposedly ever made. You know, this is something that gets repeated across artifacts and categories and time. It's one of the things I focus on a lot But it's like, that's not how technology works. This is where the tech part comes in. It's like, you ascend, you don't start with a Tesla and work backwards to a horse and cart, but we see the equivalent of that in some of the techniques and technology in places like Egypt, and it's a tough thing to explain, but it makes a lot more sense when you start to consider the concept of inheritance and reuse and renovation, and even cultural connection. I think that humans obviously survived, right? We went through this. And if this happened today,
is Amaranth a man?
Like, there might be pockets here and there.
Is Amaranth a man? I'm sorry, Amaranth, if you are a man. There are rumors and photos of you
but it's not going to be
survive and rebuild, but the civilization
online.
today would be gone.
Right.
Yeah.
You have
I
great
watched your video,
streams,
The Tale of
Amaranth.
Two Industries, and so you talk a lot in there about. So obviously the Egyptians, you credit them for a lot of the stuff that we find, but they're they obviously accomplished amazing things. They were great stone workers, but then there's this other which appears to be far more precise, far more just accurate set of stonework and work that someone has left us with, whether it was the Egyptians or whether it was a civilization that came before them. I think those are the types of questions that you're asking. And so you get into a lot of that on your channel. Again, very fascinating. Can we talk a little bit about some of the ancient technology that you see and the contradictions between the two industries, if you will?
Absolutely, yes. And I do want to qualify exactly what you said, which is that it's like, I don't feel like by asking these questions we're taking anything away from the dynastic Egyptian civilization. That was an amazing civilization. Like, they more than 3,000 years. They've lasted longer than our kind of civilization has so far. It depends which way you think we're going. And they achieved wondrous things. Like, they were an incredible organization, amazing culture. I think all of their religion, their focus on death and the afterlife, all of that's amazing. But they were a Bronze Age culture. And we know the tools that they used. And we know how they did things based on the scenes on the wall that they would draw, or the records that we found. And this, they were using very simplistic tools. And in fact, you can look at sort of some of the tools that they had. Do I have their tools here? I don't know. I think I've got the advanced stuff. But we can start there. But essentially, we're talking about tools like, flint chisels, copper chisels, pounding stones, sand, very simple wooden instruments for like alignments and things like that. They were very skilled woodworkers, but their ability to work, in what I would term, very hard stone, and this is typically what you see from the oldest periods of Egypt, is that you see stonework that's done in extremely hard stone, granite, diorite, basalt, things like this, which are just, frankly, kind of a silly choice to work in. Like, this is, if everyone has like a mortar and pestle at home that's made from granite, do you protect that mortar and pestle from the tiles on your counter, or are you like, protecting the tiles from the mortar and pestle? Like, that's what you have to do, though, because this thing will break anything that you smash it into. It's not going to break. Like, this is hard stuff, and if you go on the Mohs scale of hardness, which I think a fingernail's like a 2. The chalk or whatever is like a 2.5 or something like that. Copper is a 3.5. Iron's 4. Steel is 5.5. As you go up to like where granite can be 5.5, 6, 6.5. Diorite, flint 7, 7.5, 8. Corundums a 9. Diamond being a 10. It sort of goes up to about 9, and then you go just up here to 10 for diamond. Diamond is like a fair bit harder than everything else. Gemstones, beryl, corundum, things like that are around a 9, and we see evidence for stones being worked that go right up to that 9. There's literally vases that come from the earliest periods of time that have very high degrees of corundum in them, or flint in them, and it's like, this is incredibly tough stuff to work. And not only do we see it worked and worked efficiently, we see it worked in just massive scale and with incredible precision. Like, it's just mind-boggling when you look at it. Everyone sort of may have seen pictures of the pyramids and the Giza Plateau, but when you go there, and it's sort of, I don't know if it just comes at you that fast, but it's like, you've got to remember, some of this work, particularly places like the Valley Temple, which is made up of, granite blocks that weigh 60, 70 tons. These are mortarless joints, like they're precisely laid. In fact, let me show you one thing here, which we go to Precision Large directory. I mean, this is an example of sort of joints in these granite stones of the, you know, of the Valley Temple. There's actually a horizontal joint up top, but there's also a vertical joint that you can barely even perceive, and this is absolutely remarkable. I mean, the outside of these surfaces of stones, I mean, here's some examples of some of the joinery that's in places like the Valley Temple. They're not uniform, you know, they're not linear, the blocks aren't the same sizes, they go around corners. It's truly remarkable, and you also have to remember that this structure and these objects come from the Old Kingdom, which is like the start of the Egyptian civilization, the 3rd, 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom is where they're attributed.
And this is fascinating because not only do you see blocks like this in Egypt, but you see blocks like this in South America as well. And, you know, the mainstream will tell us that it's from the same period of time, from two different cultures that had never met each other.
Different periods of time.
Different periods of time that had never crossed the oceans, that hadn't met each other. And here we're seeing very, very similar megalithic stonework in completely different parts of the world, which if sea level was 400 feet lower and we had a civilization that was able to navigate the world in a more effective way than certainly we could have, you know, a couple of thousand years ago, then your theories become a little bit more, it becomes plausible. It starts to make a little bit more sense, seeing all of these giant megalithic stonework, you know, all over the world in similar construction
Indeed.
methods.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's one of the biggest indicators, and it's something people have talked about a fair bit, that there is a massive similarity between the styles of megalithic building in very hard stone that we see all around the world. And as you said, sometimes, you know, if you take the stuff in South America and the Sacred Valley of Peru.
Is it Sacsayhuaman?
Sacsayhuaman around Cusco.
Similar to this?
Yeah, it is. You saw these pictures. I mean, I would actually love to show you the 3rd pyramid. Maybe I have a picture of that. I don't right here. But I do have South America stuff here. I mean, you're looking at stuff like this, which is in the streets of Cusco. It's also granite. You have these styles, and if the mainstream attribution of this stuff is like the Inca, you know, which was the 1500s, 14 to 1500s versus, you know, 2500, 2700 BC for the Egyptians. Those are the mainstream dating. And this, it isn't just in these two places. I mean, we see this on Easter Island, we see it in Turkey, we see it in Lebanon. You see a style, I mean, it's theorized, and certainly there's debatable sites, and even, you know, in Russia and New Zealand and all around the world, there's people that try to look at this and say, is this the remnants of this type of construction? Because, I mean, over time, this will actually eventually fall apart if the ground shifts or earthquakes happen. I think it's a tremendous indicator of some, global connection. This might be an indicator for a civilization that was potentially globe spanning. I certainly, if I think about what an ancient civilization, a lost ancient civilization that had high-tech capabilities able to do this sort of work with ease, I mean, I do think it was globe spanning. It may have had different offshoots, and there's nuance and detail in all of this. But I mean, it's a tremendous indicator. And this isn't work that you typically see done in later periods. One of the explanations for, like, well, why this happens, and that this is one you get from mainstream, I guess, archaeologists. And it's this concept of, well, they were solving the same problem. It's like, okay, we know that if you're trying to figure out how to make a spear point, right, you're probably going to nap stone and get to a similar result. You might have different techniques, and indeed that is how we make distinctions between, like, Clovis cultures and later, indigenous American, Native American cultures. Then you might get into the same place. But literally, if you're trying to build a wall or a structure, it's tough for me to believe that independently different cultures came up with pretty much the hardest and most challenging way to do that imaginable. Like, we don't build like this today because it's insanely difficult. Like, not only is this...
What's the explanation for how they could even build something?
I don't know. They literally... And the funny thing about South America in particular is that it's you know, it's just like a 150-year period that supposedly all of this happened in. You have multiple styles there. And again, this is mortarless joints, and in places in South America, in particularly in the streets of Cusco, you can also see this at Sacsayhuaman, which is one of the sites around Cusco in Peru. You can kind of see it up here in this corner. You see this where the walls sort of come apart. You see that nice sharp line. What you're seeing is the outside surface, the front surface is a little rougher. Perhaps it was more polished in the past, but you can pretty clearly see how perfectly well made those inside surfaces are, the joining surfaces, the mating surfaces between the stones. And we're not talking about straight lines here. Like, this is not like it's 90-degree, straight lines with 90-degree corners. These things are curved. They match through the full depth of the stone. Like, these are perfectly matched mating surfaces. It's a real mystery to me as to how you do this, because any conventional means would involve a process of, particularly a Bronze Age or a relatively primitive culture, grinding on this stone. You're somehow lifting up these 20 or 50 or 100-ton blocks and just check it out, Johnson, and put a bit of chalk on it where it lands, and then grind that spot down and have this slow process. I just don't think that's a feasible answer. I don't know how it was done. There's certainly plenty of evidence for things like machining, particularly in Egypt, but also in South America. Machining and other sort of powerful tools that have been used to shape the stone. I legitimately believe that's a possibility, and I think we see plenty of strong evidence for it. It may extend to realms of they had some technique of working the stone that we don't understand. I actually do think it's a legitimate possibility that some of these answers might be outside of our current scope or knowledge of technology, which is one of the reasons why I think we should be open-minded about it, because I think if we study it, we might actually end up learning something.
Right. Yeah, it looks like there's, it looks like two different technologies. It looks like you've got a base layer, and we know this happens today when humans come into an old area, we just build right on top of it. It certainly appears that, that's what's happening here. You've got this highly sophisticated stonework at the bottom, and then
that's
rocks
perfect.
on top. Right, you just throw some rocks on top of the next civilization.
Yeah, this is Alante Tambo. Which is not to be overlooked. You have to catch, if you want to go to Machu Picchu, you go through from the train at Alante Tambo, but don't miss visiting Alante Tambo itself, one of the best sites for this evidence and this layering. And this, in fact, is the same thing that we see in Egypt, but it's very pronounced in South America, which is the highest technology, the most sophisticated, largest stonework is at the bottom. Like, it's literally, in South America, it's clear as day once you see it. There's three different layers, and they have these terms. It's terms that come from a guy named Jesus Gamara and his father, who've been studying the Sacred Valley region for 60, 70 years now. There's essentially the bottom layer is what they call Hanan Pacha, which is the monolithic work. So it's like the living mountain, and you see in a lot of places. I probably have some examples of Hanan Pacha here. This is Hanan Pacha. So it's where it's not cellular. It's this like carving into the living rock of the mountain itself. And some places it's very strange. It's flowing, it's shaped, it's carved. Some places it looks more precise like this, where they're going for some particular effect. This was at a site called Napahuaca, which is not rarely seen, not really part of the regular tourist pathway. This was destroyed, as many things were, by the Spanish, thinking that there might have been gold inside it or something. It was blown apart. This is always at the bottom layer, and then that's followed by what they call Uran Pacha, which is the cellular megalithic work that we just saw, streets of Cusco, Sacsayhuaman, and it's these huge, precise blocks of stone that are locked together in intricate patterns. Not always curved, sometimes quite linear. The Coricancha in the center of Cusco is a great example of megalithic architecture that really matches what you see in Egypt. And then on top of that is what we saw before, what they would call I think it's Inku Pacha, which is the Inca work. Where was that picture? Here, this thing. So there's literally this huge gap, and you always see this work on top. It's loose stone. It's local stone, often with mud mortar. Whereas you see the megalithic work is often made of a single type of stone that will have a quarry that's miles away, and we're talking about miles over mountains at altitude with rivers and valleys between them. And there's this huge jump up to then what we think was happening. What I postulate, and many other people do too, is that the Inca they found these abandoned megalithic sites when they came into the Sacred Valley, and they were rebuilding them. And there's plenty of evidence for that. Even the Spanish saw them trying to do that when they came in. These guys were trying to move some big stones around and failing in some cases. And you see that in process where they've tried to put the jigsaw puzzle back together. And if they couldn't, they would often take one of these stones and they would use them in their own building. They'd put them as a lintel over a doorway. And it's just this one megalithic stone embedded in this wall of like just sort of, you know, just regular random stonework that's put together with mud mortar that would very much match the capabilities of a civilization like the Inca. And on these megalithic sites, they've been repairing them. You see this, it's clear as day, it's XA11 of Alante Tambo. You see these later layers, yet, you know, kind of the orthodox explanation for this is, well, the Inca did all of this. They did all three styles, and they did it all within a 150-year period that was essentially the length of their civilization. It just doesn't make any
Nothing
sense.
came before them.
And yeah, well, there is some. They talk about some people that came before them, but generally the buildings attributed to the Inca. The sites are Inca sites. But yeah, I think it's complete nonsense, and it's clear as day in South America.
Let's talk about the Sphinx for a couple minutes. Yeah, I'd love to get into that with you a little bit and get your thoughts on that. You know, I know Robert Schock has done some incredible work on that with the erosion on the Temple of the Sphinx. And can you talk to me a little bit about, you know, what is some of the evidence that the Sphinx is a much older monument?
Well, the Sphinx is, I mean, it's fascinating. It's one of the, I love that. You know, I've had the chance to be down in the enclosure a couple of times, get up close to it. So I think there's several different lines of evidence and ways of thinking about the Sphinx that sort of point towards that. One is obviously the fact that it seems likely that its head has been recarved. Right? Anyone that looks at it and sees it will notice the head's kind of out of proportion to the body. It's a little small relative to the body. The dynastic Egyptians were masters of proportion and sculpture. They've made beautiful works of art. This wouldn't have been a deliberate choice by them, but perhaps it's the result of them recarving the head, you know, and it may have been something else. A lot of people have theorized that maybe the head was that of a lion, and so there's astronomical evidence when you look at its facing east, so facing the sunrise, and people may or may not know about the great year, or the concept of precession, the precession of the equinoxes, right? So it's one of the many cycles of the Milankovitch cycles that the planet goes through, but where the sun rises on the summer solstice, you know, it's under which constellation defines what age we're in. So today we're in the age of Pisces. So generally, you know, when the sun rises on that solstice, it's okay. We're under Pisces. We're slowly moving into the age of Aquarius. It's a precession of the equinox. It goes backwards through the constellations, and it's a funny study, that whole area of the zodiac, that goes back through time and culture. It's very common. It goes all the way back to the ancient Egyptians. In fact, it's well documented in ancient Egypt. The zodiac's all over the Temple of Dendera, a very famous version of a stone of the zodiac. It's actually housed in the Louvre today, but not only at the Dendera in that one area, but it's actually plastered all along the tops of these amazing, all entirely dynastic temples. So they were well aware of this. So I guess they got the idea from somewhere. But so some people have theorized that perhaps, you know, if it was a lion and it was pointing due east, and perhaps the constellation under which that it may have been aiming at might have been Leo, the lion, which is it's a connection between that constellation and a lion that's been in place for a long time. And again, this strange thing with the zodiac, it does have these correlations between cultures and time. Then perhaps that indicates an age of around 10,000 to 12,000 years ago, because the precession of the equinoxes is 26,000 year cycle. So each age is like 2,500 years, roughly. Some constellations are wider than others. So that's one potential avenue of evidence that suggests, well, if it was a lion, and maybe it's a marker to potentially indicate, hey, I was built to symbolize the age of Leo. At least in the last precessional cycle, it could actually be, you go back 10,000 years or 10 or 12,000 years to that period of time, like say 10,000 BC, you know, it could be 26,500 years older than that. We don't know. Like each precessional cycle is roughly 26,000 years, a little more. The other one that's probably more well known, that's been a debate that you mentioned, Robert Schock, and should also remember the great John Anthony West, who kind of theorised this idea in the first place, and then invited Robert Schock, who's a professor of geology from Boston University, so a real expert when it comes to the sort of topics that we'll get into, is the erosion that is shown on the Sphinx. Not only on the Sphinx, but probably more importantly, the Sphinx enclosure. So for people that don't know.
Do you have any pictures of that?
Do I have the Sphinx?
If not, we can always add this back up after.
Yeah, I don't actually. Unless I have it under pyramid stuff. Probably not. No, unfortunately.
Okay.
So the Sphinx is not like they didn't build it. It's carved from the bedrock. It's actually the remnants of what you would call a yardang, which is like a limestone outcrop. But in order to carve it, they actually cut down into the bedrock. They created this enclosure. In fact, a lot of the blocks that seem to have been part of like the Valley Temple, there's actually the blocks like 150, 200 tons. They've come from the Sphinx enclosure. They carved down and then they carved along and then they shaped it from the actual bedrock. So it's not built so much as carved from the bedrock. The Sphinx has been repaired over time, right? So there's actually evidence for Old Kingdom repairs. And there's a stone, there's Khufu's daughter's stone, or also sometimes known as the inventory stele, that gets dismissed as a hoax, as false news, I guess, by a lot of Egyptologists, because it talks of Khufu, because they're going to remember that the Sphinx is attributed to Khafra, right? Khafra of the Middle Pyramid Complex, who was the son of Khufu. Khufu's the Great Pyramid. This is the orthodox dating for it. And the people like to attribute the Sphinx to Khafra because it seems to be part of that Middle Pyramid Complex, which more or less gets associated to Khafra. There's actually very little evidence to support this. It doesn't matter. But I just want to say there is a later stele, the stele of Khufu's daughter, they call it, and it also called the inventory stele, that talks about Khufu, so Khafra's father, making repairs to the Sphinx. So before it was even built, apparently Khufu was repairing it, and there's some evidence for Old Kingdom repairs on the body of the Sphinx. Then there's later, like Thutmose IV repaired it, and then the Romans repaired it, and it's been repaired in the Industrial Age, it's been repaired in the modern age.
So they're repairing it how close to after the time that it was built?
I don't know when it was built, but this is actually an account of it being repaired before it was supposed to have been built.
Okay.
So I'm not sure it makes a lot of sense. If I was an Egyptologist, I'd probably go, yeah, that's nonsense. But I think it's more of an indication of and there is actually on the body of it. You look like there is what I think is Old Kingdom repair work. You can still see it. It matches other Old Kingdom repair work. So if it was built in the Old Kingdom, why are you repairing it? What's the point? And I think it's old. I think there's tremendous evidence. I, in fact, think the entire Middle Pyramid complex is older. I think that may even be the oldest structure there. But so what my point is that you can't use the body of the Sphinx to really determine things like erosion. Now, the nice thing about the enclosure is that nobody's really done anything to the enclosure. They've carved a few caves into it here and there. But the walls of the enclosure essentially haven't been touched. They haven't been repaired. There actually have been some fissures repaired here and there, but in general, it's pretty original. So what's interesting about it is that you can look at the patterns on the walls of the Sphinx enclosure and determine things like erosion. And Robert Schock came along and looked at it as an expert geologist and said that's rainfall erosion, like these vertical fissures that you see. You see these horizontal fissures in the walls, but that's more to do with the different layers of limestone. It's a sedimentary rock, so it gets laid down in layers, and some layers are harder than others, so it erodes at different rates, leaves these horizontal striations over time. But there are vertical fissures on the wall too, and he's like, that's rainfall erosion. Now, everybody knows Egypt's a bit of a desert. I mean, I've seen it rain there. It's infrequent, but in order to get that type of erosion on those walls, you're talking about thousands of years of quite heavy rainfall. And you have to go back to periods of time, like 9,000 years ago and more, when Egypt was green and verdant and more tropical, and there was rain. But you have to go back even further because it takes thousands of years of rain to get that type of erosion. And of course, there's lots of debate about this and argument because it upsets the apple cart about the story of history. But it's tough to argue. If you ever took a picture of, take a picture of that of that section of the wall of limestone. Remove the context. Don't tell anyone that this is Egypt or the Sphinx enclosure, and show it to a geologist. 9 times out of 10, probably more, they're going to say, well, that's rainfall erosion on limestone. So there's all sorts of wacky ideas and debates that people are trying to use to justify other explanations. Things like, a lot of times I like to say, well, it's wind and sand erosion, see? It's sand and wind. And I hate this argument because, for one, you give the Sphinx 10 years, 15 years, without it being maintained, the thing fills up to its chest in sand. Like the enclosure gets buried very quickly. This has happened time and time again in our records. We have tons of, you go back and look at old photos of the Sphinx, buried up to here. And it's literally happened between excavations. Like there's been excavations, someone finishes, they clear it all out, and 10 years later, next guy comes in and goes, they've got a year of work trying to clear all this sand out again, because it just fills up. It happened during the dynastic. The Romans had to dig it out. Thutmose IV had to dig it out. That's the whole dream stele that's between the legs of the Sphinx. It tells the story of Thutmose IV, who fell asleep in the shadow of the Sphinx and had a dream. The Sphinx said, "Hey, dig me up and you'll become king. Like, clean me off, you know." So, but the one part, what's the one part that doesn't get buried?
The head.
The head.
So do you think that is there evidence to suggest that the Sphinx head was the only thing that was sticking out during the time of the Egyptians?
Well, I think for long periods of time, I'm sure that's what was going on. Yeah. My point about it is that if you're saying that it's wind and sand erosion on the enclosure buried, the part is always buried. So it must have had enough exposure to wind and sand. And of course, mainstream Egyptologists, it's the mainstream story, they don't talk about the Sphinx's head being recarved. It's all OG, right? But the part of the Sphinx that is always exposed to wind and sand, the head, do you see any, there's no erosion like that on the head. Like, the head hasn't been, I mean, there's been some modern concrete repair to shore up the neck, but in general, they haven't like been touching up the head. You just don't, it's limestone. You don't see the same erosion on the head. It's this reverse contradiction, like reverse logic, this contradiction in the story that is so common when you dig into the details of this story. And it's just, you just have to sort of dig in a bit and not believe what you're told in the first account, and you'll easily find these sort of contradictions. It's a big one for me. So, yeah, I think the wind and sand erosion is a big problem. There's another aspect to this as well that I've actually had a really interesting conversation with Randall Carlson on, where there's been studies done into rates of limestone erosion. So not only can we look at the rainfall erosion, but we can actually look at the rates of erosion in the walls themselves, which we know are generally original. And there's been many, many studies done into this for the last 80, 90 years, where they've looked at limestone on coasts that are affected by wave action, limestone under all sorts of different circumstances, alkaline, acidic environments, all this sort of stuff. So you can take those studies and apply what we see to the walls of the Sphinx enclosure, and once again, you come back with figures that are like, damn, this might be 50,000 years old. Like just looking at the erosional patterns. So there's a ton of evidence that suggests the Sphinx is much older.
For sure. Very fascinating. Thank you. The pyramids. Let's talk about those for just a couple minutes. You can't get you all the way down here without talking about the pyramids.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the mainstream explanation for what the pyramids were, what they were used for, essentially tombs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so, talk to me a little bit about that. What's the explanation for the pyramids, and what are your thoughts on what they might represent?
Well, they are typically described as tombs. Most people probably know the pyramids as tombs. Most people may also be surprised that there's almost no evidence that supports the idea that they're tombs. There's certainly the large stone pyramids that we're familiar with. They've never found any mummies or burials inside of these pyramids.
No mummies ever found in the pyramids.
Not in the big stone ones. Yeah, they've certainly found burials in other pyramids. And in some cases, they're not original burials, where some other pyramids may have been used as places to bury stuff. This comes back to this renovation and reuse concept that we know of. I often talk about the stone pyramids, like Giza Plateau, the Great Pyramid, the Khufu Pyramid, Khafra Pyramid, the Middle Pyramid, and then Menkaure Pyramid, which is the smaller third one. You can get inside them. In fact, I've been inside of all three a few times. Sometimes one of them is closed when the other ones aren't. They're attributed to the Old Kingdom, the 4th dynasty, essentially. We have plenty of 4th dynasty tombs. We know what they look like. They're beautiful. Like the Valley of the Kings is, if you've been there, I mean, it's gorgeous artwork. I mean, They're later period tombs, but the Old Kingdom tombs look similar. They're full of inscriptions and life and stories about the afterlife and statues, carvings, all of the things that these people would need to take into the afterlife with them. You don't see any of that inside of these pyramids. They're bare. There's no inscriptions, no glyphs,
No hieroglyphs found in the.
Well,
is there?
There's supposedly a glyph inside the Great Pyramid in one of the chambers above the King's Chamber. That's also a long story. I am very suspicious and skeptical about the origin of that glyph. There's been a lot of controversy around it. Supposedly, it's a glyph that says the gangs of Khufu, that was written on a stone, that granite beam that's in one of these chambers. They're often called relieving chambers that are stacked up above the so-called King's Chamber. So, we can dive into it if you like, but there is a lot of controversy around that glyph. I think it's red ochre. It's been painted. It's definitely there. There is a painting on that rock. But I would very much like to have the red ochre paint carbon dated. Mm-hmm. It can. It's organic. I suspect it has been.
So you question whether or not the Egyptians have actually even been inside the pyramids?
I think it's a possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so. Long story short, I think Howard Weiss, who was one of the early explorers, may well have been responsible for that glyph. There's been whole books written about that glyph, and there's been quite a bit of controversy in recent years.
Because it's the only one that's ever been found.
Yeah, it's the only one inside any pyramids.
And they graffitied a lot of stuff.
Well, they did, but it's more. I don't think it was the Egyptians if they did it. I suspect it was Colonel Howard Weiss, mm-hmm. who at the time. So the long story short is he was one of the early explorers prior to Petrie getting into. They could get into the pyramid for quite a long time. We know it was opened supposedly by Caliph Al-Mamun, I think around 400 AD. I think I'm way off on that. It might be 1100. But it's been hundreds of years. Tourists could get in and out of it. And he was looking for investment. He was running out of money, Weiss was, for his expeditions, and he needed to make a discovery. And he had some person of means, or something, was like a duchess or something like this, or I don't know, some rich patron was coming along, and just at the right time, miraculously, when I've discovered this glyph up here. And that actually had the intended effect. He got more investment and got to continue his excavations. I think that it should be carbon dated. I think it's too convenient that he found that at the right time. I think it's a high likelihood that he probably put that on there. There are issues with the style and form of it. There's all sorts of really little weird things about the Khufu glyph. I just think it should be tested. I suspect it has been, because there's definitely been some paint taken from it.
If you're going to find one in there, you would think that you would have found more than just one.
Right. You would think there'd be something. Yeah. Right. It's glyphs. We see, like, the point is, we see all of tombs with other glyphs. We know what tombs look like, and there's literally other pyramids that are completely bare. The other stone pyramids at Giza. There's nothing in there, and they're not tombs. Like this idea that because there's multiple chambers. Particularly in the Great Pyramid, you have a subterranean chamber. You have what they call a Queen's Chamber, and then they have the King's Chamber at the end of the Grand Gallery. There's people may be aware of the Scan Pyramids project that's discovered there's another large void above the Grand Gallery that's 40 meters long and 4 meters wide and 4 meters tall, that they've found through muon detection, like cosmic ray detection. Incredible stuff. It's this idea that the way they explain this, and this is like literally one of the most complex and precisely made structures the planet's ever seen. It was the tallest building on Earth until the Eiffel Tower was constructed. It's an incredible feat of engineering, not something you make up as you go along. Yet that's the explanation for it. It's like he wanted this chamber here first, and he said, I don't want that middle chamber. You know what? Build me another chamber up here, and they just sort of made it up as they went along.
So he changed his mind as to where he wanted to be buried.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. To be fair, that's an improvement on Sneferu, who's the first pharaoh of the Old Kingdom of the Fourth Dynasty, who had 3 whole pyramids built to be buried in. Apparently, like, you literally have some of the 3 largest and most amazing structures on the planet. It's the Maidun Pyramid, the Red Pyramid, and the Bent Pyramid, all attributed to one pharaoh. How many do you need to be buried into? These are all, but they're all his tomb.
That's the story. That's the mainstream story. Wow.
Yeah. And not to mention that I think, the idea that they built 3 of these gigantic pyramids. In fact, I have a slide here just for this. These 3 pyramids are all from Sneferu, the Red Pyramid, the Bent Pyramid, the Muldoon Pyramid. It's more than 3.5 million tons of stone. If he ruled for 25 years, it requires more than 380 tons of stone, 380 tons of stone installed every single day for him to even do that. So there's logistical challenges, there's huge problems with the whole pyramid timeline. There's no evidence that they were tombs. There's no mummies been found in there. There's no inscriptions. There's very little evidence even linking these rulers to these tombs. In fact, it's like a 5 or 6 inch statue of Khufu that was found in the Valley Temple, which apparently didn't even exist at the time when he was building his structure. That's where they found that statue, and then somehow through that they've linked that pyramid to him. So,
Now, do we have evidence of pyramids that the Egyptians, that we're positive the Egyptians built these pyramids, and how does that construction compare to what we see with some of the more impressive structures?
Yes, so I think we do. The pyramids, they did continue, or they were building pyramids. The Egyptians made mud brick pyramids. So typically you can find at places like Hawara, Lahoun. There's a lot of different areas that, in fact, it was like till about 1,000 years after the Old Kingdom, they were still building pyramids, much smaller, less grandiose, and typically made from mud brick. And in fact, the only scene on a wall, which Egyptians were fond of drawing out, and that we get a lot of information from these amazing scenes on walls, that describes pyramid building, is actually in a place called the Tomb of the Nobles, which is on the west bank of the Nile in Luxor. One of these tombs that actually shows a scene of pyramid building, but what they're doing is they're baking mud bricks, and they're taking these mud bricks and they're stacking them up, and you see plenty of evidence for that. There are pyramids with writing on them. For example, there's a very well-known pyramid. It's Saqqara. It's the Winis pyramid, or UN spelled UNAS, Winis, and that's the famous pyramid texts. So this is actually, you go into this, and it is a stone pyramid. It's a smaller pyramid, megalithic. You go in there, and the walls in the inner chambers are entirely plastered over and written. So I think what's happened here is this may well be a megalithic structure that may well be more ancient. There's a giant stone box in there that's been precision made, and then they've plastered over the walls, which was very common, and then they've carved this intricate set of hieroglyphs on there. It's actually beautiful in there. I mean, we've learned a lot about their Book of the Dead and all these other things from the pyramid texts, but I don't correlate the drawing of those glyphs as being contemporary necessarily with the structure itself. You can plaster over walls and paint on them. It might be a reuse. We certainly see plenty of evidence for reuse of these places as burials in later times. I mean, you find these big boxes. I mean, there's so many times we've opened up some of these so-called sarcophagi, and you find, burials inside them that are thousands of years later than the site was supposedly built, which means somebody came along and said, this is a ceremonial site. Maybe we'll use it as such. I think that's exactly what happened. If you consider the idea that, all right, maybe the dynastic Egyptians inherited works, they inherited architecture and artifacts. They had cultural memories of their ancestors. In fact, this is what they say. The Egyptian origin story is pretty specific about how far back it goes. It's like some 36,420 years or something. They describe different periods of time. The time of Zep Tepi, when the gods themselves walked to the earth. And some of these rulers ruled for hundreds of years or thousands of years. Then they had the period that was known as the Shemsu Hor, or the followers of Horus. And these were semi-divine god kings as well that had magical, mystical powers. And then after that is when the dynastic history kind of starts. But they correlate it together, so I think it's a pretty clear indication that they had a cultural memory of their ancestors. I think their ancestors were a bit more advanced. This is certainly what they tell in a lot of their other stories, their cataclysm stories. And they were wiped out. They were pushed back to essentially hunter-gatherer existence. And then when they get organized enough to kick off a new civilization, they've got these artifacts, they've got this architecture, but they have a memory of this technology. And what does it become? It's magic. We talked about this before with our civilization. So how do you capture that significance or that magic, you do it through ceremony. Like you dance around the fire. It's the most simple version of it. But this becomes more complex now. And this is a place for worship and ceremony. So this is one of the reasons why I think every site you go to is described as, it's never functional. It's always ceremonial. Sure. Every place is, this is ceremonial. The reason they did this is because it was ceremonial. I think a lot of those sites were used that way in later periods. That's what I think is going on here. Is just that some of these pyramids, some of these courtyards, some of these structures became these mystical objects that became ceremonial. And throughout the thousands of years, the hubris and arrogance of kings may have led them to eventually try to capture that for themselves by writing their names on it, by claiming it and saying, now I am amongst the gods. And this is one consistent thing when you look in these Egyptian tombs and you look on these artifacts, the way that pharaohs are depicted from the Old Kingdom to the Ptolemaic times over 3,000 years is pretty consistent. The iconography of the ancient Egyptian, the iconic look that we know, and how they're depicted, they're always drawn as being amongst the gods. These were god kings, and that's how they wanted to seem. So if you are sitting on your culture starts with a 1,000-ton statue, and you have a 1,000-ton statue of a precisely made out of granite or composite quartzite or something, which we know several of these existed, probably could only have been made with significantly advanced technology. I mean, I think that's the iconography that you go for. This is a depiction of a god. It's literally, your god is cast in stone in front of you and your culture and your ancestors, and that becomes your iconography. You claim that for yourself. It's a question I've gotten a lot, which is like, if I think that some of these statues, not all of them, but some of them are so old and older than the dynastic Egyptians, how come they look like dynastic Egyptians? I actually think it's the other way around. I think dynastic Egyptians look like this because they inherited so much, and what we're looking at are depictions of the builder culture, whoever was responsible. It's their artwork, it's their iconography, then mimicked and reused and claimed by later kings. So with pyramids, I think there's a good chance, particularly the Great Pyramid, that potentially the dynastic Egyptians may not have even been able to get in there. So I think if they had, we might see some more evidence for it, because certainly in the ones where they did, there's evidence for it. They would do things inside there, and they'd leave their mark, and kings would eventually claim it. I think it's potential that they didn't, because back in the day, the pyramid as we know it it sort of looks a bit rough on the outside now, but it was cased in fine white Tura limestone that had really no perceivable joinings. Like, it would have been this giant white triangle with no door, and this 3-4 feet thick limestone tiles that weigh like 5-6 tons that are interlocked together that you can't pry out. It wasn't until there was a massive earthquake, I think this is the 400-something AD date, that shook loose a few of those stones, and then that's what began the quarrying operation. Like, it wasn't until an earthquake shook loose some of these stones that then there were people that could get in there and start to pry off the casing stones. Okay. And they'd tumble down, and this is, that fine white limestone is a very valuable substance because you can grind it up and make plaster.
And fun fact, the pyramids have 8 sides?
Apparently, yeah. They seem to have 8 sides. When you look at it there's a couple of days in the year, I think, where the shadows cast just right, where you can see that they do indeed. There is a dip in between each side of it that seems to have been engineered.
It's at the equinox,
I think so, yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah, and cast shadows. Yeah, and maybe my last question about the pyramids, and we can take a little break, is there's apparently huge granite slabs that are above the king's chamber that are, I don't know how many, 50 of them, that weigh something like 70 tons each, and so that's got to be a couple hundred feet up in the air.
Oh,
what's the explanation for how the Egyptians would have gotten those megalithic stones up there and placed them so perfectly?
That's a very good point. Yes, so there is, while the Great Pyramid itself is the superstructure built from limestone, which I think is about, it's pretty close, like 2.2 tons per cubic meter, and I think granite's about 2.7 tons, something like that. I need to probably remember those numbers. Yeah, there's a huge number of what you call these granite ashlars that are above the King's Chamber, and they're stacked up in these little chambers, and yeah, they're all, some of them 70, 80 tons. It's insane. It's not just the King's Chamber, but all these chambers above it. And I don't know how you explain how they got those things up there. I've not heard an adequate explanation for it, because not only are we talking about, the King's Chamber, where it is in the superstructure of the pyramid, like a couple hundred feet off the ground relative to the ground that the pyramid sits on, but the people don't realize that the Giza plateau is a slope. The pyramid's on a high spot of the plateau, so there's actually, you've got to get them all the way up to the pyramid in the first place, and then somehow lift them up and precisely shape them and fit them together, because this is, again, another example of this incredible megalithic mortarless architecture. If you've ever been in the King's Chamber, it's just breathtaking work, the way these pieces all fit together. But I don't know how they got them up there, because that's the other aspect. I mean, it's not like this granite came from anywhere nearby. Most of it came from a place called Aswan, which is in Upper Egypt in the south. Gyges in Lower Egypt. It's 500 miles away. So you had to get this stuff quarried 500 miles away.
And they didn't have the wheel. Is that correct? So well, it's not like they put it on a car and drove it down.
Right.
So.
Well, this is one of more. This is, again, you're uncovering some of the many contradictions when you dig into this story. It's not only did they not have the wheel. Many Egyptologists don't credit the Old Kingdom Egyptians with the ability to quarry granite.
Wow.
Right? It's mind-bogglingly weird that they don't. I mean, I won't say all. There are some that are like, well, obviously they could because they're using this granite. But there's no evidence for them having the ability or the tools and technology to quarry granite. Yet, Old Kingdom structures are replete in these huge granite lumps, and it's not only. There's all sorts of geological implications with this, because they would say, well, the people that say, well, I couldn't quarry granite, they would use what they call surface granite to make these pieces. Now, if you've ever seen granite outcrops, I mean, on the surface of stuff, there's some big chunks here and there, but a lot of it's flaking apart. It's very difficult to imagine you could find a piece big enough that you could shape a single, 70-ton block out of it without it having defects and cracking and falling apart. But when you actually look at the stone, and this is true of a lot of the granite in the pyramid, plus in the middle pyramid structure, the mortuary temple, huge quartz crystal inclusions, like much, and this would make it a much tougher material to work, and this would, like, for kitchen counter purposes, it'd be a difficult stone to work. But you don't get that type of stone, that high quality, large crystal inclusions from surface level granite. You have to dig it out from 10, 15 meters inside a granite outcrop and go down that deep. We saw they would do that in the quarries. They had this thing called test pits where they were probably testing the quality of the granite to find out, all right, is this the stuff that we need down here? So we'll dig all the way down and get this big piece out, because that's going to be solid enough where it doesn't have defects. It's not going to, like, crack it, snap in half. So they couldn't quarry, they didn't have the wheel, and there's no evidence of that. They used sleds and things to drag granite around. So presumably they quarry it in the south, and then they would use the Nile. They would ship the stuff up to the north, like downstream, because the Nile flows south to north. It's higher in the south, therefore Upper Egypt, lower in the north, Lower Egypt. And then ship the stuff up to the pyramid. But there's problems with that theory too, in that they would presumably do this during the 3-month inundation of the Nile, when there was enough water in the Nile to get the boats to the quarry at Aswan, and then also get the boats to what was presumably a harbour at Giza.
Do we have evidence for boats, for Egyptian boats?
We do. Well, we certainly do. There was quite a large boat discovered in a boat pit around the pyramid. Dynastic Egyptian boat. I mean, pretty sure it's been carbon dated. For sure was buried there by the dynastic Egyptians. And in fact, they beautifully reconstructed it. There was, for the longest time, a boathouse next to the pyramid. They've since relocated all that to the new Grand Egyptian Museum. I've been in the boathouse. It was cool. They built bigger boats than the Vikings did. And it's one of the other reasons they were I think the dynastic Egyptians were seafarers. There's lots of evidence for it. I think they ended up in Australia. I think the Gosford glyphs are legitimate. It's a whole other story. But, they were a culture that spread out and definitely were familiar with boats. There's no real evidence for the size of boat that would be required to transport some of the granite pieces. And I think there's a huge problem here as well, because we've been talking about granite artifacts, like the stones that are in the Great Pyramid, like 70, 80 tons. It's a significant challenge. It's a big, massive amount of weight, but it by no means stops there. I mean, there's evidence for single-piece granite artifacts that exceed 1,000 tons in dynastic Egypt. In fact, there was evidence for a single-piece statue.
So that's 2 million pounds.
Yeah.
1,000 tons. Yeah.
2 million pounds. There is a statue at a place called Tanis, which is even further north. You're talking about 1,000 miles from the quarry for the stone in Aswan. And this statue, you consider the size of the Statue of Liberty. Not with the pedestal, just the lady herself. About the same size. The big toe on this statue is about the same size as the big toe on the Statue of Liberty, but made from a single solid piece of granite, and perfectly made. And there's the evidence for that statue is at a place called Tanis. So that block, and we know they didn't ship stuff finished, so that block may well have been 1,200, 1,500 tons. We don't know. But how do you move a piece of stone that big? You can't get a boat in there. I mean, it's just the displacement of water. There's nothing in that quarry area that comes even close. And yeah, I don't know how you explain it. So, and then you can only do this presumably 3 months a year when there's enough water, and then trying to fit that into the logistical picture of building the overall structure with, the 6 million tons or whatever it is of stone is a tough ask. I think it was a multi-generational effort to build that pyramid. I don't think it fits the timeline of an individual king. I don't think it's achievable with the tools and techniques of the time. Something else is going on. I think they were built for different purposes.
So with an individual king, and how many blocks?
About 2.5 million blocks of stone in the Great Pyramid.
And so within a king's lifetime, how often would you have to place a block?
Well, so the math on this, so if you go out there are 2.5 million blocks of stone. Individually, they weigh maybe between 2 and 3 tons a pop on average. Obviously, there's the granite ones in the center that weigh like 60, 70 tons a go. Over a period of, I think, 20 to 25 years, which is, I think, the estimate for Khufu's reign, you would have to have quarried, shipped, placed, and completely finished with a block. I think the math works out to one block every 5 minutes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 20 to 25 years. It's in that ballpark. So it's, to give you an example, there was a wonderful story. I've used this in my videos. So there's literally a hole in the ground in France.
So they had developed the assembly line far before we invented it, apparently.
Apparently,
Yeah.
they were very efficient. I mean, how many people? It's like this. This is the explanation for it. If you ask, I have literally myself asked Zahi Hawass this on that tour. And I've heard him ask this many other times, and the same answer you get is it's like it was a national project. It's like national. I call it the national project bro answer, like, because it's just, how did they do it? It was a national. It doesn't matter how much technology, precision. I mean, and this is also one of the most precisely made buildings ever. Like insane accuracy in this building, how it's aligned, the way that you'd spend an hour talking about it, but. The answer is national project. It's because they were focused on it. Now, my response to that is often, well, the Apollo missions were a national project for us too, right? Yes, there's a significant amount of the budget goes towards it. We put more resources into it. But it wasn't just a case where we all came together and collectively threw some dudes at the moon. There was some technology involved. There was some other things involved in it. And I think we're looking at the same thing with the pyramids. I mean, like I said, there's a hole in the ground in France. About the volume of the Great Pyramid, and they used dump trucks to dump rubble into it 24 hours a day. It took them 12 years to fill it, just by dumping rubble into it. And that's to give you an idea of the volume of stone we're talking about, yet they're all precisely placed. It's planned out. There was all sorts of groundwork that had to be done beforehand, just bedrock engineering, probably years of planning, years of bedrock work. The whole thing sits on a series of tiles that aren't counted in the equation, which is another amazing topic, the engineering of the Giza Plateau itself. Yeah, it's inconceivable that was built within that time frame using primitive tools, no wheel, and no quarrying.
Right.
Yeah, the story kind of falls apart eventually. When you do.
For sure. Fascinating. Okay, there's a couple more things I want to ask you about, but let's take a quick break and we'll come back. All right, awesome. Thanks, Ben. All right, cool. Talking with Ben Van Kerkwyk from the Uncharted X channel on YouTube, and yeah, we've been talking Egypt. So why don't we finish off in Egypt and then kind of see where that takes us?
Sure.
So I think there's a couple of more things that I wanted to ask you about for sure, and that is the Serapeum as one, and hopefully I'm pronouncing that right.
Yep. Well, there's some debate, but I call it the Serapeum.
Okay. All right. Perfect. And then the vases, the stone vases. I'm interested in getting your take on those. But
Okay.
yeah. How about some of the precision stonework that we see in the Serapeum?
Well, the Serapeum is an interesting site. It's let's see, how to best describe the Serapeum. It's I would say it's probably my favorite site if I had to pick one amongst a lot of them. In Egypt, I call a lot of sites my favorite. Serapeum was one that fascinated me initially, probably the most. In fact, one of the earliest videos series that I made was really diving into the Serapeum. So it's not a typical, so it's not a pyramid site. It's located at a place called Saqqara that has its origins going back to like the earliest times of the Old Kingdom. In fact, well and truly before that. It's home to the other topic that we'll get into, the vases as well. Most of them are found in Saqqara. But the Serapeum's an underground series of tunnels and galleries. In fact, so here's an image of the Serapeum. So it's it's by no means a small site. In fact, it stretches, I think, some 400 or 500 feet in one direction. There's various tunnels that branch off from it. These are beautifully well-made tunnels in some places, just straight and narrow. You could literally drive a Volkswagen down them. The site was closed for like some 15 years while they renovated it, and they've done a really nice job. They put a wooden floor in there now. Previous to that, if you went in there, the dust would kind of choke you out. It wouldn't be a very pleasant experience being in there. But what's remarkable about the Serapeum is what you find in there. And again, this is one of those stories of sort of unadorned, these crazy granite artifacts, but it's home to 24 of these just the most gigantic single-piece granite boxes in these alcoves that are off these galleries. This is an example of one of them here, and these are just marvels of stonework. They're utterly remarkable. So there's a few things to know. I mean, there's a lot to note about these boxes. They're gigantic. Let me show you a picture of one relative to us, I guess. And this is one that's tucked away into a corner, in a closed off-limits area. This is a huge syenite or granodiorite box. As you can see, some of them are like 8 feet tall, probably a little more. They weigh up to 100 tons, including the lid. Including the lid. Some of them, I mean, this one, man, the lid's easily 30 tons. The box themselves could be 70, 80 tons. They're just gigantic single pieces of stone. This is one of my buddy Kyle, standing on the rim of one of the rose granite boxes. So these aren't like bolted together. They're made from a single piece of stone. So you quarry out a giant lump of stone, probably 150 plus tons. You cut it. You cut the lid off it. So the boxes, the lids and the boxes are made from the same stone. They're not all the same type of stone. They're all generally very hard stone. So there's I think 2 rose granite boxes that we think the source for that stone was likely Aswan, the same quarry we talked about earlier. That's the source for rose granite. But most of the others are like syenite or granodiorite, like a black coloured stone with reddish red granite. And we don't really know where the quarries for those were. I think a lot of them, there's a place in the western desert called the Wadi Hammamet quarry. The interesting thing about these other types of stone is that the quarries, at least the ones that we know about, aren't anywhere near the river. They're nowhere near the river system. So now you're talking about not just shipping it on a boat, but transporting a potential multi-100-ton block of stone over landscape, like valleys and mountains and deserts, things like this. But they've been brought into this place, and as I said, they're single piece, right? So there was, and they're made with remarkable precision. So here's a good example of some of the precision that we see inside the boxes and in their formation. So on the left-hand image here, I'm actually standing on the lid of one of these boxes. And you can see looking down into the.
They let you climb all over.
Well, they don't really do that, but we have our moments. I've been in the Serapeum probably a dozen times now, so from time to time we get the opportunity to go inside here and there. Generally not. If you visit the Serapeum, they're not going to really let you do it. That if you get a quiet moment, you want to pay a keeper some money, he might let you do it. Look, it's people are like, what are you doing standing on the thing? Like, it's granite. It's 100 tons. Right. I'm not going to hurt it. Right. It's okay. Right. If I fall and bang my head on it, it'll win. Right. In fact, and these are just the construction is a marvel to me. Like there's out of the 24, there's 3 that have any inscriptions on them. Okay. 2 with very little, and then 1 that's kind of covered in this scroll that we'll get into. But the vast majority of them are unmarked entirely. So the conventional story for these is that they're sarcophagus. Of course, every stone box is a sarcophagus. Mm-hmm. These were apparently sarcophagi for bulls, Apis bulls, Serapis, Serapeum. This is kind of how it gets its name in the modern time. Who knows what they called it back in the day. I unsurprisingly disagree with this hypothesis. And unsurprisingly, also there's very little evidence to support it.
I'm sure they found bulls inside of them.
They've never found a bull inside any of these.
Okay. Shocking.
Yeah, well, so as far as we know, they were opened at some point in antiquity. Almost all of the boxes were open. So when Auguste Mariette, who was I think French explorer in the 1800s, who is kind of credited with the modern rediscovery of the Serapeum, got in there, every box except 1 was open. So at some point the lids were ajar, like they were pushed back or they were pushed forward or they were tilted to the side. But he found 1 box that was sealed. He still had its lid on, and he couldn't shift the lid. He tried, so he ended up using gunpowder and basically blew it apart. There's I probably have the box here. This is the box that he blew apart. And you can actually see what he did. He basically blew his way into this thing and found it completely empty. And where the Apis bull thing comes from is that there's next to, sort of in a different layer, a shallower layer in a similar bedrock area, like right next to the Serapeum is what's known as the lesser galleries. These are much smaller tunnels, much more primitive, and inside those, and they're not connected to the Serapeum as we know it, but inside those tunnels they found wooden boxes, and inside those wooden boxes they found mummified Apis bulls. The Egyptians certainly mummified Apis bulls. It was a sacred animal to them. But it's a very tenuous connection to the Serapeum with the whole Apis bull thing. So again, I think the likely thing here is this is probably a much more ancient site that was discovered and reused and used as a ceremonial site by the dynastic Egyptians, probably during the Middle and New Kingdoms. And in fact, there's quite a bit of evidence to support that in the way that in what's written on these boxes. And it illustrates, the Serapeum is a great example of kind of illustrating, I think I have it in writing here, is in it kind of illustrates the example of what I would show as a giant technological delta between the precision stonework that we see as reflected in these boxes. You saw in that precision slide that, in some cases we have perfect 90-degree angles. Chris Dunn's shown that the lids were perfectly sort of perpendicular with the sides of the box, such that it formed a hermetic seal, so an airtight seal. There's an aspect of this that is worth mentioning when it comes to precision. Now, I often use precision as one of the indicators for some form of advanced technology, and it has to be a measured precision, something that we've measured and studied. You can kind of eyeball something and say, well, it looks like it has aspects of precision, but we don't really know until we investigate it and actually measure it. These boxes have remarkably flat, not all of them, they have extremely flat surfaces. They have a mirror finish. That polish is remarkable. A lot of them have perfectly 90-degree angles. Now these are things that individually and on their own can be achieved. Like that, you can lap stones pretty flat. You can probably make 90-degree angles inside. You can carve a corner. There's an aspect of overall precision though when you are looking at a single piece object in its entirety. It's the perfection of form. It's the relationship between different faces and different parts of an object to another. And this comes into play again when we talk about the vases. But, there was a box that was studied along these lines
we'll come back to the writing on them in a minute, but there was a box that was studied along these lines in a different place. It's called Lahoon, and I hope I have a box. Yeah, I do have the Lahoon box here. And it's and this was actually in a different area. This is underneath a pyramid in Lahoon. It's a granite box in a granite room. And Petrie actually talks about this aspect of precision on the box, which is, and I'll quote him specifically from here. I think this is a great quote because he measured it and said, "Look, it's incredibly flat surfaces. You've got like a 7/1000th of an inch error along the top, which is across 106 inches." And he's sort of giving you the individual aspects of precision. But what he says here is I think, really important and is an often overlooked characteristic of these artifacts. And quoting Flinders Petrie from 1891, his book Elohun, Cahoon and Garob, quote, "Lastly, after straightness, flatness and parallelism, there is the question of ratio between the dimensions or accuracy of proportion. This is far more difficult as it requires all the previous accuracies and in addition a truly divided scale and an irremediable truth of work, since nothing can be corrected by removing more material." End quote. Now what Petrie's talking about here is the relationship between the various faces. So, keeping things parallel to each other and straight and relative. So keeping the dimensions of the inside of the box. It's like in the Serapeum boxes, to have one wall that's 10 feet away from this other wall at the other end perfectly parallel is just an absolutely remarkable feat, and you can't fix it by removing more material. Once you make a mistake or you screw up, you're done. And so we see these aspects of precision, this relationship of one face to another in some of these boxes. We certainly see it in this one, and we see it in some other objects like vases. And it's as I said, it's a very much overlooked aspect of precision when the naysayers and the skeptics of this concept come out and they say, look, I can make a flat piece of stone by lapping it, or I can take a block of granite and chisel like an inside corner on an outside piece. Like, it's a different story when you're inside a box, I think, with flat surfaces. But you have to evaluate the overall artifact, and you have to meet the challenge presented by the whole artifact, including the most difficult aspects of it, which include these types of things, like the relative precision of faces, the challenges that are presented by a single piece artifact. So, Chris Dunn, when he was studying these boxes, and when he wrote his book about it, and I'll just throw up one of these boxes again. He went to some granite producers and said, "Can we make one?" Now could we do this? Sure, we could do this. We'd have to make some tools and we'd have to get custom equipment to make it. But these granite producers said, well, first of all, the block of granite's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's a huge piece of stone. But the way we'd make it is we'd make 5 slabs and bolt it together. Right? That's the easiest way to do this, rather than trying to actually, get one block of stone, carve it out, and make it perfect. So, this is a tremendous challenge, and not really achievable with simple hand tools. So, not only that, you've got these precision aspects of these boxes. You've got the fact that they're single piece boxes. The other huge challenge presented by the Serapeum, the real mystery, one of the real mysteries to me, is the logistical challenge. So not only you've got to move the stone from the quarry, now you've got to shift this thing down into an underground series of labyrinths and tunnels that in some cases with the biggest boxes, you've got like a foot of clearance between the width of the tunnels and the boxes themselves. It's absolutely insane. And the easiest way to do it would be to, instead of it being underground, you excavate, you take the roof off and you lower these things down, then you build a roof on top of it. But that's not what we see here. This is tunneled into bedrock, and above your head is literal bedrock. It's not constructed ceiling. So these things were moved in through this tunnel system and then lowered down into the center of these alcoves that are, probably 6 feet or more deep, into actually grooved slots in the ground. So it's one of the many clues that after studying the Serapeum for many years, I think the attribute that the builders of these boxes were most going for was solidity out of all of the aspects of stone, which doesn't make a lot of sense if you think this is, it's a bull box, right? Mm-hmm. If I'm going to bury a bull in this, I don't need it to be precise. I can color within the lines, basically, more or less. and just carve it out. You throw your ball and you put your lid on, away you go. Who cares if there are hairline fractures or cracks in the box? Well, the people that made these things really cared about that. They would go to tremendous effort to make sure that box was solid, like as if it had to resist or deal with some sort of pressure or force. So the boxes are anchored into the floor. They literally have these inset grooves where they would slot them into the centers of these alcoves, which is also belies the theory that, they filled the things up with sand and then dug the sand out and that's how they lowered them down. It's nonsense. They're actually slotted into the ground, into slots in the bedrock, so they fit right in. Then they would build floor tiles around them. But as you can see here, they're not all straight, right? There's straight where they can be, but there's these weird divots and scoops almost made out of the stone. This isn't an accident. What they were doing here with these scoop marks on these boxes is they're removing cracks.
And where do you see that?
So you see the scoop marks on top here?
Oh, sure, yep.
And even this big scoop mark on the side.
Okay.
So they would facet these boxes. There's plenty of examples of faceted boxes here. This is a good one. Shows you the faceting, kind of like a gemstone cut, where they would do, if they could, they would cut things and have these beautiful facets and straight planes, both on the sides and on the lid. And in beautiful stone. I mean, and literally it's covered in dust these days, but these things reflect light, which is insane. Granite doesn't do that naturally. You have to, kitchen counters and things, we polish those things really hard to get them that shiny. So the polishing's a whole other thing. But those scoop marks, in fact, you can see a couple. There's a little one on the lid here. There's a little bit cut out of the edge here. And that one we saw earlier, it has scoops in it. They were removing cracks, right? So where there was a crack, it's like emptying the crack out. So imagine there's a crack in the stone. It's kind of like the same way we do it in aircraft maintenance and things like that, where you try to stop the crack from spreading. You drill a hole in it, or so what they would do with the stone is they would scoop it out. They would literally empty the crack out so it couldn't continue. Now, who cares if this is literally a single-use box for a ball? Who cares if it's got a crack in it?
Right. So what's your thoughts? I mean, if this is significantly older than what we believe it to be today, what could they have been, why would they have gone through that level of work to create these things? What could they have been used for?
Well, at that point, I would say that I think they would function. That's probably the best answer I can give you. It frustrates me.
And it's just pure speculation, of course.
Well, no. I think there's evidence to suggest they will function in terms of because there's a relationship between precision and function. There's a couple of different lines of evidence for this. One is, you don't develop the ability. Precision. It's a strange term. Everyone hears about it. Oh, I've got a precision shaver or razor or whatever. This, that, and the other thing. We use it a lot, but there is a definitive relationship between precision and function. Precision costs money and resources to develop, right? Precision in the modern world started with the pursuit of trying to make naval cannons shoot straighter. Because normally you would cast a cannon, and then while it's hot, they'd fire a cannonball out of it and go, well, we hope that is going to fire straight from now. So it turns out if you actually cast the thing and then you carve out a barrel and you make that barrel nice and straight, you get better accuracy. So they started to think about, well, how can we get better at this? And we'd start to develop precision. We developed precision because we wanted to create chronometers, timepieces, and watches. And then it's developed over time to the point where we have, 7 Newton-meter processors to make, custom integrated circuits and ASICs and stuff like that. And we do that because of the functional return. The billions of dollars that it costs to develop precision in the modern world, in every aspect of our life, be it from the industrial design on a toaster, to the microchips that run everything around us, that those billions of dollars that it costs to develop those processes were done because of the functional return, right? It's like you get a lower power footprint, it becomes more efficient, it works better. We get a return on it. So you don't do this unless you have a reason for it. There's no need for this precision if this is a ball box. So that's one aspect I'd say. So they were chasing a function. And I think when you think about things like, well, they seem to also have been chasing solidity. Because that one box I showed you earlier, where Yusuf was standing next to it, this one here, it doesn't look as nice as the other ones. And that's because it wasn't completely finished. It developed a large crack. You can actually kind of see it. There's a huge crack in it. And I honestly think that they were in the process of finishing this box, and there's tons of evidence that they actually finished it. They worked on them down in these areas, which are a whole other, just presents a whole other set of problems. But this one was, this thing developed a crack, so we shelved it. It would work perfectly fine as a pull box, but they parked it in a back corner in an area that's off limits in the Serapeum today. You have to get special permission to go in there. But they parked it because it had a crack. So that's another indication to me that they were looking for these boxes to do something, to withstand some force, vibration. So who knows what? And then when you get into what that thing could be, there's any number of speculation. I mean, I have had the chance to read Tristan's new book, the Tesla, the Gyges connection. A wonderful book. It's coming out early next year, I think. And he does some fantastic speculation on the Serapeum about what that might be. But once you say that, it just becomes speculation at that point.
Sure.
Like, you could speculate them as being any number of things, but and I think that's where your imagination could take us. I actually think we should be open-minded to those ideas and maybe do some research to see is there any evidence backing up those possibilities, rather than just saying, well, no, they're all ceremonial, they're all done with, pounding stones and grinding, and that's it. Like that, I don't like that approach. And all I can say is that I don't know what they were for, but it's utterly fascinating. And the last thing that I'll mention about the Serapeum is what I was going to get around to, which was to talk about the fact that this was a reuse site by the Egyptians. So when you look at the boxes that have writing on them, there's two or three, as I said. One of them is this one. This is the most famous one because it has this writing, right? This is me and Yusuf, and you can see how the box is inset into the floor. Like there's at least 2 feet of stone going down below our feet here. Giant thing, but it's got this chicken scratch writing all over it. And I love this image. It's cut out from one of my videos. In that, if you look on the right-hand side, on the corner, you can actually see how that box it's reflecting the light from the hallway. And you can see the reflection of the hallway above it, which shows you just how perfectly polished these things were. It's remarkable. And you can see the quality of the stonework. Now, obviously, we know that you could make, the people who made the box had the capability to work stone to a remarkable degree. They could make straight lines. They could make flat surfaces. They could make granite shine. Why then is the writing on this box so terrible? You can see this is clearly the result of some guy that's gone at this thing with a hammer and chisel, right? To the point where it's even skipping. There's no straight lines. It's very much you literally see the chisel marks from somebody attacking it with a chisel. And not, this is the result of a different level of technology, a much more primitive one. Yet, this is kind of how Egyptology works. The writing in many cases is kind of the bedrock of that institution. It's like because we've developed the ability to read hieroglyphs and translate them, we depend on hieroglyphs. If there's hieroglyphs on an object or a site, then the story that it tells and the person that it says had it built, like that's the person's name is there. That often is used to say, well, that person therefore either had this thing built or he had the whole site built. And that's also what's been applied to the Serapeum here. Which is kind of interesting when you see stuff like this, because on this same very box it's an empty cartouche. It's an empty shen ring. This is if people are familiar with hieroglyphs, you often see the shen ring, the cartouche, and it's reserved for royalty. Right? This is only used in the names of the royalty. And this is an empty one. But if there was the name of a ruler in here, whoever he might be, Ptolemy, someone like this, then we would say that Ptolemy had this built. Ptolemy probably had the whole site built, and then you can see how we construct this picture of history out of that. But it's an empty shen ring. So this tells you something else I think that's going on here, is that the priests, the people that ran this site, were likely selling dedications. It's like the highest bidder gets to have their name written on this box that has all of the other, afterlife paraphernalia on it. And we know this went on because all through the walls in the Serapeum there are little indentations in the walls where little steles, the granite or limestone steles of dedication.
I might sign off, but I'm going to keep it open. Keep the stream going.
And it's just a lovely example of renovation. There's a bunch of other evidence for renovation on the site.
Just do a little meditation.
Yeah, it's very mysterious. It's a wonderful site. It's often overlooked by a lot of the guidebooks, and funnily enough, John Anthony West says very little about it because he was a symbologist. He looked at the
extra understanding
culture. There's very little writing and things to go on there, so it's like, this big site with a few boxes in it and there's very little writing, so there's not a lot of interest to see. But I find the site utterly fascinating. I think it presents it's a huge smoking gun. I think in for the evidence of advanced technology. So both in the stonework itself, the boxes, the logistics of moving them in there, and the technological delta that we see between the artifacts and the writing that's on them.
And so is the writing that's on them, obviously you can tell that it's not, you're not looking at straight lines, you're not looking at perfect angles, none of that. Is the writing, is it polished anywhere within the writing itself?
No, that's another great indicator of polish. It's another, I think, a great indicator of the fact that you don't ever see polished writing. And there's only one or two examples of individual characters which I actually think were incorporated into the writing. You just don't see polished writing. So wherever and this becomes one of those, it's kind of like the stonework in South America, the different styles. Once you see this, you can't unsee it. You see it everywhere. So here's some other examples of that. I love this statue. It's one of these. It's a Hyksos Sphinx that's in the Cairo Museum, and you can see how the stonework almost uses light to show the rib line, the ribs of the structure, made again out of very hard stone. But if you take a close look at the glyphs that are on it, they're crudely carved. They're carved deeply. You can see the hammer and chisel marks. The lines aren't straight, and it's not polished. You see this all over the place. And we know they could polish fine details in stone, right? So this is one of the granodiorite statues from an old kingdom. Look at the upper chest area. It's just wonderful detail. You can even look at the fingernails, the cuticles, the thumb. I mean, even though there's dust in here, this is all polished stone. So the Egyptians had, or whoever built this statue, I should say, had the ability to polish stone. It didn't have to be a flat surface. They could polish the stone. The scoop marks in the Serapeum boxes, extremely difficult thing to polish. They're all perfectly polished. I mean, they're very irregular, but you just don't see it. And here's, for example, here's the writing on the side of one of these statues from the Old Kingdom. It's a bit better quality writing, but you can still see even the lines on that cartouche, they're not straight. Look at the inside of the bird, it's not polished, and you can see the hammer and chisel marks. And if you tour around through the Egyptian Museum, you start to see it everywhere, right? This is one of the well done lids. I'd say these are great hieroglyphs that are on it, but you can clearly, I like this shot because it shows you the polish of the stone versus the glyphs itself. So I just think there's a huge technological delta between the writing and the objects, and I think a lot, in fact nowhere have I seen writing, even the very best writing, and this is the stuff that's on the obelisks and things, it's all achievable with hand tools. Like the writing, and you look closely in the corners of those and you can see the probably flint or beryl chisels. You see the tool marks. I mean, it undoubtedly became a high art form. I mean, it's not all poor quality writing. We know there's great writing, but it's all achievable with hand tools. It doesn't show the same signatures of tool marks and machining, the polishing, the objects, the aspects that I think represent advanced forms of technology. You don't see that in the writing. So there's a huge technological delta there, and the one last thing I'd say about the writing that I've heard people talk about is like, well, it's a different person doing the writing. Yeah, maybe, but that's not to say that they don't have the same tools, or it might have even been the same person. It's like that skill. If you can draw or you're good at calligraphy, try doing that in stone, right? It's obviously not the same skill set. We have evidence for how this would work. There's literally artifacts with paint on them. So you'd have the scribe or the artist actually paint. They would draw on the stone, and here's what you got to go carve. And then you get the stone carver, presumably the same guy or from the same class with the same tools that carve the object itself, and he's got to go carve these details. How come there's a gap there? Like, it's the same tools. Like we see the fine details, perfectly made, perfectly polished, incredible precision on the statue or on the artifact, but we don't see that reflected in the writing. I just think there's entirely a possible explanation for this is that they inherited these artifacts, and then through time, the hubris and arrogance of kings, they added writing to it later. And this is backed up by evidence in a lot of cases. There's some artifacts with 3 or 4, even 5 different rulers' names on them, where literally another name for Ramses the Great that Petrie would call him was the Great Usurper, because he was notorious for carving his name over the top of other pharaohs even. Like, in fact, there's evidence for this as well. Like, this is a great example of that. This is at a site called Tanis. This big cartouche here is Ramses II. He's known as one of the most powerful rulers in all of Egypt. But if you look closely at the end on the right, you can see what he was doing. He was carving his name and his glyphs very deeply over the top of pre-existing glyphs.
And that would have been standing upright at one point in time.
Oh, this is actually, you can unpack this statue, this picture quite a few ways. I actually love this because it's the example of multiple levels of reuse, right? So this is a fragment from an obelisk. So if you've seen obelisks when they're standing up, the writing is also vertical. Yeah.
Sure.
So.
But this one is written on sideways.
It's sideways, and written on twice sideways. So it was once an obelisk that was vertical. It broke, fell over, was reused in a wall. Somebody then decided, well, I'm going to put my name and I'm going to do my stuff to it here. And then Ramses came along later, and then he reused it again. So you've got like 3 different reuses of this one piece of stone in a wall here, and it illustrates the problem that you have is these sites have been through thousands of years of construction, destruction, quarrying, reuse, relabeling, and you're trying to put together a puzzle that's like all the little bits are torn up and reshaped, and some of them are wet and some of them are gone. I mean, it's just I love this piece of stone, but this is probably a piece from an obelisk. I think it was. There's some other feature up here on the top left. I don't know what that is. So who knows, but. I do think that you can't depend on the writing to date and age stuff. And as you said before, it can't really age stone.
Right. Yeah, very logical. Makes a lot of sense. Makes you scratch your head and wonder. It certainly doesn't seem like it was the same people that were doing the writing that made those boxes that we just took a look at. I mean, it's two completely different. And I'm sure the makers of the boxes would be probably pretty upset with people banging on their artwork like that. Yeah. What about the vases? Let's shift gears to the vases.
The vases, so some of the same aspects of precision that we talked about absolutely fit with the vases. But so it's probably worth grounding people a little bit in what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So they exist within Egypt. It's one of the most interesting categories of artifacts for me. I've been fascinated with them for a long time. But there exists this category of artifacts in ancient Egypt. It's these hard stone vases. So you have these hard stone objects. They're very large. You get boxes and 100 or even 1,000-ton statues. But they also exist in the very small. And in fact, some of these go down to about the size of your thumb, and some of them, might be yay high off the floor. Like that. So they scale up and down. But there's tens of thousands of them. And the interesting thing about the vases is that they're made from, again, these very hard types of stone. Some of them quite exotic, like this one bottom right here is, corundum. This is made with very high degree of corundum. There's the famous schist discus here. You have
corundum's a 9.
Corundum's a 9 on the nose.
So what could carve that? Either diamond or could corundum?
Corundum, other beryl and other types of 9s would probably shape it.
Okay.
Extremely difficult material.
Yeah.
And the other thing with all of these stone types that I've talked about, the granites, the conglomerates, it's a difficult material to work, not only because it's hard, but because it is, in fact, made up of different minerals that vary in hardness themselves. So if you're looking for a precise surface or a precise finish, that becomes even more difficult to achieve when you're talking about a heterogeneous substrate. Like, it's not the thing about steel or iron or aluminum, sorry. I'm an American now. Aluminum, it's a consistent homogeneous substance. Like, it's the same hardness all the way through. Versus, granites, you've got mica and hornblende and silica and quartz, and they vary in hardness. So like the tooltip pressure that you're using, it cuts differently through one material almost on the microscopic level. Then it might just rip a chunk out of quartz or something. So this gets illustrated in these vases. Like, it's an extremely difficult medium to work. So you've got all these exotic types of stone, and there's dozens of different types of stone involved in this, gneiss and schist, and endless numbers of these types of stone. But they were able to work them down to just incredible degrees of precision. So this is a great example I like to use. Flinders Petrie found an example that was down like 1/40th of an inch thick. They got the stone down 1/40th of an inch thick. This is not that example, but this shows you just how thin this material is. It's a very hard stone vase. You see the large crystal inclusions in the stone. This would have been extremely brittle, but yet the break in it and the close-up of it on the right here, you can see just how thin this material was worked down to. This is an astonishing result. Some of them show other just perfect symmetry and balance. Is one of my favorite examples in the Egyptian Museum. Sits on its tip almost like the tip of an egg. It's just perfectly made and perfectly balanced, and we see these examples from time and time again. So they show all these elements of precision, balance, and all of this type of thing. They come from the earliest times in ancient Egypt. In fact, they go back to well and truly before dynastic Egypt even starts. Lots of these were found in pre-dynastic burials, the Nadak culture. Some of them were found going back as far as 14,000 years ago. There's one that from a site called Toshka, which is a primitive burial that's now underwater since they created the high dam in Egypt. But it was excavated in the 60s. They found primitive pottery and these hardstone precision vases. So we know they existed. The vast majority of them were found beneath what's called the Step Pyramid of Gyges. So this is an example of like the original excavation from Jean-Philippe Loyer, who excavated this, I think in the early 1900s, at Saqqara. So beneath the Step Pyramid, which is supposedly the proto-pyramid that's attributed to Djoser and Imhotep, between 40 and 50,000 of these things were found down there in these galleries. I've been down in there. You can see fragments of them. I actually have a picture of one that I took here on the right. So they exist in this early time. They exist up until the early part of the Old Kingdom, and then they mostly disappear. That's the real strange thing about these things. They don't really appear in the record in dynastic Egypt after that time. But what does appear, what you do get at that point is essentially these things. Alabaster vases, right? So
Then you mentioned alabaster is about
it's a 3 or 4. It's like, I think it might be softer than marble. So alabaster or white calcite is another type of stone.
So it's close to a fingernail, I guess.
Well, it's a little. It's hard. It can be harder,
Okay.
a little harder than that. But it's, put it this way, much easier to work than granite. You can, and it's a much more consistent substance. You can grind it away much more easily. You can carve it and shape it. And this is kind of what happens after this period. You see these alabaster vessels, and I mean these are beautiful, right? They're wonderful. They're artwork. These persist right through to the end of the Egyptian civilization, but they're clearly not. They don't display the same aspects of precision that the hardstone bases do. They're not perfectly symmetrical. They're a little wonky in places. They're not the same thing. They're definitely handmade, and that in fact. And we know how they were made. In fact, there's a scene on a wall at Saqqara that shows them making, and I can show you that as well. Where is it? This thing here. So this is the scene on the wall. Now, what happens with Egyptology is they say, well, this is how they made all the vases. But look at this thing in the middle. Like they're clearly making alabaster vases. It's basically this idea of, well, we had a bent stick with weights on the side of it that had a flint tip, and we're rotating it, and that's how we're drilling it out. And here's us grinding and rubbing on vases with our hands.
It's all the big ones. It's not the tiny ones.
Well, they do have these little ones here, it looks like, but they would make little vases as well. And in fact, this technique is still used to this day in the Luxor region to craft alabaster vases. You go out, they've got the machine-made ones too, but you can go and buy handmade alabaster vessels that they make using pretty much these same techniques. They get these metal things that grind away at the stone, and they make them. And so we have. This is this tale of two industries. We've got an industry of artifacts that match the tools and techniques that we know the dynastic Egyptians used. Then we have this other vases that really don't. And I like the vases. I consider them really a smoking gun in this story because they disappear. There's a few exceptions. There are some hardstone vases that appear later, but we attribute them to later periods because they've got some really poorly made writing on them, right? Because some dude had his name scratched into it later, and we go, oh, he must have had that made. Imagine you're a collector of one of these, like some rich German guy that has a vase and he wants to be buried with it. And he goes into his mausoleum and he takes his treasures with him, and one of them is this hardstone vase. And 1,000 years later, after our civilization's ends, we dig him up. It's like, oh, this guy must have had this made. I mean, it's already at least 5,000 years old. It's a really crazy assumption to make that just because either someone's name is on it or it was found in this burial that's when it was made. I think what was going on with what happened was Joseph with his 40 to 50,000 of them. In fact, this is even admitted by the mainstream. They say that because there's names of older pharaohs in some of them, they know he was out collecting. Like, he was doing a powerful king. First, I mean, a powerful king.
First dynasty?
Third
dynasty.
Third dynasty. Well, and we have some of these, like the schist disc is found in the first dynasty structure. We have plenty of them that are pre-dynastic. You know, he was out, he collected them. He got as many as he could. He got probably most of them. He raided other tombs and he had them all buried with him. And they stayed buried with him until they were either robbed or smashed, and then we found what was left.
And when did we find them? In
Jean-Philippe Loyer was excavated, I think, in the very early 1900s. A French archaeologist. There's actually a lot of really good images from some of his books. The Pyramids de Gallery. It's in French, but the plates are great. And you can. This was an image here from. You know, you can see that the hardstone
that's the
vases.
original excavation.
Yeah, so this is in one of the galleries, and a lot of it's smashed up. And if you go down there today, you need special permission. I mean, it's amazing. Beneath the step pyramids, like 5-6 miles of tunnels and different levels. But there's piles and piles of fragments of these vases still down.
So 40,000 of them approximately buried, but more than 40,000 buried underground from the time of the Third Dynasty until the early 1900s.
Yeah, I think they were definitely robbed. I think these probably weren't considered super valuable. People were tomb robbers were looking for gold.
Okay.
And they may well have smashed a lot of them just because they thought there was something in them and that's the quickest way to get into them. Some of them were stopped up with mud lids.
It's harder to smash the stone ones.
Well, the thin ones, mate. The thin ones,
right.
A lot of the thin stuff, the brittle stuff would have smashed, but the big, heavy ones would have been tough to break. Yeah. You know, and a lot of them were stopped up with mud lids, which is kind of an interesting thing on its own. Like these are mud lids that are displayed, you know, in the museum quite proudly next to these vases, because some of them were probably used as canopic vessels.
So they had the ability to make these perfect stone jars, and these were the lids.
These
that
are
they put on. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Particularly when you consider later on with the alabaster vessels, they made lids. They had no problem making lids. They were like, hey, this is a canopic jar. I want my little pharaoh head lid to go on it too. And you find there's some beautiful examples of those. But it's this huge contradiction. And you know, so this is where it gets interesting with these vases, is because, you know, and this has been very exciting for me personally, is because I've been banging on about these vases for years. But just recently, and anyone that's watched my channel or seen me on JRE, we're talking about it, but just in the last few months, really, or this year, I guess, we've had the chance to actually analyze these vases in some more detail. There was a pre-dynastic stone vase, hard granite stone vase, a rose granite one, this one here, actually, from a private collector. And there's a couple of aerospace engineers, Alex Dunn and Nick Sierra, who are just, you know, professional metrologists and aerospace engineers, and they scan this thing with structured light scanning, which gives us the ability to basically map it out down to the thousandth of an inch, and then some. Since then, they've been CT scanned, and they're even more accurate scans of it now. But that enables us to then really analyze the aspects of precision that we find on the vase, and what they found was just astonishing. So remember before we were talking about the relative geometric shape, like of an object. So you can measure the vase for like how flat's the top of the lid, you know, like how flat's the bottom, how perfect is how circular is it? We can do those things, and we do, but when it becomes really interesting once you start to look at the relative surfaces, like how perfect is the bottom of the vase relative to the top of the vase, or you know, how do these shapes match each other on it? So what you have to do, the blaze itself is like oblate. It's you know, it doesn't conform to any specific geometric shape, and so you need a specific geometric shape. I'm talking about things like spheres, cones, cylinders, toroids, things like that, where you can then perform geometry on. You can determine what's the center line, you know, what angle is the center line at, where's the center point if it's a sphere, you know, like stuff like that, like how perpendicular or parallel is this shape to something else. You can do those operations. So what they did was that they scanned the vase. You can see it here. This is like a model of it that is the result of this structured light scanning process. And you map geometric shapes to the vase. right? So so you start basically with the top of the lid, and you can kind of see how this works. And then all we're measuring here is like, okay, how flat is the top of the lid? And the way you do this is you match a geometric shape to a part of the vase. So in this case, it's a flat plane, and we're matching it to we're doing like a best fit to the top of the vase. And you can do this with 4 points of, you can say, well, it matches it in these 4 points, and we can measure the shape there. The more points you use, the more accurately the shape reflects the surface of the object. So in this case, they've used nearly 4,000 points to match a flat plane to the top of the vase. And one measurement we can make is look at, okay, how flat is it to a perfectly flat geometrical surface? And you can see it's within 0.003 of an inch of being flat. So, and again, these are numbers that people may not understand what they mean, but 0.003 of an inch is about the width of a human hair, right? It's an infinitesimal kind of measurement. It's a sheet of printer paper is thicker than that type of thing. So you're down in the thousands, and these are things that are barely perceivable, and not perceivable by eye, arguably not perceivable by touch, but it's flat. So but the other aspect, when you start to talk about relativity, what this does is it gives us a top surface, like it gives us like an x-axis. So now we've got a flat surface we can measure against the other parts of the vase, and you can start to speed this up and see where's this go. Okay, so now we're measuring the vase mouth, or kind of the neck of the vase, if you like, and we're using 10,500 points of measurements to fit a cylinder inside this neck of the vase, right? So with more than 10,000 points of reference, that's very accurate representation of the neck of the vase. And we can look at things like cylindricity. So how cylindrical is that cylinder that we've stuffed in there? Like how well does it match? Well, it's within 13 thousandths of an inch, which is pretty good because this thing's actually old, it's damaged, it's pre-dynastic. It's one of those, it matches, I don't know, half a dozen examples that I've seen of pre-dynastic vases in museums. And now that we've measured that, we can also do something else, because we've got the top surface and we've got a cylinder. We can measure the center line of that cylinder and say, well, how perpendicular is that cylinder, that center line, to the top of the vase? And it's within 1,000th of an inch, right? So that's kind of crazy, and it sort of gets more and more crazy as we step out from there.
So that's precision. I mean, and now you're talking about, so this is one of the first objects, if not the first object, to be subjected to that level of precision analysis. That's pretty exciting.
As far as I know, this is the first time this has been done, and I consider this a genuine step forward in the research and in the understanding of the degree of precision that this represents. So I can go through endless other examples. The bottom of the vase and the cone or the sphere that matches the bottom, and how perfect it is with the top. It's the results are utterly remarkable. And I have people who are interested. I have long videos that get into the details of this, and I'm in the process of writing an article about it. But what it means is the interesting thing, right? So engineers and machinists, the people that do precision manufacturing, they see this and they get it. They go, holy crap! Like this is forget about doing this by hand. Not in a million years. I don't care what hand tool you're using, could you do this? You would need probably some of our very best precision lathes, if not 3D mills even, to make this, because there are parts of this vase that are very challenging. The lug handles, right? It's difficult to lathe the lug handle if you're lathing the vase body. How do you explain the lug handles, which also display similar elements of precision?
How do you explain the lug handles? So in a lathe, you spin the vase around, and you're essentially carving it from the outside. But the lug handles were not attached to the vase at a later point in time. The lug handles, they're part of the vase, and so what you have to somehow figure out a way to do is to carve the area that's between the lug handles. And what's the explanation for how that's done?
Well, so this presents some other problems, and this is
because you don't lose precision, right? But in the space between the lug handles.
I got a picture of it here actually. Let's just look at the lug handles here briefly. Right. So if you're spinning this on its lengthways axis, what you'd probably do if you're on the lathe is you'd leave a bull nose the whole way around, and then you'd come back later, and you'd carve away the area between the lug handles, leaving you the lug handles sort of as we see them. So we did look at that. We looked at the area between the lug handles, and there's an issue with this, is because there's, as you said, no lack of precision. When we looked at the surface of the vase body between the lug handles, it showed the same degree of astonishing precision that we see on the rest of the vase. And that's really challenging, because even in our very best machines today, when you do a tool change, like this is a tool and process change, right? So you go from a lathe to some other technique, whatever it is, like machining something that's removing that area, it introduces errors. You're changing the process, you're changing the tool tip probably. It introduces errors, and this is accounted for even in our very best machining and manufacturing processes today. Like there's a degree of error that comes in from that fact that we're changing tools and process. We don't see that on this. So you come to a conclusion. There's one of two options with this. So it's either the way that they could handle tool and process changes was better than what we could do, or that's not what happened and it was made in a single pass, which means you need 5 axes of freedom, essentially a CNC mill. You need something that can carve like the best. We have these 5 axes CNC mills that can carve complex shapes out of hard material like steel or stuff. I'd love to see someone try and make this out of granite and match the precision. I'm not sure, it's a real challenge. I'll put that out there. But so those are the two options. It's either they were better at doing tool process changes than we were, or it was made in a single pass in a complex machine. And not just any machine, even if you grant them the use of the lathe, again, remember, no wheel in the Old Kingdom, certainly not pre-dynastic, and the lathe is a very sophisticated use of the wheel. This isn't a simple lathe either. Like, these are precision lathes. We're talking about an incredibly hard substance in the granite. We're talking about degrees of error within, single-digit thousandths of an inch. So you're talking about extremely precise bearings, rods, turn screws, like the elements of, the amount of force just to clamp this piece of stone into work, it has to be significant. Like, this is a high-end, this would require a high-end lathe to do, and that's what the challenge is. And it's, people are having a pink fit trying to figure out how this was done or explain it away. I mean, the people are saying all sorts of things. They're calling the vase fake, it's saying it's a modern forgery. That's all nonsense. I'd love to see somebody try and make it and justify even making it for the price that sort of these things are worth. I think all that's just nonsense, because at this point we have access to other vases and we are continuing to scan other artifacts. I am hoping to get into museums to see this, because I certainly see the visual elements of precision that this thing reflects in other vases. I think we'll find similar results in vases from museums. We're definitely scanning other vases. We're seeing similar results in those. But on this particular vase, the whole process was really cool. These guys, Alex and Nick, came to me timing couldn't have worked out better. It was literally a couple of months before I went on Rogan. So I'm like, and suddenly you've got this information which is, fantastic news and just revelatory information. And I've now got access to like a big platform to talk about it. We did that, and then we open sourced the data, and this was the nicest thing about it. Right? We put the data out there for anyone to look at. You can go to my website and download the STL, stick it in a blender or whatever, and play with it. And so we got some interesting results when we did that. There's a Danish cryptographer took a look at it, and he started to reverse engineer the mathematics that were behind it. And what he found about this vase, I think, is even more astonishing, because, not only did he find geometric patterns that were encoded in it, it seems like he almost reverse engineered the mathematics that were behind it, and it turns out that this thing was based on a pretty sophisticated series of algorithms, and it may well have been in fact mathematically designed. It's a little complex to go through, but I don't know if I have the slides here for it specifically. I don't. But essentially what he did, he was looking for geometric patterns. He found, okay, so we can match objects like the flower of life is one which is a circular pattern. But what he found was that the curvatures on this vase, so the tiniest of curvatures in the lips, like underneath the handles, like the lug handles, the curves at the bottom of the vase, they're all sections of circles, right? So the circle's the main primary that's used to make this. It's a small part of a circle, and the radius of these circles can range from like 42 millimeters down to like 1 millimeter. Wow. So, try and draw a 1 millimeter diameter or radius circle with any instrument, you're going to have trouble. But what he found was that all of those curvatures, the diameters of all of those circles, and only those diameters, matched a specific algorithm. And if there were other diameters or other other radiuses of circles, it would have thrown this off. But there was these 12 or 13 that fit this very specific algorithm that he called the radial traversal pattern, and it shows you that it's this deep degree of mathematical interrelationship that cannot have just been an accident. Like, there aren't curves on this thing that throw off this pattern, right? So there was a specific design used to create the curvatures on this vase that come from a very specific algorithm that really indicate that this thing was probably mathematically designed. And not only that, I mean, how you go from design to output is a real open question too. So there's all these implications that come from this scan that take us to realms that are just so far beyond this idea of this being done by some guy with rubbing on it with rocks and with hand tools. It gets a little crazy, but that's where the evidence is leading. So I genuinely am excited about the vase work, and I can't wait to. There's more analysis happening. There's more vases being looked at. We're in the midst of trying to put together proposals for museums. Mm-hmm. We've had some interest and at least had some dialogue with some museums. Generally, Egyptologists aren't interested in crazy YouTubers and engineers, but I would love to think that we could actually convince them to let us scan some of these artifacts, the ones that have I guess you documented provenance from specific sites, and that's why they're in museums. Mm-hmm. There are lots of these things in private collections around the world. That's the nature of the antiquities market. But there's also lots of stuff in museums, and we'd love to be able to get in there. It's non-destructive. It won't hurt. It's, if anything, we're providing a digital preservation of the artifact. You have an extremely accurate digital representation of this artifact that's going to persist as long as there's medium to store the data on. Whatever happens to the artifact. So yeah, I'm really hopeful on this. And I think it's really stuck in the core of a lot of the critics of this movement. They're not particularly happy about this the evidence that's coming out in relationship to these vases, but I couldn't be more excited about it. I think it's wonderful.
It is. It's very exciting. It's overwhelming evidence, for something greater than flint chisels and pounding stones for sure. When I saw you on Joe Rogan, back in, I guess it was January, and you were talking about these vases. Just full disclosure for the audience, I went out and got a couple of them, and it's one of those things where, if you look at them and you go online and you try to find them, they're varying degrees of sophistication for sure. There's some that look like they're extremely precise, and some that look like they're not quite as precise. With the,
for sure.
So they come in different shapes and sizes, but I don't know if there is. I'll have to. I know you haven't seen mine yet. I sent you a picture, but you'll have to see if that could be something that you might want to scan at some point in the future too. We'll work on. We'll see if we want to do that.
It'd be epic. Yeah, I'd love to see them. And you make a good point. And I want to be clear about this too. Is that they're not all like this. Like the Egyptian, there's clearly the Egyptians didn't just make alabaster ones either. They were able to, as again, flint will work granite. There's definitely vases that were made by hand, but there's absolutely a category of these things that can't really have been achieved that way. At least nobody's proven that they can, not even close. So
it's the tale of two industries.
It is the tale of two industries. Yeah, and we've looked at it we didn't really look at the examples of other boxes before, but those certainly exist. We see it in columns, we see it in vases, we see it in statues, we see it in boxes, we see it in slabs. You even see it in pyramids, which we mentioned earlier. So, yeah, I think the vases to me though, for the ancient technology side of things, I just think they're the smoking gun. Just because these hardstone precision examples don't really exist afterwards, and certainly not to the degree that these ones do. They got very good at it, and other cultures were able to shape hard stone, and certainly once we got mechanized, we could do it. But yeah, the fact that these are so old and so mysterious, and in such volume that we find from very early on, I think they're very difficult to explain within the context of the orthodox story of history, and they're fascinating to me. And I genuinely hope that and I'm not, I don't want to bash any museum creator. Like I'm genuinely would like to see. I think this is an opportunity to learn more about their manufacture, wherever the evidence leads. Right? It's not. I'm not. You know, I can speculate. I'm a crazy YouTuber. I don't have it. I'm not writing textbooks or anything.
Sure.
But I genuinely think that I'd like to think that we have museums and people that have access to these things that would be open-minded enough to at least see where the evidence leads.
Right.
And leave the you don't have to speculate, but we can measure them. Like we can define some of these aspects and say, well, this is what we found, and hey, here's a beautiful sort of digital model that you could maybe put out to the world. It's just all good. I love the idea, and particularly just the open source nature of this investigation was very inspiring for me. The fact that so many people became interested in it. I had thousands of comments and so many people that were looking at the model, and people have sent me printed vases. There's, like it's amazing what's happened as a result of putting this data out there.
Yeah.
And I only hope that we can continue. So.
Fascinating. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Yeah, it's it's just so interesting to compare the results and to have that level of technology looking at these artifacts and to see the precision on them and compare that with the toolbox, with the ancient toolbox of the ancient Egyptians, and it's it's absolutely amazing. This could be a major step forward for you in your ability to kind of push your theory forward about ancient civilization and have that become more of a question that at least to talk about, a viable sort of a theory. And so it's got to be a critical part of your work. And, it would come down to, I guess, additional scans for sure. You would want to scan additional artifacts and then the provenance. You want to make sure that and that's why you're talking about museums, so that, you're approaching, the artifacts that either have great provenance or that have unquestionable provenance that have been in museums. And so it's a really fun and exciting project. And when I heard you talking about it on Rogan back in January, I was like, oh my God, wow, that's got to be the coolest thing that's happening right now.
Well, get involved. It's great.
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, the most criticism I've heard levied at this is I typically call it like these weak cries of providence. It's I generally look. There's certainly other vases that are being looked at that have much more documented providence than the initial vase that we looked at. I don't actually think it's an issue at all for this vase, because I don't think I want to see somebody make one. Try and make, if you think it's a fake, then let's see it made.
Right.
And good luck getting the money spent to how many tools you're going to burn through trying to get to this level of precision. Like, don't make it something that's close, match it. Like, that's, figure out and work it out and design it mathematically. All the aspects of incredible aspects that have come out of the study of this vase. It also matches. I can show you a half dozen examples of pre-dynastic vases that it matches, and it's just, to me, it's a very weak argument. It's the only one that can be thrown up about this. And if you don't like it, then let's get access to some of the ones that have documented provenance. That Petrie found this one here, and that's why the reason it's behind glass in the museum. I'm more than willing to go through that exercise. In fact, I would very much like to. And we are proceeding as best we can. We are using, like I said, some of the additional artifacts that we're looking at certainly have better provenance, and I would hope that we'll get to the ones that have established provenance. But as you said, I also think this scanning technique, it's like, I've always said we should be applying ourselves as best we can with all of our technology to solving some of these questions. So I'd love to see this done on larger objects, boxes, statues, headsets, bases, crowns. I think we could learn so much from the ability to really accurately digitize this stuff. For example, we talked about the drill cores and drill holes earlier. Like, that's a great subject and something that we could further analyze with the use of high-end digital scans. I've been lucky enough that we've been able to get some photogrammatical scans that, while not probably to the same degree of accuracy that you get with like CT or structured light scanning, give us enough accuracy, I think, where we can start to learn more about some of the drill holes in Egypt. Like, we've had that done recently, so I think there's endless applications for this.
And do you have an image of the Ramses head that Christopher Dunn worked on?
I do.
That's a fascinating image that he overlaid.
Yeah, so this is an example of another. I've often talked about these heads. We talked about symmetry, and symmetry being one of the aspects of precision. We see remarkable symmetry, particularly in these statues. So, this is one of the images. This comes from Chris Dunn's book, essentially showing you that you have the same curvatures being used in different places, which is an indication of how it was manufactured. But probably the best example is. That I can share is this, again, an image from Chris Dunn's book. Unfortunately, this head is now back up on top of the statue, like 30 feet up in the air. So, what this is, it's a reverse transparency overlay.
So they probably saw this work.
I think it may have had something to do with it. Although, to be fair, they've been restoring a lot of these statues. I'm 50-50 on it, to be honest. They're basically concrete sculpting a lot of the body, and then they're putting back the pieces that they have because they don't have all the pieces. There's no mistaking the ancient bits for the modern bits, but the modern bits for the ancient bits, rather, the perfection of the ancients. But it's nice that they're putting them back together, but in a lot of cases they're making them inaccessible for like detailed study. This thing used to be sitting on the ground here, as you can see. So you see two Chris Dunns on the left and the right. There isn't two Chris Dunns, there's only one. So what you do is you take a photo directly on centerline, you copy the photo, and then you flip it on that vertical axis, right? So you're mirror imaging it to the other side. You make both photos 50% transparent, and you overlay it. So what you would get is you would see where the features don't match from left to right. You would see blurred, and so you see overlaps. And we just don't see it. Like, that's what's remarkable about this, is it's perfectly symmetrical. At least within the boundaries of this test, which is just an astonishing feature to see in a granite artifact this large.
You don't see that on humans in general. Humans are not perfectly symmetrical.
None of us, in fact. Our left nostril's different to the right one, and eyeballs. And it's not a human feature, and it's this isn't something you see reflected in classical artwork either. I've seen David by Michelangelo.
Sure.
Damn thing nearly brought me to tears. It's a beautiful sculpture, but it's not symmetrical, and it's magical artwork. But this, to me, is like...
Not only is David not symmetrical, and yet it's absolutely beautiful, but it's also made out of marble, which is a 3 on the Mohs scale.
Yeah, much
And
softer.
this is granite, you're saying?
This is granite.
Yeah.
This is rose granite.
Yeah, much easier to work marble.
You wouldn't... Granite sculptors know this. Like, they don't really often choose to work in mediums like granite. It's tough. It lasts a long time, obviously. But this is a real tough medium. But whoever was making these things seemed to like working at it, or they found it easy. And to me, it kind of represents the most efficient way to make a face. So if you are designing this, again, not just carving it, but designing it, then you could design half the face and just mirror image it, and boom, there's your other half of the face. And these things are mysterious to me. I genuinely think they're a little bit alien in their appearance, in their perfection, in their symmetry. That Ozymandias poem, it kind of summarizes and captures that to me. But it's remarkable. And it's not just this face that we see this. We see this sort of symmetry and precision in head jets. We see it in it's the same face on all of these big statues. Chris Dunn's looked at that in the past. I think there's an endless number of applications for techniques like scanning to really get to the bottom of this and study these things in more detail.
I got to get Chris Dunn on the show too, because you've mentioned him several times.
Yeah.
He's done some incredible work.
Love Chris, big inspiration for me. I'm very, very grateful to be able to say I'm friends with him now. Like I talk to Chris fairly often. The tremendous inspiration for me. He's a big part. I think his books, will be treated as I think they've moved the ballpark. They've moved the whole thing forward since Petrie. Like he's a modern successor to Petrie, and I do think his works will be appreciated in time for what they are. They kind of get scoffed at by the mainstream and ignored in general by the mainstream today. But I do think that in the future that they'll be looked at and said, yeah, he was the guy that really moved this whole discussion forward and made significant discoveries with his work. And he dedicated his life to a lot of it. He went out on a limb with a lot of his work, but it's fascinating stuff. And there's nobody more qualified to talk about these types of things, like literally a manufacturing engineer that's been in the game for 50 years.
He's looking at it all from an engineering standpoint.
Yeah, well, that's what I appreciate about it. Yeah, he's a manufacturing engineer in the aerospace industry, and he if you want a detailed study of things like the saw cuts, the tube drills, the statues, go buy Chris's books. I use a lot of his information in my videos and credit him for it, and I've also interviewed him on my channel. Yeah, it's wonderful work. Yeah, he's been a huge inspiration for this. I think, yeah, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now without him.
Yep. The head jets or head dresses?
Head jets are there too.
What?
Yeah, so head jets are the crowns. There's two types. In fact, this shows you both the head jet right here and the percent in the rear. These are actually complex curved geometries. They have these compound curved surfaces. Again, these are all images from Chris Dunn's book. You know, they're perfectly symmetrical when you're front on from left to right. Here's another reverse transparency on center. But obviously these things, they're kind of like they go backwards as well. So they're symmetrical from one axis or one perspective, but they're compound curved surfaces. So they, you know, the curvatures change as they move up there, and then they reverse on themselves in some cases.
And these would have been made out of one solid block.
Oh, totally. The whole statue would have been made out of them. And today they're all cut up into different pieces, but I mean, these are marvels of engineering. It's a very complex pattern. If you and at Luxor, you can still run your hand over a few of them, and they're just immaculate. Like they're perfectly polished and smooth. You can't sense any deviations or waviness in the stone. I mean, you see the same thing in the curved surfaces of the cornice blocks that you find at Giza. These perfectly polished and consistent curvatures. Like it's machine made. It's not. I don't have any other explanation for it. These are machine made. They're designed and then machine made. There's something that's guiding the cutting tool that's extremely precise and consistent and adhering to a particular pattern. I don't have any other, you know, explanation for it. You can't do it any other way as far as I'm concerned. Like, yeah, these head jets are.
And have we found examples?
Remarkable.
Have we recovered head jets? Have we found examples of those from the Egyptian time period that they actually did wear these things during that time period?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, certainly they're depicted. I know we found some crowns and jewelry. I'm honestly not that up to date on the jewelry side of things.
Okay.
I often skip like the Tutankhamun or Tanis exhibits in the museum where they have all the jewelry. They're cool. I've been in there before, but I actually don't know if we found replicas of these that, not attached to the giant statues. They're just utterly amazing. I don't know what else to say about them. I mean, it's easy to talk about precision. It's probably the best way to start it is to talk about, you know, flat surfaces, straight lines, 90-degree corners. But in a lot of ways, these compound curved surfaces are another degree of precision that's even more sophisticated, because to get that accurate and to keep it consistent, and where it's not it's symmetrical sort of when you're front on, but it's actually leaning back, you know, when you're on the side. I mean, keeping all that consistent and implementing precision in a three-dimensional object like a statue head or a head jet is utterly remarkable, and probably far more difficult than making a flat surface or a 90-degree corner in stone.
Yep. If there was a civilization, if there was a group of people, you know, likely would have extended past that period. We talked a little bit about past that area. We talked a little bit about South America. What other areas throughout the world kind of pique your interest as it relates to this topic? Where do we see evidence?
Oh, there's a number of them. I mean, one of the big ones for me is Turkey, Baalbek in Lebanon, Easter Island, China. I mean, they're all over the place. There's a lot of places that I had the chance to visit Turkey for the first time this year, and I'm getting to Baalbek in Lebanon next year for the first time. Super excited about Baalbek. But you see this type of work. It depends on, you know, what flavor of it you're looking for. But I mean, if you're talking about megalithic architecture,
that's Turkey, right? That's Baalbek, where you've got those massive stones.
Yeah, I mean, Italy and Rome, and you also have some remnants. I think there's evidence for it in places like Italy and Greece as well. But you also have a much more defined, I think, culture that built on top of that stuff. And I think that's exactly what we're looking at it in Baalbek, which is in Lebanon. It's attributed as a Roman temple today, Temple of Bacchus, Temple of Jude, multiple temples on this site known as Baalbek, but it has a layer to it, like an older layer that's almost like this giant megalithic pedestal that upon which the Romans then built their pedestal and their temple. Like the Romans would always build their temples on a pedestal, But if they built Baalbek, then they built a pedestal, then a temple. It'd be the only case of a double, but that's not what happened. In fact, the bottom sort of platform, I'd call it, or pedestal, they probably found this and said this would be a perfect place to build our temple, because.
So the mainstream theory is that the Romans did all of Baalbek.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, but you mean there's the famous trilithon that's in that big U-shaped sort of wall and pedestal that provides the platform for what is the Roman construction on top.
Do you have a picture of that?
The trilithon, I might, yes. It's where is large? I think huge objects here would probably be the huge object. I might not have the actual trilithon, but I do have the quarry here. There's a dude standing in there. So these are a little bigger, but the stones in the trilithon, there's 3 of them. They're about 900 tons each. They're lifted up off the ground. They're perfectly, you can't fit a razor blade between them, kind of thing. And then about a mile or so away is the quarry at Baalbek, and this is what we're looking at here. And in fact,
that's the quarry.
That's the quarry. It's about a mile or so, a little bit more maybe, distant from the site. For the longest time, they thought there was just the one stone here. The one on the right is called the Stone of the South, or the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. Something like 1,500 tons, this thing.
Wow.
And then
3 million pounds.
Yeah. And then they excavated, they dug down, and you know what they found? More of them beneath it. You can actually see maybe 1, maybe 2 more beneath that stone. So almost like they stacked them up. The one on the bottom's even bigger. I think it's closer to 2,000 tons. And these are limestone, they're not granite, but regardless, I mean, these are gigantic pieces of stone. There's, the Romans would have known about the top one. I doubt they had any clue the ones on the bottom existed. They probably weren't likely moving them at all either.
And do we see any other evidence for the Romans using stones that are that size anywhere else? Nowhere else in the world.
No, nothing like that order of magnitude. They made some big stuff. I mean, so the columns of the Pantheon might be 60, 70 tons, or maybe that in that realm. They might have done some things in that realm. They certainly took obelisks from Egypt and stood them up. But nothing in the 1,000-ton, like single-piece stone.
The Romans were using cement essentially, right?
Yeah, Roman cement.
Ancient, and that's what they did. All the major structures within Rome.
Mostly.
Yeah,
and they'd use a lot of marble. They would stack. Sure. I mean, Greeks and Romans both typically would build columns from, stacked rounds of marble,
right.
Things like that. But they also did do single-piece granite columns. But it's just nothing. They don't show anywhere near the same sophistication or precision that the ancient Egyptian stuff does.
So outside of a few structures that may be 50 or 60 tons that the Romans might have built, single blocks that were 50 or 60 tons, we jumped from 50 or 60 tons to 1,500 tons.
Right. Pretty much. Yeah, I can't be definitive about that. I honestly haven't looked into it that hard with the Romans and Greeks in terms of single-piece artifacts. Mm-hmm. But nothing comes to my mind that's in that realm of even 400 tons. I mean, I do the whole logistical aspect of moving extremely heavy loads is another vector that I look at. So machining, tool marks, precision, and then logistical issues is the other aspect that I look at when it comes to I think you need technology to do this. And I kind of draw the line at the 200 to 300 ton range. I think it's possible to move using primitive methods, 100. It's been demonstrated you can do 100, couple hundred tons even. Flat level ground. There's ways to do it, but I think moving stuff down underground into the Serapeum tunnels at 100 tons, it's probably needs a different explanation. And then certainly once you get to the 400 tons, 500, 1,000 tons, like that's a whole other world of logistical challenges, like material failure.
How many cranes would it take to lift?
Well, we probably have cranes that could do that, or a couple of them. I mean, the biggest cranes I'm sure could do it, but you'd probably need a couple of the land-based ones that you can maybe drive in there to lift something like that, maybe even more. I mean, it's a not insignificant load. I've had a lot of comments from people that work in that industry like, yeah, that's nuts if you think you can do it any other way. I mean, like I said, it's not like a linear. The difficulty of moving the load isn't like a linear increase with the mass. It's
right.
The difficulty gets like logarithmic or exponential. It's material failure. Like, remember, the Egyptians weren't using steel. Certainly, the later Romans were using force multipliers. They pulleys and capstans and techniques like that. As far as we know, the dynastic Egyptians used none of that. They had no pulleys, no capstans, human horsepower. They used levers, wooden levers. They used sleds. Even in the early days, they didn't use wheels, and they would just had humans and ropes and horsepower. Like, you're stretching credulity if you're suggesting these guys were capable of moving 400-ton, let alone 1,000 or 1,200-ton loads. I mean, the unfinished obelisk at Aswan's 1,200 tons, and you had to lift that thing up out of the quarry, move it over rocky ground, somehow get it to wherever it's got to go. It's not
place it perfectly.
Not happening. Yeah, it's not happening. So I think that's a big indicator. You see these huge objects like this in in Baalbek. There's a few other theorized ones around the place, but yeah, the logistical challenges of Baalbek. These are probably the biggest. I think these are the biggest quarried stones in the world, and I can't wait to see them when I get there next year.
Cool. Yeah, and then in Turkey, is there any other? Well, I guess you've got Göbekli Tepe.
Well, Turkey's interesting. There are sites that match the sort of megalithic nature. There's a few. Zanaki Tepe is one that I'm particularly interested in. But Turkey in itself has been very interesting in that it's uncovered, and certainly in recent years, what I would term a lost chapter of human civilization. So, we often thought that, civilization began with the Babylonians, the Sumerians, and then followed by the Egyptians and the Greeks, and Romans, the Chinese.
And we were hunter-gatherers.
And we were hunter-gatherers before that, right. And in Turkey, they discovered a site in the 50s, actually, and because of the stonework at this little pot-bellied hill that was called in Göbekli Tepe is the translation, they thought it was like more of a modern or not very old cemetery because of the quality of these stonework, these stone pillars that were sticking up out of the ground, and they were like, forget about it, it's not anything worth digging up. But it wasn't until the late 1990s when the German Archaeological Institute came along that Klaus Schmidt, I think was the name.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes, he was the guy. He's unfortunately passed away since then. He uncovered that site, and it turns out to be a massive megalithic site. It's full of stone pillars, stone circles, and then they very comprehensively carbon dated this thing to like 11,000, 12,000 years old, and that that's kind of again like could potentially just be an earlier state for it. It could be much older than that, and it's a significant site. Like this huge, it's all of these massive stone pillars. I wouldn't say it reflects the same degree of precision that you see in sort of Egypt or South America, but it's nonetheless, you have like 18 feet tall stone pillars that weigh 20 to 30 tons. It's sophisticated stonework. It's a sign of civilization, and it was out there on its own for a while there. Göbekli Tepe, it's really challenging the archaeological world, and for me, it requires civilization to achieve this sort of stuff. You need specialization. You need other people doing the food growing. You need people need to have the time to be able to specialize and organize to do architecture like this, and it's a large site. To this day, though, they still don't. They basically changed the definition of hunter. You look it up on Wikipedia. They say that the site was built by hunter-gatherers who also happened to do megalithic stonework and this type of thing. I think it's ridiculous, and it's been proved to be quite ridiculous because since then we found Karahan Tepe, which is even older than Göbekli Tepe. It's 5 or 6 times larger. Some extremely interesting stonework on that site, and then there's in the last just few years alone, we've found now 40 to 80 other sites in this region of southeastern Turkey. These just like it's civilization. There was a different climate. We know that the climate changed back then. It was an environment that could have supported a large population, and evidently there was cities and there were structures and it was a culture that we just know nothing about. And I draw a comparison to like the Amazon, like as a result of deforestation, we found the remnants of massive earthworks and cities the size of London in like the 1800s in the Amazon that we have no clue, other than a few rumors, the lost city of Z and the manuscript 512 and some of these other really interesting stories about potential cities in the Amazon. We know zip about it, but we're seeing the evidence for it. So it's pretty possible that there are lost chapters of human civilization. We just don't have any knowledge of it. I think that's we have proof of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Good. Yeah. The so that's kind of the Turkey area. I know that there's these underground caverns that exist, with underground caves that exist.
Cappadocia,
within Turkey and potentially other spots throughout the world.
Plenty of them, yeah. I mean, the huge city in Cappadocia and Derinkuyu, there's some of those huge. You're talking like tens of thousands of people could be housed down there, like underground cities.
And so, I guess I think about Göbekli Tepe, and that the date of that construction was it about 12,000 years ago?
Yeah, about that. Yeah,
and we know that because
bang on with the Younger Dryas.
Right on with the Younger Dryas, yeah, in the middle of the Younger Dryas, essentially, and we know that because we carbon dated.
Well, so it's interesting. We carbon dated some organic material that we found in there, and that's the youngest date that they have. So that's like the last occupation of it was then, and they think it was buried or at least stopped being used by humans about then. It must have been buried because, I mean, that's one of the other reasons they think it was deliberately buried. Although the latest research is sort of starting to go back on that idea, it was more likely it was buried over time. There's still some debate and active research happening in the space, but the dating is bang on, the carbon dating. And now what's interesting is it's this tale of two industries thing again, right? I don't know if I have. I probably do have some images of Göbekli Tepe here, so it's other Göbeklis, I think. Let's see. Yeah, hopefully it's here. Yeah, so Göbekli Tepe. Let's see. You have, in fact, this image probably covers it because it's probably the only one I have on this computer right now. Yeah. So what you have, and it's kind of this image of the vulture stone here. What you have is these different phases. So you see this one particular stone. This is indicative of a lot of the central pillars in these stone circles. You have these intricately carved large stone pillars. This isn't a particularly big one, although the iconography on it's very interesting. But they're surrounded by these walls. You see this wall, it's like this is even, the wall's kind of built, it's built around the stone. You see just behind it, up to the top left. You have these walls of loose stone blocks, right? It's like you have these beautiful, and they would go down to the bedrock, and that would all be flat, and they would have these things inset into the ground, these giant pillars. And then you have these really rough stone walls that kind of encompass them. A lot of times they're encompassing the stone. They're encompassing, like supporting the stone. They're even covering up artwork. And in some places, you actually have pieces of broken pillars that are in the walls, where they've made the walls from local stones and these pieces of broken pillars. To me, that's indicative. I think you could be definitely looking at two different phases of construction, right?
Sure.
The pillars might have been there, then they fell apart or whatever, or the site was abandoned, and then some other culture came along and said, "Oh, this is pretty cool. We're going to restore it and support it as best we can." So the dating, the material that, long story short, the material that they dated the site with came from material in the walls.
Okay.
So it could have been a much later phase of occupation and building on the site that correlates to like 11, 12,000 years ago. And we just have no clue when the first the first building phase there when they made these pillars was, because you literally have pieces of broken pillars in the walls.
Yeah, it's interesting because you have you have this site being covered up on this side of the world about 12,000 years ago ish, and you have Easter Island on the other side of the world that got covered up. Right, those statues used to be fully above ground. We thought for years in our civilization that that it was just the heads, and then we dug down deep. I guess was it this century or the?
Oh, it was this century.
This century we dug. And
I guess the 20th century.
20th, okay. Yeah. And we dug down and found those to be about 3 times taller than we had thought.
Full bodies.
And so those, I guess the story is that those were also intentionally covered. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about the Mo. I couldn't tell you. I mean, if it's a natural sediment, I don't know how long it would take natural sediment to fill it up to that point.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. I think about the theory of Jimmy Corsetti, who I know you know well, and his work on Africa and the Sahara and potentially a great flood that went through that area.
Yeah.
As you look at the bedrock that's kind of been stripped away, if you look at it from space, and it really does look like, we'll add pictures up later, but it really does look like water, tremendous amounts of water that have flown.
I think there's strong evidence for it. Yeah, I mean, the whole mid-Saharan Sea, and I think for sure at some point that must have happened. I think that the question is around the timeline of when that
Sure,
might happen.
sure. But we see salt.
Huge floods have happened. Yeah, salt.
We see salt deposits all throughout Africa. You see those ripples that are, that could have only have happened with, tremendous amount of water. I mean, you're talking 1,000 feet or more of water to form some of those ripples that you would see more.
I mean, same thing at the Channel Scablands, like the evidence for the massive outfloods at the end of the ice age. I mean, that's you have 30, 40 feet high current ripples.
Right. So here's a crazy theory for you. So what if, could it have been possible that a lot of these places, if there was some massive event where water was, going into Africa, onto the continents, from the west to the east is what it kind of looks like may have happened. Even if you look at the western coast of the United States, you've got the Great Salt Lake forming off the west coast, potentially a water event that came onto North America and South America. You have another great giant salt deposit on the west coast of South America.
Yep.
Could it have been that Göbekli Tepe, that Easter Island, were not intentionally buried, but were actually covered up by some sort of a flooding event that happened in our distant past?
It's an interesting idea. I often try to think about the possibility for floods in some of these areas. I mean, it depends. In a lot of cases, you could see evidence for, particularly for material that gets carried by flood, that's a long way away, that's out of place. So that you can find, if particular place has been buried or it's collected sediment from a flood, you typically see like waterborne objects in that, right? That's, and I don't know how much evidence we've found specifically in those places of that type of thing. Like the river worn or the water worn stuff, or something that's come from a long way away, which I know we do see in other areas. I know, like Randall Carlson talks a lot about those artifacts that we see as a result of gigantic floods coming out of the Pacific Northwest and that area. I don't rule it out. Flinders Petrie, even in Egypt, found evidence for gigantic floods that came through there at some point. Something happened, like for sure. If you have either mega tsunamis or impact-related things, or just tremendous outflows of water coming off the ice sheets. I mean, it's an astronomical amount of water that we can't really justify.
It is,
and you can't even think about it.
And the ice sheets are, of course, fresh water, which would have formed the Great Lakes in the United States, but they wouldn't account for all of the western to eastern movement of the water onto the continents.
Yeah, for example, I potentially think some of the great floods that could have happened in Egypt, and this may even be the source of the biblical flood, wasn't fresh water so much as it might have been the result of the Berkeley Crater event, which was I think it was 5,000 years ago. So right around the period that the Old Testament might have been started to be conceived of, 2000, 3000 to 2000 BC kind of thing. We know there was a giant, like a large impact into the Indian Ocean. So there's like a 30-kilometer crater on the ground, on the bottom of the Indian Ocean. If you look on Google Maps at Western Australia and Madagascar and Africa, you'll see these chevrons and these flow patterns from where these, they're 1,000 feet high. Like these were giant waves that washed up inland, but that would have sent a wave up north too, through the Persian Gulf, right up into that area, and would have flooded the hell out of it. Like it might have been, and then there would have been a massive rainout event, perhaps 40 days and 40 nights or something. But that as a result of all the water getting thrown up into the atmosphere from this massive event, and that event on its own was nothing in comparison to the Younger Dryas. Like it wasn't even a blip in comparison to the Younger Dryas. Right. But it would have been an extremely traumatic and global event that would have been felt all around the world, and the effects of it would have gone on for years. So, I think at the end of the day, we have gotten used to very calm and docile and pleasant conditions here, and that's not the environment that we truly live in on a longer time scale. And, kind of projecting out further on a long enough time scale, it's guaranteed to, it almost, the rate of percentage of this happening again approaches 100%, right? It's on a long enough time frame, this stuff will happen again, which is, I guess, part of the reason why I think this is it's an important topic to talk about, because I think we as humans, our lives are so short. We tend to look at things in these tiny little time frames. It's like, oh man, that's a once in 100-year event, which is on a geological time frame very common. But in longer time frames, like, these things do seem to happen, and we've been learning they happen more and more frequently. And a lot of them are going to threaten civilization, our way of life, even our survival as a species in the long run. So, yeah, I don't know. I am very much open to the idea of cataclysmic events having shaped some of these sites in the past.
Yeah, me too. It's fascinating. I hope to maybe talk to Jimmy at some point, Jimmy, about this.
I can connect you.
Okay, awesome, great. Yeah, I'd love to have him on. I'd love to close on your thoughts on just, I think a lot of people might say, well, why is this work important? What is it about your work that, why does it fascinate you? What at the end of the day, why is it that you do what you do? And what do you think that we can learn from this work?
We've kind of been dancing around and talking about some of the subjects around why I do think it's important, because this concept of humans and civilization and our place on the planet and who we are is I think it's not, we don't consider topics like the things we've been talking about, the cataclysm, so much. I mean, it's becoming a little more popular now, maybe becoming a little more part of our human collective psyche. But in general, I think one of our challenges is that we all grow up with this fundamental tenet of what it means to be a modern human. I'm kind of pretty much limiting myself to the Western world here. I think we all, to a lesser or greater degree, get told in school that, yep, we were cavemen, we were stone men, and 6,000 years ago we started civilization, and it's been more or less this path. I know there's ups and downs, but there's this path from then to now. Like, we were cavemen, and we're essentially the result of what civilization is. We've gone from hunter-gatherers to us in this, this path that's taken 6,000 years, and here we are today, and this is the only way that civilization happens, and this is what we do. And I just think that is an ingrained part of, it's like a tenet of what it means to be a modern human being, particularly in the West, and we just heads down and go about our lives and worry about everything else, and without worrying too much about that. But I think that if we could change that, if there was a possibility of understanding that some of the things you were talking about, like, no, actually we may well have been here before, we may well have gone down that technological path, even I think as different as it probably was to what our civilization is, and we were wiped out, and in fact, rather than being this linear growth from Stone Age to today, it's this circular or repeating pattern that oscillates between civilization and cataclysm, and it's every time we're rolling the dice whether we survive it or not, and that we're on that same cycle, and that on a long enough time frame we're going to go to the other side of that cycle again. I think that could genuinely change our behavior as a species. I think it would make us probably work together a little bit more. We'd probably focus more on solving the longer term problems that threaten our species. And I often summarize this by saying maybe we'd spend a little bit less money on tanks and guns and a little bit more money on exploring space and working with each other just to solve those problems. It's an altruistic goal. Like, I admit it. Like, it's this crazy sort of altruism and almost hopelessly optimistic version of the world where that could potentially happen. But it's not without precedent either, is what I'd say. Is that there are movements and there's been modern examples of how an idea can shape our behavior and change our almost every aspect of our life. And the example I like to use here is climate change. So whether or not you agree with it, and there's certainly plenty of problems with the modern interpretation of whatever those words mean to you or to most people, it's been a concept that has ingrained itself in the zeitgeist of humanity in the last 25 years, something like this. It changes investment decisions. It's steered technological development and the search for clean energy it changes in a lot of, particularly in newer generations, like human behavior, how we interact with each other, how we interact with the planet. So this isn't a commentary about climate change itself, more an observation that it's a concept that has changed our behavior, and it's changed our technology, it's changed the way we work with each other, and all these types of things. So that mechanism exists, and I think this is one that, if we could spread this idea and have more people consider it, and it become, rather than getting the classroom version of the 6,000 years ago we were Stone Age and now we're civilized, to like, no, we've been civilized before, we've gone down the path before, and we're it's more of a circular repeating pattern for us, or at least it's happened at least once before. I think it could really change our behavior in the long term and benefit us as a species, and I remain ever hopeful that it might actually achieve that status at some point, whether it's my lifetime or 10 generations down the line. But that's why I think it's important, and that's kind of the overall goal and what I'm interested in.
Really cool, really cool. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, I'm really hoping to continue to explore this topic over the next couple of episodes. I'm really honored to have you on as my first episode, and to be able to have the day off today, so to be able to spend the day with you has been a lot of fun. But yeah, I want to, this ever since really seeing kind of Grant Hancock on the Joe Rogan show, and then seeing you on the Joe Rogan show has really piqued my interest in this topic, and I've just been down that YouTube rabbit hole for really the last 8-9 months or whatever it's been. So it's been a lot of fun. It's been amazing. I hope that you'll maybe help me connect with a couple of the other guys. I'd love to get for sure Chris on, and potentially Jimmy, and we can figure all those details out. But I do appreciate the time that you spent with me today, and I do appreciate exploring this, this really fascinating topic. And I know that you get a lot of pushback. Obviously, with your work, you get a lot of people. It's difficult when you're challenging the mainstream, the establishment, the accepted thoughts out there.
Part of the game.
Part of the game.
You can't have a thin skin and be out there on YouTube saying, speculative things that challenge kind of the mainstream. You're definitely going to get pushback.
For sure. But keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's very important work, and we've got to keep open minds to these types of things, and really to everything. If we think that we've got things completely
I'm sorry,
out,
guys.
that's the point in time.
I left it on. I'm gonna sign off. I've been here for like 2 hours away. Sorry.
And you continue to challenge
Retails at 7:14.
Is really
Oh my god.
important. So I applaud you for doing it. Keep up the great work.
Thank you
Sorry,
very much,
dudes.
sir. It's been a pleasure.
For sure. Great
I'll
to see you, man.
stop gaming.
Yeah, dude. Cheers.
Cool.
Sorry, everyone. Oh my god, even the thing ended. Holy jeez. Okay. I think I'm just gonna sleep.